Yeah, mine's muted. Let me double check. Yeah. Sure. Hello, everyone. Welcome to VS. Hello everyone. Welcome to VS Code Day. We are so excited to have you here. My name is Olivia Gazzardo, and I am a cloud advocate on the VS Code team.
Hi, my name is Dawn Wages. I'm the Python Community Manager here at Microsoft with Olivia.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
so excited to be here today.
Dawn, we are so glad you are here with us. It is going to be such a great event. This is actually our 3rd annual VS Code Day event. And if you've been here in years past, you know that today looks a little bit different than those events. For example, last year we did a 90-minute event featuring 5-minute lightning talks. And we had such a good turnout that we were like, okay, let's do a full day of sessions for y'all. So today we are broadcasting live from Redmond in studio, and we'll be showcasing the latest and greatest features of VS Code.
I'm so excited for you today. So we're going to have 25-minute talks with about 5 minutes of Q&A. We have expert VS Code experts in the chat to moderate. So stay tuned for the full day event, and you'll be able to meet some of our experts in the chat.
Oh my gosh, yes. And so let's talk a little bit about what these sessions are going to look like, because we have such a wide range that I guarantee you there is going to be something for everyone. So we are going to be kicking things off with a keynote from Kai and Eric, who will be talking about how we build and ship VS Code. And from there, we have 10 live sessions, and they're going to run the range of accessibility of, Dawn, you're going to like this one, building a Python web app, to creating a data set with Copilot, data science with Copilot, Codespaces, remote development. Oh my goodness, so many great talks from so many great presenters.
You did so much work on this event. I'm so excited to be here.
We are so glad to have everyone here and to have you all viewing in. And with that, we do have those live sessions, but we also have 4 exclusive on-demand event sessions as well. So if you are a legacy software developer who works on COBOL or RPG, then definitely check out Liam's talk, where you will be learning how to use VS Code to empower your legacy dev workflows. If you have kids who love to code and love to play games, then Joey and Richard have a whole session dedicated to showing you an overview of the Make Code arcade extension. Daniel and Kartik are going to be coming on from the Power Platform. They have a session that's teaching you how to use VS Code to work on low-code assets. And then finally, we also have Debbie O'Brien, who will be talking about how you can use Playwright to run and debug your test.
Make sure you subscribe to the VS Code YouTube channel so you can get any of that on-demand content in case you do have to step away for a moment, and use the hashtag VS Code Day 2023.
Absolutely. So with that, let's go ahead and turn it on over to Kai and Eric, who will be talking about how we build and ship VS Code.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a terrific introduction. Eric and myself have been running the VS Code team for around 8 years, together co-lead, so we will give you a glimpse behind the scenes here, because we actually think that the way we develop VS Code really is part of the secret sauce of why it is so successful. So let me kick off with our team. So we started very, very small. Right now we have a quite notable team, so 51 people with 2 hubs. One in Zurich, Switzerland, and the other one in Redmond in the United States. That's close to Seattle. And we have, a few little satellite offices around the world. And Eric.
Yeah, now the team, what do we ship, right? That's the topic of the talk. You all know once a month we ship a release, but there is much more. And I must tell you, I'm always impressed when I see what the team ships, right? So we do this stable release, then we do recover releases for quality with hand-picked fixes. We do insider releases, which the team uses ourselves at least daily. If something breaks, of course, we do another one because that's the build we're using. And also we ship security releases, which have a separate process when we do it, but this is also kind of overhead that you have to address. We not only ship the desktop, we also ship VS Code for the web. VS Code Dev. I hope you've all tried that out by now. And what's interesting here, a survival skill we have, right? How do we survive shipping something for the web and on the desktop is that we share as much code as possible between these different platforms and architecture, right? So that's really code we use to the maximum. That's our goal is, and which also requires investment. But it's more than that. We also own several of the extensions that you love and use, hopefully, like the remote extensions, Python, GitHub pull request, Jupyter, ESLints, they're owned by our team. A survival skill here is that we use a very standardized process for how to deploy these extensions, so that not everyone has to invent that, right? It's very standardized. But also there is more than that, right? Not only extensions, actually node modules that haven't mentioned here, but we have also protocols, specifications. We invented them, language server debug adapter protocols, which are used by other IDEs. And last but not least, the popular components like the Monaco editor and Extreme.js are developed and shipped by our team.
Good. So we have a lot of things that we actually do, and we will actually in the talk here also give you a whole bunch of little snippets of information. So it actually helps if you have somewhat like a compass to actually interpret, right, all of the pieces of information that we give them. And the first one is that the culture we actually live is actually also a product of the team itself. So everyone in the team has a responsibility that we put the user in the center of our decision-making processes, right? And that also every single person can call out and say if they are able to do their best work, if something is in their way, so that we can actually move it out of their way and so on. And we actually think that this really makes a difference, right? And that it results in the product that people like. There is also a technical component that is good to understand from the get-go, which is that you can actually spend a tremendous amount of time in making sure you never ever break anything, right? But sometimes you have to move extremely fast. You have to seize an opportunity that is out there. And so how can we do this? And we did this by actually fine-tuning pretty much our processes, the architecture, all of our tooling that we use for short lead times. What that means is if I'm creating and commit and make out of this commit a PR, then it takes us approximately 1.5 hours to produce a new build that all of you can have in your hands, right? And what that allows us is to take calculated risks.
Okay, we told you we ship monthly. I think shipping monthly sounds easy, but the challenge is you have to ship something at the end of the month, which has good quality and which has features which make our users happy and interested in trying the new release. So how do we do that? And that's a pattern we use also since many years. We break an iteration into 4 stages. Week 1 is 2 activities. Now the team leads work with the team members on the plan, on the iteration plan, what should be on there, what does the community want, what will make them happy. Because the team members, they're in the front of everything. They know the issues, they hear the feedback. While the team leads work on the plans with the team members, the team doesn't sit idle. They work on debt reduction. Debt reduction means remove a workaround or you adopt a new language feature, right? A good example was like adopting nullable types from Typescript. This took us multiple debt weeks to do that. And also as part of debt reduction, tool improvements, right? Whatever when we think the build becomes too slow, that's also the time when we invest in our engineering system to make the build faster again. Once you have the plan, of course, we can roll. And what's special there? We have daily stand-ups. Actually, we call them not stand-ups. It's more like sit-downs because the goal is not to stand up and run away quickly. The goal is to sit down and have a deep conversation on your progress, right? And this includes a demo, and this includes discussing and getting feedback from others. Since about a year, as we switched to use the GitHub flow, that means you work in branches and make pull requests so that others review the changes. And of course, we have developed tools that make this flow very well suitable for us in VS Code. After these 2 weeks of development, then we switch to the end game. And the end game has really the goal, we want to get something shippable with quality that others can build on and use. And then we change roles during this week. First, we write test plan items, which is how do you test a new feature? We describe that. Then we have a day where everyone tests. This was Tuesday, yesterday, right? We're in the end game right now. Once everybody has tested, we start fixing. We trust the team to pick the fixes they think important, right? There is nothing like a ship room, whatever. The team is really mature enough to make the right decision. Once the fixes are done, we verify the fixes, right? These are smaller test cases when you reproduce a bug, and that's what we do there. Once we have verified fixes, we switch our documenter role, right? We write release notes and we update the documentation because we ship every month. Everything has to be updated. That includes the documentation. Then, of course, after that, the next iteration starts, as you have seen before. What we do, once we are done with the end game the week after, we ship the release, and then we have typically 1 week later recovery builds with hand-picked, probably a handful of critical fixes. So that's our rhythm. And the thing is, we use this rhythm for over 10 years, right? And this is one practice that we really are kind of strict on. So when a new team joins us, that's the first thing we try to align, right? That we have all the same rhythm. We do this for 10 years. What you see here is basically the iteration plans from the previous month. An iteration plan is just an issue with a label iteration plan. In the issue, use Markdown and links to issues in the repository. And we embellish the thing with emojis to show the status, like a running man, this is work in progress, or a muscle, that's a stretch goal, things like that. And we do that since, more than 10 years. And you can see when you read this, each plan is a little piece of art, right? That a lot of love has gone into and a lot of sweating. And we like it so much that Monday after once you have done the plan, then everybody shares it and really read it together.
Good. So now that Eric actually told you what the basic layout of the iteration is, so, as you said, we have the plan after the first week. So, but how do we actually do that? What we execute on during the weeks 2 and 3 here really fits the mark, right? So it is actually what users want. How do we make sure that we are actually not regressing in quality, performance, and these kinds of things? And in order to make that happen, we have the insider build. The insider build is something that we create Monday to Friday, right? And every single day it has all of the latest changes in it, so that when you push the feature, for example, on Tuesday, right, then our 130,000 users out there who use insiders actually can use that feature right away. We also use our own team uses Insiders channel for development. Right? That is important because we actually are developers. We're using our own tool, and we always use on the latest, right? So we can, by doing this, monitor, for example, as I said, stability, performance, how features really feel, and that is an important aspect to us. And we also can use the pre-release versions of all our different extensions, right? We can, however, the insider build install side by side with the stable release, and that is actually a feature, right? Again, think about this, how fast we actually want to move forward. So if things go wrong, and they can go wrong sometimes, then all of those 130,000 users would actually be blocked from using VS Code, right? But they can have the stable version installed just next to it, open the same folder, a couple of seconds later, right? They're actually good to go. So continuous feedback and dog fooding throughout the iteration. Then, as Eric already mentioned, right, how do we actually get from, creating insiders, then turning the insiders into the next stable build, right? And that is the end game. And he alluded already to it that we pretty much change what the organization, our whole team is all about. We're going from being a developer organization to being a tester organization. So everyone who created a feature, who made significant changes in VS Code, is creating something that we call a test plan item. So then we have something like 50 to 80 different test plan items, and the team as a whole now starts actually going through those test plan items, taking them as a starting point for exploratory testing. So quality is being tested, but also the overall feel of the feature. Ideas are collected of what that feature would enable in other parts of VS Code and so on. And once we have done that, right, then we can move on. People who actually created test plan items are also responsible for writing the release notes, right? Their features should actually show up in release notes, and they are the ones who write it. They are also the ones who update the documentation. Right? They have help from someone in the team who is a professional writer, because not everyone's, is a good writer, but that is the basic layout. The end game, let's be honest, not everyone likes testing, right? So we have to make sure that the end game actually is really moving along in a good pace, and that is a responsibility of the end game champ. And everyone in the team is end game champ in a rotating role, and everyone kind of puts their personal profile on the end game. Like here's an example, right? Tyler was our last end game champ, and he, for example, likes cruises very much. So he casted the whole end game as it would be a cruise with him as the cruise director.
So now that we've seen our engineering practices, let's stop a second, right? What you see, basically, our goal is at the end of iteration, we have something of high quality. And then as we go forward, we keep this high quality, right? We don't want that the quality goes down and we have to climb up quality again. So what we do, of course, to keep a release good for users, we fix critical issues in recovery releases. We have that. It's not embarrassing, right? If you have a fix going in there, because it's also stress reduction. If you know, okay, if something's really critical happening, we can put in a recovery release, right? That really helps with attitude. Guys explained how we do dogfooding in Insiders. What's interesting, we dogfood across all the platforms we have, desktop, web, and remote, across different operating systems. This gives us also the daily feedback on quality. Endgame week, just looked in detail, how we make the quality even better by testing and validation, bug verification. And last but not least, when we then start iteration, the first thing we do is we look back, how can we improve the architecture to keep our code in a good shape? And that's really true, and that's something I'm really proud of, right? Our code base is over 10 years old. I think even after 10 years, the code base is fit that we can move forward in an agile way, be aggressive when it comes to changing and trying new things out. And also, key factor to quality is a good engineering system, right? The build turnaround time has to be fast, because the faster it is, the faster you get feedback, the more agile you get. That's why we invest into that.
So now you heard the structure of the iteration, and you heard how that structure actually helps us to create a quality product. But there is also a different dimension, almost orthogonal to what we have been talking about, which is actually collective product ownership, that also is supported by how we actually structure an iteration and the practices around it. Eric talked about how the planning week works, right? And I want to re-emphasize this. It is not that you, if you're a member of the team, that you're being told, here's what you have to do. What you do and what you show up on an iteration plan is the result of a very intense conversation. It is what you think you should work on, what you think other members in the team should work on, what you think the team as a whole should work on because of what you have perceived, for example, through GitHub issues or discussions or what happened on Twitter and so on, reconciled with our overall strategic direction, right? And that is a lot of discussion that is going on one-on-ones between the team leads and the team members, then among the team leads with the PM team and so on, right? That's why it really takes us a whole week really to get to a good outcome. Once we have the good outcome, right, then we do on Monday mornings, 8 a.m. Pacific, to the detriment of the Pacific time zone members, we do the plan reading. And again, that is a collective activity. So it's not that somebody tells the team, here is the plan. It is that every single person speaks to their own plan items. They explain to the rest of the team what they are working on. And that's important. That's accountability. But that also makes sure that I, as a team member, know who is working on something that is related, for example, to what I work on or what's important to me. Then between the development weeks and the beginning of the endgame week, we just go through updates on it. But then at the end, after the endgame is done and the release notes have been created, we actually use the plan meeting the Monday of the planning week to read the release notes. And that is almost like a collective celebration of what we do. And again, every single person talks to their own contributions here. Then we talked about already the stands up and sit downs, right? We have 2 of them in the major hubs. And one thing that we really, really encourage people to do is, no matter how rough it is, give a demo of your daily progress, because that enables the team to give feedback. Right? And honestly, for new team members, sometimes this is rough to learn, right? Because the team might actually take apart what you did. But overall, everyone learns that, having this intense feedback loop really establishes or allows us to create the best product. We only have self-organized working groups, like the weekly UX meeting and the weekly API meeting, right? That also contribute to this. They're self-driven by the team members. Another aspect of co-ownership is actually sharing duties. We already talked about the endgame champ, but we have more of those roles. We have, for example, rotating roles for who is tracking social media, who is actually tracking our builds. Everyone is responsible to not break the build, but sometimes there is build breakage that is a little bit harder to pin down. So that's the build champion's role. And we used to have inbox tracking, which was a rotating role, but now we actually replace that with the bots. And if the bot doesn't know to who to assign the issue, then pretty much the bot sprays them among the team so that everyone has a little bit of inbox tracking every single day. Yet another dimension pretty much of ownership or collective product ownership is that, again, it's not just up to one particular team member or to the PM team or anyone to say, oh, here's a great idea, let's do it. What we actually try to do is we realize that a certain idea is worthwhile being investigated. And then what we did, we pretty much tap into the collective creativity and wisdom pretty much of our team and say, okay, let's spend 2 or 3 days together on something to really figure out what to do, right? Here, for example, we have a screenshot of the most recent of such activities, which was after the advent of ChatGPT, right? To saying, well, where are all the places where we can actually create or use AI in VS Code? And what would we actually do, right? And what is it that we need to learn and so on, right? So that was, for example, a quite successful hackathon we had.
So VS Code is also an open source project. And of course, like any open source project, we care about our community. In fact, you want to be very close to our community. We want to be actually so close that there's 0 distance between us as a development team and our community. So that's why I call it 0 distance. So how we achieve that, or we try to achieve it? First of all, we want to be as transparent as possible, right? So the plans we showed before, they're all public. We also have a roadmap, which is public, where we show the more 6 to 12 months plan. You see them on the right side. And the idea is, once you're transparent, people see what we're up to, so they can help us on what we're up to, right? That's clear. Transparency is not sufficient. You have to listen to feedback, right? If you don't listen to feedback, people will stop giving you feedback. And we really watch for emotions. We watch for highly upvoted features. We participate in these discussions. We invite people also in meetings to try to resolve them. PRs continuously reviewed, and if they fit, they are accepted. And a very important feedback source is, of course, GitHub issues. We want to be very responsive to GitHub issues, despite the fact we got so many of them, right? And we just have the number here. Every month we get 2,000 to 3,000 issues, which are little love letters that we take care of, and we see them every day, and we try to be as responsive as possible. There is more to it, right? We have also social channels like Twitter, Stack Overflow, Slack channels for the extension of the community, and we are responsive on them as well. And when we do it, rotation is the magic here. So we care a lot about our community. And when you look at the last Octoverses with number of contributors, VS Code was always high up. We have many contributors, and we really care about them. And that's why also in our release notes, we really say thank you to our contributions, right? We say thank you to people that contribute and helped us with issue tracking. And of course, we say thank you to people that contributed pull requests to VS Code, pull requests to our extensions, to documentation, and so on, right? So that's just what we can give back the community for having given us something.
Good. So success comes with a price, right? Eric just gave a couple of numbers, like 2,000 to 3,000 issues during an iteration, right? And here on this screenshot, there are a couple of other numbers highlighted that give you a feel about the volume with which we actually deal. And clearly, you cannot do this all manually, right? We don't, for example, have a L1 support team or any of those things, right? Zero distance is the knowledge, or is the motto here. So we need to invest significantly into tools that help us staying afloat. One of them, I'm pretty sure all of you have seen, are our issue bots. We use them, for example, for standardized answers. We use them in order to close, for example, issues that do not get the responses in a certain time and so on. But we also use them, for example, to implement a flow where it is, example, it's really hard for us to verify a certain issue. So we actually ask the author, for example, of the issue to verify it. Maybe this person has a very special setup, right? And the bots actually allow us to implement that flow. And there's continuous investment in those bots to make them better. Also, we use, that is a smaller item here, but very successful for us. When we started developing notebooks, we also looked for other use cases of notebooks. And one of them we came up with was GitHub issue notebooks. And now when you actually go into the VS Code repo, you actually see that we share those notebooks that we actually use to run the endgame. So there is one that you as a member of the team, you can open, right? And then accordingly, all of the important queries that we use for the that we use to run the endgame are actually there so that you actually can track accordingly. And then what we also do have is our built-in release tooling. Why is that important? Yeah, we actually create a massive amount of different artifacts for different platforms, right? And so, yeah, the artifacts are available in our build pipelines and you could find them there and so on, but it's very cumbersome. So we actually give it this kind of more centralized view in our builds, and you see all of the different builds that actually succeeded and the artifacts that have been created, from what branch they came and so on. But not only this, we actually also allow you to manage builds from there. So from that portal, you can go and, for example, release a build to the world so that all of you actually can see it. We can also unrelease builds, meaning we realize, for example, that there was a problem with the build, we can unrelease it, or we can freeze the rollout of the build so that, you know, we're not rolling it back, but those people who already have it, but no new people actually get it, right? And that part here we have for all different versions of VS Code, for insiders, stables, and then something that we call exploration that allows us when we adopt new Electron versions.
So given our mindset to automate as much as possible, right? We want to also try to automate as much as possible our other process elements, like who is in charge for doing something, who is the endgame master. For that, we have an internal website that helps us to track that. Who's currently the endgame champion? Who is the buddy? We typically do it across different sites, once in Redmond, once in Zurich. For the endgame, one challenge was that we have to create all these test plan items and we have to assign them to team members. Okay, can you go to the next one, please? Sorry. Yeah, so, and of course you can imagine we create these test plan items that get assigned to team members. You want to have a fair balance and so on. And it's always a pain for the endgame champ to do that because how do you how to keep track of it? So now we have also a tool for that helps us to assign those test plan items using algorithm to the different team members with the goal of a fair balance, which takes into account the different complexity of the test plan items. That shows our mindset, automate as much as possible.
Yep. So that already brings us to the end here. And honestly, given all of the different things we do and the different, practices we developed over time, it's kind of hard to give a concise summary. But let me put it this way. If we wanted to have you one thing that you take away from all of this is that we try to really all align our processes and tools so that we can continuously ship quality and that we can continuously improve VS Code, right? That while we do this, we can do this with speed and take calculated risks and have safety nets that actually help you that if things go wrong, we can pretty much recover very, very quickly, right? And then the next part in this one is that what we do and how we do it and that we ship quality is not really just up to the team leads or a leadership team in general or some random person. It is part of the team itself. Every single team member contributes to the culture, is responsible that we stick to our culture and that we ship quality. And that was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kai and Eric. It is always such a treat to be able to hear firsthand, get some insight into what the process is like on the VS Code team. So we do have a couple of questions. So first, we were wondering if you could talk a bit about how has the vision changed between when VS Code first started versus today?
Wow, that must go to Eric because he started.
Well, it has changed, but as you saw, basically we do monthly shipment, right? So we basically tune since the beginning. Every month we replan. So it was a really incremental evolution of the product vision. Of course, you have expanded, right? Big thing, we added remote development because there was new challenges coming on. We added web because people want to develop from everywhere. But this was all done incrementally. And thanks to our fit code base, we can really do that and go in different directions and explore things. And now the next big wave will happen when it comes to AI.
That's awesome. And then I think we have a couple more audience questions that we can turn to. Dawn, do you want to give some of your thoughts on what that keynote was like? I think it's so exciting to be able to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, they covered a lot of what we do in our day-to-day. We didn't have a sneak preview of the keynote, and I'm really excited that we were able to get into the triaging and some of our automation tools, even went into in-game. So I really feel like the audience was able to get an in-depth view of what we get to talk about in our meetings.
Absolutely, yes. And one other question we were wondering if you could talk a bit about how the team actually picks what features to work on from the community.
Yeah, that's a very good one. Because there is not a single answer. Let me put it this way, right? It really depends on how many people are actually impacted by the feature, what are synergies between this feature, the existing features or other features that we plan in the future, right? Is it pretty much an on-ramp for something and so on? So all of those considerations fit into this, but what clearly is guiding us here is, for example, the number of upvotes on an issue, but also the sentiment analysis of an issue, right? We have some issues that, for example, are extremely emotional, even if it's just only a certain subset of people, right? Fairness considerations also play into this. Like, for example, right, we do a big deal. You will hear this, if I'm correct, later in the day about accessibility. Right, we want to make sure that, for example, blind developers get equal attention to non-blind developers, right? But the numbers are different, right? One is outweighing the other. So all of these kinds of things really come together, right? Technical difficulty, how hard is it to implement, the costs, all of these kinds of things. So yeah, it's sometimes I feel a little bit more like art than it is, a quite rational decision-making process.
I love that analogy.
We can incrementally steer, right? Every month we can make a new decision and adjust. If we miss something, and we see, we can tune, right? So it's continuous steering. That's our process also.
I love that. Thank you so much for giving that insight. We are so glad that you're able to do our keynote and set the stage for this event. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, and so with that, we are so glad to have heard from Kai and Eric about how we build and ship VS Code. But one thing that we do want to know is VS Code's been a successful project for 8 years, and it's actually been almost 8 years to the exact day. On April 29th, 2015, that is when VS Code was announced at Build. So Dawn, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Yes, I'm excited.
I think it's time for a little birthday celebration. Birthday celebration, please. think it's time. Burke, you got a party with us. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, everybody?
We got Burke here with us.
Hey, what's up, folks? How's it going?
We definitely wanted to take the time to address that this has been 8 years in the making, and it is so fun to see everything that has evolved with VS Code, from originally open sourcing it, adding the extension ecosystem. We have remote development, vscode.dev, Codespaces, Copilot, so many amazing things. But I feel like the coolest thing is that we are just getting started. There's so much in store for us.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember when I was at Build in 2015 when VS Code was launched, and I didn't work for Microsoft at the time. And my initial thought when I saw, I think it was Scott Hanselman demoed it, and I thought, really? Text? Do we need another text editor? Like, I feel like this
Blasphemy.
is I know. But then when I got into it because I was doing Typescript and I needed the Typescript support, and then once I started using it, I just became obsessed, and I could not get enough. And since then, I've done several courses on it, and I now work here. It was so
You're a
fortunate.
part of it.
But and a lot of that's because of the extensions, right? The community and the extensions are what make it just an incredible tool.
Yeah,
So,
I had a
absolutely.
very similar experience when I first started with VS Code, where I only did it for basically Markdown editing. Like, I just had Markdown files. It's like, cool, I have this editor. I did literally nothing with it. And then I had to use it for Unity when I was doing some Unity development. And again, it was still just kind of like the editor. I wasn't really running or debugging any code in it. And then I started really seeing the power of it, and it is the extensions, right?
Yeah.
It's just like you start off and it's just like, cool, an editor. But it's so much more than that. Once you can really customize it and get all of your workflows going, it is amazing the power of it.
Absolutely. So hey, chat, drop in. What's your favorite extension? I know you've got one. Just drop it in the chat. Let us know. I'll tell you what mine is. Mine's prettier. And that's just because I use it constantly. I use it every day. Favorite extension?
I think I'm going to have to go with classic GitLens.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
There's so many. I love the ones that make my editor different designs and different color aesthetics. And the community loves to contribute those all the time as well. So I love just changing what my visual looks like versus my profile. We'll talk about profiles a little bit more later.
Yep.
But depending on what profile I am, I have this visual indicator on what I'm working on.
I know. I love that. Like, when I'm in my data science mood, I'm like, okay, this is going to be my dark mode. And then I'm like, okay, work, let's brighten it up a little bit. You can really customize it for all those scenarios.
Totally. And one of the amazing things about this 8 years that we get to celebrate is the community contribution of it. We could not have been here without the community contribution, from the issues, from the feedback and the replies. All over, we love the community contribution, and we have community contributions in the extensions as well. So I'm so glad that we had that through line from Eric and Kai as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We always want to thank you to our contributors, thank you to our viewers, and all of our users who are watching right now. But we were kind of talking about more serious extensions, but I love the VS Code Pets extension.
That's a good one.
That's such a
fun.
classic one, because I work from home usually, so like I can actually like play with my dogs, but like sometimes you got to shut them out.
Yeah.
And then you feel bad, but then you just get your little animals
Yeah.
in the actual editor, and you can play fetch with them.
Yeah.
Snake, all that stuff.
For those who aren't familiar, go check it out.
my
You
gosh,
can
it's so
install
good.
it, and you get these cute little things that like run across the
They
screen.
do.
So fun.
There's even a Clippy in it too, and like, who doesn't love Clippy?
Clippy on a skateboard.
Oh, Clippy on a skate. Oh yeah,
I have not seen that one
He is on a skateboard. He absolutely is.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, this is just getting too fun. I think we need to go ahead and pivot back to our regularly scheduled events, and we will go to Sandeep to talk about how to elevate your VS Code workflow.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sandeep. I joined Microsoft and VS Code team in 2016 as a senior software engineer. Personally, I love doing sports. I started playing cricket and badminton as a kid, and now I play tennis. And during winter, I love to do skiing. And my every season sport is running. So welcome to the VS Code Day. So okay, so what am I going to talk today? So I'll be talking about how VS Code can improve your day-to-day experience during programming, and so I would be uncovering and showing off some of the cool and awesome features of VS Code, which will enhance your productivity. So what's going to be my agenda? So I already introduced myself, and my agenda is pretty simple. So I'll be doing a live bug fixing that is there in VS Code using VS Code. So during this, I would be showing some of the cool features that helps my workflow. So after that, you can hop on to the next session. Okay. Kai and Eric already talked about the endgame in the previous session. So currently we are in the endgame week. And during endgame, as we already heard about, we do testing our features, and we do fixing of the bugs that come out of the testing, and we verify, and at the end we write release notes. So here is our endgame notebook, and here are the bugs which are assigned to me for this in this endgame. Today is the fixing day, so I would probably want to fix this bug. And then at the end, I have a couple of features to which I have to document and write release notes. So today I'll be focusing on two tasks. One is fixing this bug assigned to me. And then also, if I have time permits, I will probably do some release notes. And I would like to leverage this time to fix the bug. Okay, so the two tasks, as I said, are fixing the bug, which is in the VS Code repository. And the second task is to write the documentation, which is in VS Code docs repository. So I have here VS Code, brand new VS Code insiders. So first of all, I would like to set up my VS Code insiders, Visual Studio Code, for these two different projects. So these two different projects are two different projects which needs different environments, because VS Code project is involved in coding. So where I need code related extensions, whereas VS Code documentation project is all about documenting, which needs different kinds of extensions. So how can I set up VS Code for these two different projects? So as you know, for this specific scenario, we have come up with a feature called profiles. So let me see how profiles will help me here. I'll go to the profiles menu and create a profile, and then pick creating an empty profile. And I will use this profile for coding, which means that for VS Code repository, and I name this as coding. And then the profile got created. So you can see on the bottom left in the gear icon, so we show the profile batch, which means that this profile is now in coding mode. So basically, one other advantage of empty profiles is also that you can use it for testing, or for reproducing some bugs, because the empty profile doesn't have any extensions or any customizations. So you can always use it for different purposes. So let me set up this coding profile for my VS Code repository. So let me go and open the VS Code folder, which I have cloned. So I opened my VS Code folder. I will, yes, it just opened. Let me give a couple of seconds to, yes. So I'm waiting for this recommendation. So you can see on the bottom right corner, we got a prompt showing that there are recommendations for this repository. And let's see what those recommendations are. Yeah, so we have got these recommendations for this repository, and to let you know where these recommendations have come from. So when we open this VS Code repository, so we have this file in this VS Code folder. We have this file where it listed what are the recommended extensions when somebody opens this repository. So that's where we are getting these recommendations. And I would go and install some of these recommendations, which are helpful for me during this demo. So I'm installing ESLint, GitHub pull request and issues extension, and notebooks extension, and test provider extension. So these will be helpful in the next couple of minutes during my workflow. So I have now my extensions set up. Let me close all tabs. And did you remember that we got the notification from here, and I don't want any further notifications from now on, because I'll be in coding mode, and I don't want to get distracted. So I will turn on I will turn on this do not disturb mode, which means that no further notifications will come into my face. So now I have set up the extension. So the next thing what I would like to do is change the theme of my editor the way which I like. So I'll go here and then change the color theme. So you know that we have VS Code comes out of the box with this default with these themes, and so you can browse through them. And the background you can see the preview. Not only that, you can also go to the marketplace. So you can see the first button which says browse additional color themes. If I click on it, so what we do is VS Code goes to the marketplace and searches for the themes, and then you can browse through them. And if you closely observe in the behind the scenes, as you browse, we are applying the theme and previewing the theme without even installing. So that's pretty cool to know how the theme looks even before installing. And now I will go and install the theme which I like. Theme which I like is GitHub Dark. So I have a GitHub Dark theme, and let me install that. So this asks me to install the extension. So within a click, I preview the theme and install the theme. That's pretty cool, right? Okay, so now I have set up all my extensions. Now let me go to the Explorer view and see what I would need in more. Okay, so if you see in the Explorer view, I have a couple of sections like outline and timeline. Since I have a small screen, this is actually making my Explorer view cluttered. I would like the outline and timeline views on the right side of my editor. Let's see if I can do it. I will just drag and try to drop it on the right side. So now there is a new sidebar on the right side. We call it secondary sidebar, and this is the most requested feature. And then we have done it recently, and then make a best use of it. And I would also like to move the timeline view here. And also I have this Test Explorer view, which I also want in my secondary sidebar. Okay, so I have set up my layouts a little bit. And if you see, once I drag my Test Explorer on the secondary sidebar, all my tabs here went into these drop-down menu because I have too many menu actions. I would like the tabs to appear and don't mind if these menu actions are hidden. So how can I do it? I can just say right-click here and say hide these menu actions. So most probably I would not be using them a lot, so I would hide them, and then I got a nice simpler view. And also on the activity bar on the left, where my mouse is, I would like as few icons as possible. So I would hide extensions because I am done with setting up extensions, and I will also hide this specific view. Okay, now I am kind of set up my profile for VS Code project. And let's go and set up the profile for documentation project. Let me jump to the other window where I have opened VS Code documentation project in VS Code, and I would like to set up the profile for this project. And I don't want to go through all these steps which I have done. I would like some recommendations. So what I'd like to do is I go here and say profiles and create a profile. And you can see there are a list of already defined profile templates, which comes out of the box. So this is a new feature, which is there in Insiders, and we'll be releasing it in next table. And there is a profile template called Doc Writer, which I would pick. And then it shows what contents the profile has. I would create the profile. So we have the extensions and everything listed here. And let me create the profile and see what happens now. So this is installing all the extensions, and it changed the theme to a light theme because that comes from the template. And my doc writing project is set up just within 2 clicks using the built-in profile templates. So that made my task pretty easy and fast. Okay, so now I've set up both my VS Code project and VS Code the documentation project using profiles. Let me go back to the VS Code project, and I would like to do the next step. So what next step is that, if you remember in the beginning, I said I would like to fix a bug. And what is the bug I want to fix? Yeah. So here's a bug which I want to fix in next couple of minutes. So there is a report saying that we have a configuration API to the extensions, and extension who is using this configuration API and getting this array value from this is mutable, which means that I get a value which is array, and then I try to update the value and try to get this value for the same key I'm getting the modified value. So that's not how the API shall work. So we should not have a mutable value out there. And that's what user reports. And let's see whether this is this is really happening or not in VS Code. Let's verify this bug in VS Code. So the way I do is I'll go back to my VS Code project. And I know that this specific API is implemented by is tested by a class called xhost configuration.test. So this is a test class which actually have test cases for this specific API. And okay, one thing I would like to mention before going into the details. I would like, since I have a small monitor, I also want to have more editor space. I would first try to hide the mini map by right-clicking here and hide the mini map so that I get more space. And I also want to enable autosave because now I'm trying to write some code and I want this code to be automatically saved. So let's enable autosave. Okay, so now coming back to the business. So we have this test class and which has tests for this API. And how can I run these tests and see these tests? So as I said, if you remember in the beginning, we have installed a couple of extensions. One of the extensions is test provider extension, which is here. And this provides test view for this test class. Let me open the secondary sidebar view. And then here you can see all the tests listed in this project. But this is really not so helpful, but I want to see the test listed for this specific file I have opened. I can quickly go to the filter here and then say, show the tests in active file only. Now I can see the tests listed only in this file. That's pretty helpful. And now let's see what the state of these current tests are. I'll quickly run them and see if everything are running fine. Yes, so you can see that all tests are green, so which means we are in a good state to start. And first of all, what I would like to do is I would like to write a unit test and check whether whatever user reported is happening or not. I'll quickly jump on to this and then copy the unit test. So I have a unit test already so that I will not, I'll save some time during the demo. Okay, I have this unit test, so which actually does what exactly user is reporting. So I create an API object and I try to get the value for this specific key. And then I try to update the value, return value. And then I try to get the value again for the same key and see that if the value is not changed, even though I updated it line 778. Let's quickly run this test and see what the test says. Okay, so the test fails. It means that we are getting a changed value and whatever user reported is correct. And now we need to fix this fix this bug. Okay. So there is also one more thing which I would like to mention here is that you already have seen that I can run this test from within the editor. I can also debug the test. For example, I can keep a breakpoint here and then right click here and say debug, which will debug the test, which will start the test in debug mode and then stop at the breakpoint. Okay, so this is a good tip to you. And now let's go and fix the bug. So where shall I fix the bug? And if you see the name of the test, name of the class, it says xhost configuration.test, which means that this is testing the file called xhost configuration, and we need to check the API get configuration. So let me open xhost configuration, and then I want to jump to the method called get configuration. Okay, so did you observe what happened here? Is that I typed the file name and also typed the symbol name. It immediately took me to the navigated me to the file and symbol quickly. So this is a pretty quick way to, if you know the file and the symbol, you can quickly type that using the syntax I showed, and then you can go to that specific method directly. So here is a method which is actually implementing this API, and let's go a little bit deeper. And here is the get method of this object, and And if I scroll down, I think I'm losing the context of where I am because it is a very big method, and then it is having too many nesting. So what I would need here is some kind of sticky scrolling, which we support by enabling this feature from settings. So we have this sticky scrolling feature. Let me enable this, and let's go back and see what happens now. Okay, when I scroll, I know in which context or which scope I am in. So this is pretty useful in finding out which method or which sub-function I am in. So now I would, for better readability, I will probably hold these guys. Okay, so here it is a get method. And so whenever I'm returning something here, I check if it is, I return a clone on write proxy. Here inside, I check that if it is, yeah. So here, if it is an object, I do some clone on proxy magic. Otherwise, I just return target. So let's see whether what is ease object doing here. I just press command and then hover on this, and I can see the inline implementation. So it says that this function is returning false if it is an array. Okay. So which means that I'm not returning any clone or a proxy if it is an array, which I'm returning target as it is. So that where the bug lies in. So let me quickly fix that by checking if it is an array. I will return clone of it. Okay, so now I make sure that whenever the value is an array, I clone it and return it. So let's go back to the test and see if it is really fixing the bug. So I'm going back to the test and then running the test. Okay, so I see the test is green. So it fixes the test, and it means that we have fixed the bug. So let's go to the next step and what we need to do afterwards. So now we have a test case and we have a bug fix. And what is next is to quickly review the changes and commit it and push to the repository. So if you observe on the left side of the gutter, there is a green line. Let me quickly click on it. And this green line opens a peek view. And if you see this peek view, this shows a diff of the changes. Okay, so this is called quick diff, and it's really helpful when you want to quickly check the diffs within the editor. And since this is a simple addition of the test case, I simply stage this change from here. So we have a button here, and I can also stage this change from here quickly. So let me stage this change, and then I'll go back to the implementation file where I fixed the bug and staged it in a different way. So I'll go to the SCM view and I open the complete diff editor and see the change. And change is also pretty simple. And here, if you notice, there are some buttons in the middle which says a right arrow, which says click to revert change. Let me try this out. This is actually reverting the change. This is pretty useful when you are having too many diffs in your too many changes in too many diffs, and then you want to do partial undos. For example, let's say while I'm testing, I have a console log statement. Hey, VS Code day. And now I come here and then I want to say I'm reviewing the change, and then, hey, I want to remove this console log statement because I was just using for testing. I can just quickly click on this and it will revert the change. So this is pretty handy feature to undo changes partially. Talking about the changes, we also have a timeline view. Let me show that quickly. So there is a timeline view which actually shows all the changes that are done to this file over the time. So these changes can be local or remote, and you can always go through these changes and understand how this file is built. So there are also local changes which will help you in reverting back the changes you have done, or restoring the changes if you lose the changes. Okay, so now let me stage this change from here. Let me select the range and then I will stage the selected range from here. This will stage the change, and we can confirm this here. So all the changes are staged. And now what is next? So I need to, now I would like to commit these changes and push to the repository. But before doing that, let's explore a little bit of UI, what we have here on the bottom left in the status bar where I'm hovering the branch name. So there is a lock icon next to it, which means that this branch is locked, or this branch is protected, and I might not be able to commit changes directly. I would need a PR workflow to push changes to this repository, to this branch. And let's see how VS Code will help me in achieving this workflow. So I will try to write a commit message here, and let me see what is the bug number is. It's 163383. So fix the bug, and then if you see there is a drop down and there are actions contributed to this drop down. One of the action is commit and create pull request, and these actions are contributed by the extension GitHub pull request and issues extension, which I have installed in the beginning. So let me create this. Let me commit and create the pull request, and we have got this branch name. So let's understand how this branch name has come. I will undo this and then go to the settings and say branch. So there are a couple of branch settings which enable this feature. So there is a branch prefix, which let me have a prefix here. So this will add this prefix to the branch, which I'm going to create. And then the branch protection setting will let VS Code know what branches are protected. And also these settings will actually start this flow or show this flow where it will show the quick picker to create the branch and also come up with a random name. So let's go with the flow again. I will do this, commit and create pull request. And then, so you can see that I have this prefix and then a random name. Let me enter. So it will take a moment because we will be doing the hygiene checks in the background. Have patience. Hopefully this will finish in a moment. Yes, so we have committed, we have created a branch, and then there's a create pull request section view or form. And the only thing we need to do is we say auto merge and then create the pull request. That's it. Okay, I also say always publish branch so that I will not see this prompt again. Okay, this will create the pull request, and this will put this pull request in our automated pipeline. So one of the team members will come and actually review this change and approve this, and once it gets approved, it will immediately get into the merged into the main branch. So this makes all the workflow, like creating the branch and committing to the branch very easy within just 3 clicks in the UI. Okay, so we have just 1 minute. I would not go into the documentation writing, but what I would quickly mention about is a feature called setting sync. So now I have set up VS Code and VS Code documentation project with different profiles and customizations. How can I back them up? So we have this setting sync feature. When you turn on setting sync, so I sign in, turn on, and then I use my GitHub account. So this will sync all my customization into the cloud. So whenever I get a new machine, I can quickly set up my new machine by just turning on setting sync. All my customizations will be synced. So this will be pretty useful, even when you are working on multiple machines, to sync your customizations across. I think I just have a few more seconds. So this is all I would like to show how VS Code is helping. VS Code will help and make productive in your workflow. I hope these features will be useful for you in your day-to-day workflow. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me in my GitHub handle or Twitter handle. And happy smart coding. That's all from me.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sandeep. Sandeep gave ways to reach out to him. Also, we have a few questions right now for you. Could you tell me a little bit more about profiles in remote development, like Codespaces? Do they work the same?
Oh yes, so profiles work in every product of VS Code, not just in VS Code Desktop. They also work in Codespaces and also work in VS Code Dev, which is a web-based edition. Yeah, so it's available everywhere, and you can set up profiles for any environment, and they also roam across your machines.
Awesome. Okay,
when you turn on setting sync.
That's amazing. Thank you, Sandeep. One other question from the chat. So you used your GitHub account to sign into Settings Sync when you were demoing that. Do you have to use GitHub to actually use this feature?
No. So out of the box, we provide only 2 authentication mechanisms for Settings Sync. One is GitHub, and the other is you can also use Microsoft account for using Settings Sync.
Okay, awesome. And then I think we have one final question coming in, and that's going to be, what are your favorite shortcuts? My favorite shortcut is Command-Shift-G and Command-W. With Command-Shift-G is to actually open the SCM view. I open SCM view more often, so I use it. And Command-Shift-W is to close all open editors. Because whenever I have too many editors open, I want to close them. So I have this Command-Shift-W.
Awesome. That was fantastic. And the chat and all of our viewers have been going like gangbusters. I mean, I'm so glad everybody's been able to tune in and really supercharging your development environment, elevating your development environment is really one of the first things that you get to do when you start with this extensible editor. I'm really glad that you gave us this really great primer.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sandeep.
Thank you.
All right, and before we head over to our next session, I think we have some things going on TikTok Live soon, right, Dawn?
Yes. We have Burke on TikTok Live with some content creators, with some famous content creators, and I think it's just going great. I'm really excited to see what Burke has. We'll be chatting in with him later.
So definitely check out our TikTok channel. He'll be behind the scenes with some of those content creators. It's going to be so fun. We went TikTok Live actually for the first time yesterday, and had like 4,000 people tune in. So we're hoping we get that same thing there. It's always a fun time. Obviously, we saw Burke earlier with the party. So we all know he's fun. He is everywhere. He is. He's just
bringing
running
the
around
energy to
here.
all the parties.
Exactly. All right. So actually, one of the cool things with TikTok is I started on this team a little over a year ago. And the first TikTok I ever made was for VS Code Day.
Oh, great.
Yeah. And so I feel like VS Code Day is like such an exciting thing. And I feel like I always like kind of put the two in my mind together.
Yeah.
And I remember like Burke's actually my manager. I remember the first time I did like my first draft for it, and I was very like professional and very like, you're going to be hearing about this and this today in our VS Code Day. And he was like, you gotta be a little sassier, kind of, be a little punchier, get there. And then I remember
Burke is good at the energy.
He's so good. and so then I like re-recorded it, and there ended up being like cat emojis and everything in it, and like all these quick cuts. And I was like, I truly never thought that I would be doing this for a professional job, but oh my gosh, it is so fun.
Oh, you have a lot of fun on your team. I love whenever I get to jump in on your team meetings. We start going through these TikToks, and yes,
absolutely,
it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I love it so much. I mean, it really encompasses the entire VS Code team spirit too. I mean, there is so much teamwork and just everything that happens.
Yeah.
And everyone's just always having so much fun. So it's such a fun team. We're so glad that we can bring that fun to y'all today in this community event.
Yeah, and from wherever you're sitting, you're watching this from anywhere and everywhere. We're going to be talking about coding anywhere, everywhere. I love to code on the beach or the pool. Summer's coming up.
Yes.
You might see me getting a tan while I'm coding.
All right. I love that. It really is amazing. So with that and how we can code anywhere, let's go ahead and turn to Bridget and Connor to tell us a little bit more about how you can code anywhere with VS Code.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We're so excited to show you today how you can use VS Code to develop anything from anywhere. My name is Bridget Murtaugh, and I'm a program manager on the VS Code team here at Microsoft.
And I'm Connor Pete. I'm a software engineer on VS Code.
All right, so while this is going to be a demo pack session, we first want to set the stage with just a little bit of context. It's no surprise that we're in an increasingly remote, distributed world with even more complex applications. As we've talked to customers over the past few years, we've observed how their coding scenarios have evolved over time. For instance, they may have a huge monorepo that doesn't really fit on their local machine. Or they may be working on machine learning and data science workloads that are really GPU heavy. Or we've gotten interested in using the latest remote technologies directly from VS Code, like the Windows Subsystem for Linux, or WSL, which provides a real Linux kernel on a Windows machine. As we've talked to customers and we've observed things getting more complex, we really feel like your development environment shouldn't have to feel complex. So we found there are continued opportunities to provide an even greater remote development experience. For instance, you should easily access the code you need, backed by source control. You shouldn't be restricted to just the terminal or just the browser or just the desktop. You should be able to work wherever and however you want and feel more comfortable, and everything should feel as seamless as possible. With these motivations in mind, in 2019, we released the VS Code remote development extensions, which let you use WSL, a container, or a remote machine as a full-featured development environment. You can access any source code or dependencies on those remotes directly from your local VS Code. The extensions also run commands directly in the remote, so things are going to work just like when you work locally. Now, I do want to mention that you may remember the first two extensions under a different name, Remote WSL and Remote Containers. When we launched VS Code Remote Development, we used the word remote to mean, hey, I'm developing somewhere other than my traditional local desktop. But understandably, users would come in and hear remote and think, well, this WSL or this container must be in the cloud or must be on someone else's machine, which doesn't have to be the case. So late last year, we renamed these extensions to just WSL and dev containers to be a little bit clearer. Now, into the next year, 2020, work was continuing on another project that fits really well into this remote vision, GitHub Codespaces. Codespaces provide cloud-powered development environments suitable for any activity, whether it's something short-term, like reviewing a PR, or something longer-term, like actually developing your application. You can work on Codespaces in the browser or in VS Code Desktop with the Codespaces extension. Now, while we were making all these great advancements in remote technologies, we still kept in the back of our mind the VS Code team's original vision, which was actually to build a development tool that could run fully serverless in the browser. Back in 2019, the top-level .dev domain names became available for purchase, so we grabbed a vscode.dev, not really sure what we were going to do with it. Fast forward to 2021, and we released VS Code for the web, which is a lightweight version of VS Code running entirely in your browser, and we released it at that vscode.dev domain name. So now that we've gotten some context on what we've been doing in remote and web technologies over the past couple of years in VS Code, let's see it in action. I'm going to get into some demos. So I'll switch over to my browser here, and I'm going to start off on github.com, as I'm sure a lot of us are working on code on GitHub. And this code here, this devcontainers.github.io, is actually a website that we publish as part of information about dev containers and their open specification, which I'll describe even more a little bit later. But all you really need to know right now is this is a repo stored on GitHub, and I'd like to go ahead and explore the code, maybe make some edits, and contribute back to it. So I could totally clone this in local VS Code if I wanted, but I can also choose to prepend vscode.dev to the beginning of it. Now, when I do that, we're going to see that in the browser, it's going to look just like my desktop VS Code. We're going to see, for instance, on the left, it has all the activity bar icons that I'm used to with the File Explorer and Search, and I can see the actual files that were in my GitHub repo. Already loaded in my editor here, we can see a preview of my README. And if I'd like, I can scroll down and I can actually go ahead and make some edits to my README as well. So if I felt like, this website could use even more excitement, let's add an exclamation, let's say. And we can see here we get syntax highlighting and colorization, and depending on the kind of language, like for something Markdown or HTML or CSS, VS Code for the web is really going to provide you a similar powerful experience like you get in the desktop. Now that I've made a change here, I can see in the source control or the SCM view that the change is indicated here. And if I'd like, I can just go ahead and commit it back to my repo, and that change will show up on GitHub, and it'll show up wherever else I have access to this code. Continuing on the left here, we can see I have the extensions view. So just like local VS Code or VS Code Desktop, we can install extensions to make our editor even more powerful. Something to note is that some extensions will work out of the box in VS Code for the web without any other modifications, but for some it'll require a little bit of work just to make sure that they're web enabled. So to ensure as an extension author that your extension can be used anywhere with VS Code, we really recommend checking out our web extension authoring guide, which we have on our docs, so that way you can learn even more and get even more users to be able to use and love your extension. As we continue on the left here, we can see we have the typical accounts and gear menu. And if I click on this, we can see that I can use settings sync, which I think Sandeep was just describing. And that's going to ensure that if I'm working in the browser, I can still have the same extensions and shortcuts and key bindings that I'm used to in the desktop. And I can ensure that my VS Code editor is what I'm used to no matter where I'm working. So I'd like to go back to the Explorer here, and let's just say, I know this is the home page of my site, index.html, and I'd like to just, again, I'm so excited about dev containers, VS Code Day, I'd like to just add like some more exclamations here. Now, I'd like to actually run this site to see how it's working and to test out the change that I just made. I don't want to just commit it without testing. So typically, I'll open up the run and debug, or open up the terminal. When I open up the terminal here, I'll see that they're not available in the web editor. And again, this is because this is a lightweight version of VS Code running entirely in the browser. So it's going to be a little bit different than the desktop version. But it's no worries because we provide easy ways for you to continue working on another environment. So I could click on Continue Working On, and I see I have different options to continue in a Codespace or continue in my desktop VS Code. And for some even greater information about Continue Working On and GitHub in the browser, our colleague Joyce has a session later that we really recommend checking out. For now, I'd like to try out a GitHub Codespace. We mentioned these are these cloud-powered development environments. That sounds really interesting to me. Now, I can go ahead and create it from here, but just to save a little bit of time, I've gone ahead and already created my Codespace, and I have it running here. Now, as we check it out, we can see that this is pretty similar again to VS Code Dev or VS Code Desktop. I have all the same icons. I have my files here. But we can see if we open up the terminal or run and debug, it's a more full-featured VS Code experience because it does have compute backing it. It's backed by a virtual machine, unlike vscode.dev was, which is a more lightweight version of VS Code. So I think I'd like to go ahead and try running this app. I'll go over to the README because I think there's some information there about how to run it. And let's scroll down. We can see, okay, so there's some steps to build and run. And also in here, it talks more about dev containers. And I said this is even a site about dev containers. So I think it's also worth touching on that. So we can see in our project here, we have this .dev container folder. And within it is a dev container.json. A dev container is going to tell VS Code how to spin up your development environment with certain tools or dependencies or languages installed. So for instance, in this dev container JSON, I can see that it's a Jekyll image. That's because this site runs on GitHub Pages, which is going to use Jekyll and Ruby. So it's really cool. I could configure my code space with all the kinds of languages, tool sets, VS Code extensions that I really need. It's also worth noting that you can use dev containers in VS Code Desktop as well with that dev containers extension I was mentioning. So you can have the same configuration, again, no matter wherever you're working. We've also found that dev containers are a broadly useful tool beyond just VS Code or just GitHub Codespaces. So we opened up a dev container specification last year with that goal in mind. And containers.dev, which I'm about to run now, is going to be your perfect spot to learn all about the spec as well. So I'll go back to the README. Got a little bit sidetracked by my love of dev containers there. And I'm just going to copy this command to launch our app. Let's paste it, and let's see our website run. You're going to see it looks just like if I were to run a Jekyll or Ruby app locally. And cool, Codespaces even took care of port forwarding for me. That's really convenient. I'll open this up in the browser, get connected to my port, and there we go. We can see we are at our dev container website, which again, you can actually access today at containers.dev. Super recommend checking that out. We can see it has that change I made as well, and I can click through. It's just like the real website is. And this was a really convenient way to be able to explore an app, make changes, and run it without having to worry about installing anything on my local machine, which is awesome. So now that we've gotten an overview of some things that we've done from 2019 to 2021, I want to pass it over to Connor here to talk about some of the other work that we've been doing in the remote space.
Yeah, thanks, Bridget. So like as Bridget showed, Codespaces was a big step forward in allowing people to like easily spin up and connect to and develop their code anywhere. So you can just go on GitHub, spin up a code space, connect to it and get going. But at some point, we realized that there's more to development than just running your code on GitHub. So people have home servers, PCs, VMs and stuff that they want to connect to and be able to develop there as well. So the traditional way to do this has been through remote SSH. So it's you run an SSH service on your server, then you connect there, and then you're connected. So our first prototype of what became tunnels was actually building remote SSH for the web. But realize that like this isn't actually kind of the whole story. So if you have a home PC or even just like a VM behind a firewall, you probably don't have static IP or like an open port that you can just connect to. So that brought us to the idea of tunnels, where if someone can like install and like run a service on their machine and then access it from, over the internet, then we could have them be able to open it on VS Code Dev. So that's what became this new kind of enhanced code CLI. So VS Code has always had a command line interface built into the desktop application. If you've installed VS Code, you've probably seen like a little checkbox like add code to my path when you install VS Code. But now we actually have a CLI being able to be downloaded and installed as a standalone component. And with this, we added a tunnel subcommand as well as a remote tunnels extension. So I built a new CLI. So VS Code itself is a desktop application, but in order to actually like run this on a server, you probably don't have a desktop environment there. So we wanted a binary that you could download and run on a server separately from the entire VS Code install. We also wanted to make sure that the CLI had an identical interface whether you installed it via desktop or whether you downloaded the new CLI itself. And then finally, we saw this idea of if we have this like remote capable like installable CLI, we could also use that to kind of like consolidate how we do remotes in VS Code. So today, for example, dev containers can connect to a container running over SSH or running in WSL. But to do this, it actually re-implements like a large chunk of logic that's found in the SSH extension, found in the WSL extension. And then similarly, you can use remote SSH to SSH into a Windows machine, but you can't then open a WSL workspace like you could if you're actually running locally on that machine. So if we're building this like new CLI that we can use like for tunnels, like can we also use this to enable kind of this like nesting of remotes through a common protocol that would then say let like WSL call through a tunnel and be able to like actually open a real WSL workspace tunneled into a Windows PC, and that's something that we're still working on that we should have news on probably in the coming iterations. So as I mentioned, this CLI needed to be like easily installable, portable, and then also if it's being used in these other remotes, it also has to be pretty small and fast to install. So VS Code itself, as you probably know, is a fairly large Electron application. It bundles like a lot of our own code, but also a large chunk of like Chromium and Node.js. So kind of the like next kind of like natural step for us as like a TypeScript kind of shop would be to build the CLI using Node.js. And while that would have been like fairly easy, Node.js itself is already like a 44 megabyte-ish download, plus whatever other code that we might add that we actually have to like write ourselves to enable this scenario. So that actually brought us to building this new CLI as the first large component of VS Code to be written in Rust. And like as a result, it actually worked out pretty well. So the CLI is currently about a 6 megabyte download and takes about the same amount of RAM. So that really like enables you to like run this like in the background, even on like a small 120 megabyte like VM that you might have, without really impacting your kind of day-to-day operations. So yeah, now let's actually see how this works, and I'll go ahead and actually run this new tunnel CLI. There we go. Hopefully my screen comes up there. There we go. Yeah, so to download the CLI, like you can go to our code.visualstudio.com homepage, and then if you choose other platforms, you'll see that we have now, as of I think a month or two ago, this new CLI downloaded at the bottom of each platform. So depending on what platform you're on, if you're running a server, it's a good chance you're on Linux. You can go ahead and download that through there. And then usually you probably actually want to copy the download link there and just download it directly onto your server. So I've already done that. So let's go ahead and actually connect to my server. I just have a little like Minecraft server that I run for me and my friends here. So I'll SSH into that to get started. I'll then go to a code CLI folder here. And the first thing I want to do is I'll use wget to actually download the CLI. So I will download that there. You see it's pretty fast, about 6 megabytes, as I said. And now let's go ahead and extract that. Try to remember my tar arguments. And it looks like we did that there. So now if you run code, you'll see the usual help. This is pretty similar to what you get if you run the desktop VS Code CLI. But you see we have this new subcommand called tunnel. So I'll go ahead and run that. I think I've already logged onto the server once, so it won't ask me to log in again. So it should just be able to start the tunnel, and then now it's running, and I can connect to it. So you can connect to it in VS Code Dev, but the first thing I'll do is actually show you how to connect on desktop. So if you're running on, if you're running like VS Code Desktop, you can actually connect to this tunnel just like you could if you were, for example, running a Codespace, where you can connect to Codespace from VS Code Desktop. To do that, what you want to do is first look for the remote tunnel extension. And then you'll want to go ahead and install that. There we go. And then once you have this, you can open the Remote Explorer on the left-hand side right there. And you'll see that there's this new option for remotes. So you have tunnels and SSH both in one view. And we see that we actually have this Minecraft, my tunnel here called Minecraft is running. So I can go ahead and connect to that. And then it'll connect to that, and it'll probably download the VS Code server. So we actually don't basically run the VS Code server that runs all your extensions by default. We only run that after you actually connect to it. And so this is to help minimize our footprint, to make sure it's like as small and speedy as possible, at least until you actually are running stuff on there. So now that we're connected, you can like open a folder just like you normally would. I can go ahead and open the little folder that I was working in before, and we can see that inside this folder we have the code CLI, as well as that archive that I just downloaded here. We have a full terminal. I'm not sure why that's still popping up. I might have to fix that. Yeah, so now I can do everything that I would normally want to do, just like this. So this is like fine if I'm running locally, but then like what if I'm on the go and like someone pings me on Discord and says, hey, the Minecraft server is down. So you can also use VS Code Dev from any device in order to do that. So I actually have a little iPad emulator here, which is kind of small, but you can probably see it. So if I have my iPad, I can just go to VS Code Dev right there. And then if you open VS Code Dev, you actually get the remote tunnel extension built in by default on VS Code Dev. So you have to hit a sign in button here. So I'll go ahead and allow it to sign into GitHub. Oop, there we go. Authorize that. And then once you're signed into GitHub, you should see the tunnels here. And then just like you would on desktop, you can connect to that tunnel. And then you'll see that we are now connected once it boots up. And we have a full terminal there. I'll just continue this on my main PC just so that you can actually see what I'm doing. So I'll go ahead and just open VS Code Dev here. It's just like how like Bridget showed for Codespaces. You can then like create files, and then you can also like forward ports. So forwarding ports works in tunnels just like it does in Codespaces. So what I can do is go ahead and like make a new home page. I can say like hello world, and then I can serve it. And then you'll see that it automatically forwarded the port, and I can go ahead and open that in my browser just like I could in Codespaces. So yeah, so that's how tunnels works. You can like go ahead and give it a shot today. Yeah, so with this like kind of like new sub-tooling, it's obviously like a new language. We're traditionally a TypeScript product. So like there were some challenges. Yeah, first of all, there's like a lot of excitement inside Microsoft for Rust, and you might have seen like some news articles about like different parts of Windows now being written in Rust. But it's still a new language at a company where we have like very mature processes. For example, if you're writing a C# application, C# has been around for I think 21 years or so, and Rust has been around for a much shorter period of time than that. So like there's a lot of like kind of questions and stuff that have good answers and good scenarios if you're writing C# but don't have same kind of like processes in place for Rust yet. And then also similarly, if you're interacting with systems like in Microsoft, a lot of tooling and stuff like isn't really made for Rust yet. So for example, the tunnel service is owned by a separate team in Microsoft, and we had to kind of write the Rust tunnels SDK because they didn't have the knowledge or time to like build out a whole new language of SDK just for us. But more importantly is making sure that the community can still actually contribute to VS Code. So as others have mentioned, VS Code is a project built on open source, and the community is incredibly important for us. So like we want to make sure that the bar to contribution is still like very low, both for internal as well as external contributors. So if someone is like a TypeScript or a JavaScript developer, and they just want to like patch, a quick bug in VS Code, like we don't want to have them have to install Rust or worse, like learn Rust to actually be able to contribute. And this is something that we're still working on, that we're like continuing to tackle as the CLI kind of gets more ingrained in VS Code. For example, like one idea is that like most developers have like a container system running on their machine already for some reason by this point. So something that we could do is, if we see that like there are containers locally, but there isn't Rust locally, we could automatically build the CLI inside of a container instead of building it locally on the user's device. So that's kind of a quick overview of the latest addition to the VS Code like remote family of extensions and scenarios. And I'll turn it back to Bridget to finish this off.
Thanks, Connor. So as we've seen today, we have a unified set of remote experiences that are suitable for just about anything. At its core, VS Code is a code editor, and it integrates with other environments through these remote and web technologies to become even more powerful and flexible. You can really make your VS Code environment what you want and need it to be, which is what allows us to use VS Code to develop anything from anywhere. We want to thank you so much for joining our session today. We're really excited to hear your questions and your feedback. We've included some resources that mention some of the things we talked about today, so we'd love for you to check them out. And as always, happy coding.
Thank you so much, Bridget and Connor. I think it is always so exciting to be able to hear how you can use VS Code outside of the limitations of your local machine. So it's so cool to see all the options you have. We do have a few questions from the chat. So first off, can you say what's the difference between vscode.dev, github.dev, and Codespaces?
Yeah, that's a great question. So vscode.dev was the first technology that we saw me demo today. And you could think of that as your lightweight version of VS Code, where you want to explore some code, and maybe it's something you have on your local machine, or maybe it's something in GitHub, or something in Azure repos, or somewhere else. You can do quick exploration, quick edits, look at issues and pull requests as well. And then once you're ready to truly run that code and get a little bit more of a compute-backed experience, then you can go transition over to GitHub Codespaces or your desktop VS Code. And github.dev is just like vscode.dev, but it's a bit more GitHub focused. So you can actually go to any GitHub repo and hit the dot key, github.dev will load up. So it's just a little bit more GitHub themed.
Interesting, that's great. Well, you mentioned tunnels before. So how is tunnel data secured?
So like you did, actually didn't see me like log in when I first started running Tunnel, because I already logged in on that machine. But on both ends of the tunnel, you have to log in either with GitHub or Microsoft in order to authenticate yourself, and then you can only connect it to your own tunnels. And then also once you're connected to a tunnel, then like your data is actually like end-to-end encrypted from both your local machine to your remote server. So we can't intercept it. Like no one can read your data. Yeah.
Awesome. And Parson App in the chat asks, can you use the remote development in network restricted environments like over internet without GitHub?
Like you do need to actually be able to like connect to both GitHub in order to authenticate, as well as to our tunnel service domain name in order to actually like establish the tunnel from end to end. Both of these like domain names are actually published on our documentation. So if you go to code.visualstudio.com and go into the like remote tunnel section of the docs, then I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but you can make sure that like that domain is allowed listed inside of your firewall, and then you should be able to have that work.
Awesome.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. So we have another question from Carlos in the chat, and they ask, are all my plugins in my VS Code desktop synced with the VS Dev web version?
That's a great question. So they totally can be. You can turn on settings sync, and then you can log in via GitHub or Microsoft. And then once you have settings sync enabled, then you can bring over everything, not only your extensions, but also other key bindings and settings, let's say, and bring that into the web editor. And you can bring them to GitHub Codespaces too.
That's such a good call out because I feel like we just talked and saw Sandeep talk a bit about setting sync. So it's really cool to be able to see that into the remote development space as well. And one thing actually I do want to call back to, Bridget, that you mentioned was hitting the dot for github.dev. I feel like that is such a lesser known feature that people know about. So can you just reiterate that one more time?
Absolutely. So you can go to any repo on github.com, and if you just press the period key or the dot key on your keyboard, it's going to load up that VS Code for the web experience. So it's going to be more GitHub focused. So for instance, you're only going to be loading up GitHub repos in there. So if you decide, hey, this is awesome, I'd also like to load up some repos elsewhere or stored locally, then you can also move over to vscode.dev.
Awesome. That's one of my favorite things to showcase anytime we're in front of people and be like, hey, did you know I'm literally just hitting the dot key? And then boom, you have this entire editor in your web. It's so cool. Okay, one other question we have in the chat. We have Marco asks, on my desktop, I use dev containers for development. If I open a tunnel through VS Code Desktop, I can't work with the container. Any chance to add support for that?
Yeah, so it's part of like what I mentioned where we have kind of the CLI acting as kind of the glue code. It's currently like not possible yet, but actually I was like working this week on it. So soon, I expect it probably like with the next few iterations in the next few months, we'll enable that. Probably starting with WSL is what we're working with first of all.
I love that we're able to talk about things coming up. We get to talk with you all who are actively working on the product right now. Thank you so much for that demo. And I appreciate being able to jump into that. So just to note that we got a couple of questions from the chat. Keep going with the chat. We're going to be here all day. We love to talk with you, and we have tons of knowledgeable moderators in the chat helping you out, and sometimes they're going to be able to get into the live stream and we'll shout you out.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you so much, Bridget and Connor. It was a pleasure hearing from you, and we're excited to see how everyone can use remote development in their workflows.
Yeah. So I mentioned before as we were entering that I love to code from the beach. I just got back from a Python conference, PyCon US 2023. Microsoft was there. We were one of the sponsors, and I was coding from anywhere. So I was using dev containers. I talked about that. I was using vscode.dev. How do you like to code?
Oh my gosh. Well, one of my favorite things I've ever done with Codespaces actually specifically, I found my laptop that I had from college and literally had not turned it on in like 6 years basically, and it was such a mess. I turned it on, like the time wasn't even synced, like I literally couldn't even like go to like google.com because it was like your time's out of sync and this is like not okay. So I had to get it all set up, and I was like, okay, I can't even like search things right now. How on earth am I going to code?
Okay.
So enter Codespaces. It was so cool because I literally just like once I got my like thing up to date and everything, and like I was like 40 versions behind on Chrome, then once I did that, I was able to just go straight to Codespaces and start coding right away. So it's so cool.
That's a very cool development story. Yeah. I mean, it sounds very well positioned for what we're talking about today.
Know.
And you had that story right in your back pocket, so we're actually using the tools we're talking about. That's very cool.
And I feel like this is the right audience, right, to really show this. Y'all will be able to appreciate that.
Yeah. So you got it all set up. Where do you like to code, or do you? Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah. So I actually am from South Carolina, so I'm also a beach coder. I like being able to do that. You can literally just like bring your iPad on the beach and just start coding. So I mean, work from home. I mean, sometimes, I might not actually be at my home. Maybe I'm actually, sipping a drink on the beach, but I'm still coding. So that's what's important.
Burke is pretty cool. I'm glad he lets you do that.
Yeah. Eating birthday cake, all that good stuff.
Yeah, so I mentioned that I love to code from anywhere, and we have some people coming up that we asked for community contributions to show us pictures of where you like to code, and so we're going to go into that, and then directly after, we're going to have a session on Matt talking about the tips and tricks of TypeScript.
Yes, from the TypeScript wizard himself, so let's go ahead and turn to that slideshow.
What's up, wizards? My name's Matt. I'm here to be talking about TypeScript tips and tricks for VS Code. And I've got a little bit of a treat for you today. Thank you so much, Olivia, by the way, for that wonderful intro. I am apparently the TypeScript wizard. And I basically, last year or so, I quit my job to become a full-time TypeScript educator. And so here I am in my study at VS Code Day. What a journey, eh? I have some cool stuff to show you. And let's go right into the code. When you've got a type problem in TypeScript, your IDE is basically your only friend. It's the only one that can give you advice. When you have issues like there is so little surface area with TypeScript to be able to actually understand and introspect what's happening in your types. And I'm going to teach you today how you can use your IDE, and especially VS Code, to full advantage to be able to get the most out of it. Now, I'm full-time TypeScript educator. You should check out totaltypescript.com, which is my course. And I am like kind of quite a practical dude. We're going to be looking at extremely practical tips that you can take away. And this is split up into two different stages. We're going to be talking about the absolute basics first. We're going to be talking about the stuff that you need to know to be able to get good with TypeScript in VS Code. The first one, obviously, autocomplete. Then we're going to look at hovering. Then we're going to look at this cool tsconfig option called no error truncation. But for the advanced folks, I've got some stuff coming here too that's going to make you a little bit excited too. But advanced folks, stick around. Like, you're going to learn some stuff from the basics, and beginners, you're going to learn some stuff from the advanced stuff too. Ready? Let's take a look. Let's take a look at some code. We have some code here, which is, it says, okay, we've got an object where we have a name of John and an age of 30. And we have a function here that only accepts John, right? Only John is allowed to be passed into this function. And we have this name, John, and that's a literal in TypeScript. It's not just any old string here. That would actually work fine. We have an actual John needing to be passed in. And so this will work fine if we say only accepts John. I've got a brand new mechanical keyboard, by the way, so like my typing has been screwed up. So apologies if I make more mistakes than usual. But we've got only accepts John. This seems to work fine. But why isn't this working? Object.name, that is John, right? Why wouldn't that be working? Okay, so you come across this as a beginner. How are you going to get from point A to point B? Step one is scream about it on Twitter or go to your local Discord, your local neighborhood Discord, and shout about it. But let's see if we can do some steps before we bother the Twitterati. We have this object up here. Now, what I do when I have a type error is, first of all, I hover over the error itself, right? Argument of type string is not assignable to parameter of type John. Okay, so that's interesting. It seems like that to a TypeScript beginner, this looks a little bit weird. Why is that being inferred as string instead of the actual John? Because if we put John in there, it works. So if we hover over this, we're not only seeing the error here, we're also seeing a little bit of hover information, a little bit of introspection based on what TypeScript thinks object.name is. You can see here we have a property, name, string. Okay, let's take a look at the object now. What happens if we hover there? Now we get the entire object kind of brought up. So we can see now the object has name, string, age, number. So you see the difference, right? We're hovering the property or hovering the entire object. How about if we hover the function? Well, hover the function, that kind of brings up what TypeScript thinks the type of this function is. Currently, this function returns nothing, so it's going to return void. If we return 1, 2, 3 from inside it, then it's going to return a number instead. So as you can see, hovering different stuff tells you what TypeScript is inferring from the runtime code you have there. And TypeScript is pretty clever. It's going to actually dive into your runtime code and try to infer as much as you can. We don't need to infer this as, let's say, name string and age number. It's going to infer that automatically. So I've done that manually, but I can actually just remove this. And now, it just infers it. So why isn't this working? We still haven't got to the bottom of this. Well, this is expecting John, but actually it's receiving string. So the way that we would get around this is actually by using something called asConst, because technically this object.name could be reassigned. We could say object.name, there we go, and equals, let's say equals Matt. Oh, this keyboard is killing me. But so TypeScript can't actually infer that John is always going to be John. He might change his name by default. That might not be a thing outside the UK. But by marking it as const, what we're doing is we're saying this object now, how do we see how it's changed? Well, we hover over the object. Now each name and age is read only. And instead of being inferred as string, it's being inferred as its literal. So as const basically says this can never be reassigned. You are John forever, you poor soul. And now object.name, if we hover over the .name, that's now being inferred as John. Hovering, super crucial lesson. On to number 2, autocomplete. So many people, when they start out in TypeScript or just in JavaScript in general, don't know how to manually trigger autocomplete. Autocomplete will trigger, let's say here we're creating a document.create element, we're creating a div. Yay! Who doesn't love a div? We've got a div, and what we can do here is we can check out its properties. Let's say we need to access, I don't know, some property on it, and we go dot, and suddenly we have all of these different things down here. Wonderful, wonderful stuff. You can kind of scroll in this thing and take a look. Okay, we can take a look on submit, hover over that, we get a type definition. But sometimes you get to this point and you don't know how to manually trigger this. How do we actually get the options available to us? Well, we can do control space, not command space, control space. I'm on a Mac, but control space. And so suddenly we get all of this stuff available to us. And it's not only that, we can even look inside here and I wonder what types of elements I'm allowed to create here. Ooh, look at this, tons of string literals available to me. And I can just go and look at create element small. I don't actually know what a small element is. That's quite lovely. Let's change this back to div, just in case I get panicked there. I wonder what strings this takes. I wonder what strings this takes. Well, autocomplete inside, and we get the full picture. Autocomplete, absolutely critical to understand. Let's go to one that you might not have heard of or might not understand. You have this enormous object here, property with a massively long name, super long name. When I try to actually figure out an error for this, let's say this is erroring here. Property with an exceedingly long name 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more, and then you have this 10 here is not assignable to type string. Okay, that's a little confusing. I dislike this so much that on every single project, I'm trying to get rid of it. I don't mind long TypeScript errors, as long as they're not truncated like this. This truncation always feels really off to me. And what I like to do is I like to see the entire type when I'm doing this object. And so the best way to do that is you can go to your tsconfig.json and you can add no error truncation true. Save the file, go back up to here, hover over this, then whoa, look at that. Suddenly we get the entire beautiful long names of these properties all out there. And we can see exactly what the shape of it is. There's another little thing here too, which is sometimes you'll change a config option or something will not feel right. And sometimes the best solution is just to go Command-Shift-P and restart your TS server. This is a super common thing. And we should talk about this too. The reason that TypeScript is able to infer stuff in your VS Code at all is because it's running this little TypeScript server in the background, looking at all the changes that you're making in your code and reacting accordingly. So when TypeScript or when VS Code says, I wonder if this passes in TypeScript, I wonder what errors it needs to show, then it goes and asks the TS server and it grabs it. But for now, let's do a little resuscitation on the restart TS server and boom, we're back to it. Good. Advanced stuff, eh? Time for advanced stuff. There's more advanced stuff than there is basic stuff because, I like the advanced. We should look at Auto the Rocks' extension first. This is a super duper common one. And we've looked at some beginner stuff. Like we know now how to kind of navigate around and how to autocomplete our way about, how to hover and understand all of the pieces. But what kind of advanced stuff might you be doing in TypeScript? Well, you might have types which call other types. You might have type helpers, type functions in your application which help you create other types. And you might be working with complicated generic functions. And so having tools that help you debug this kind of logic on the type level is super duper important. And if you don't have it, you can very easily get stuck and TypeScript can feel harder than it needs to. Quick drink of water, don't go anywhere. You left. What did you do that for? Okay, let's take a look. We're looking at some generic stuff. We're going to look at a prettify type helper. We're going to be looking at introspecting types you don't control and decomposing types, okay, doing some composting. So imagine that we have this type helper here. This is a type function, right? Doesn't call it that in the TypeScript docs, but that's the term I like to use. Here, we're basically saying, okay, we've got a to uppercase to prefix type helper, and we're passing it an argument. That argument is hello, a string literal hello. And here we're doing the same thing, and we're calling it with passing an argument of goodbye. And we have some results here. How are we going to see those results? Well, we can hover over them, of course. So this seems to be prefixing it with a prefix of prefix, and then uppercasing the thing that we pass to it. So if I pass Matt as well, why not? I just use my own name again, like a narcissist, that's the phrase. Prefix Matt, seems good. Down here, we've got prefix goodbye. To understand this code, we need to know that, okay, to uppercase with prefix, we have a parameter of t, which extends a string, so it must be a string. And then we pass it into a template literal and call uppercase on it. If I change the prefix here, let's go to suffix, for instance, make that make no sense, then we have suffix hello. But often what I want to do is I want to be able to see the results of all of this stuff while I'm messing about with the type. And for that, we can use a really nice VS Code extension called vscode 2/queries. What this lets you do is it lets you use a piece of syntax like this, just like that, to basically pull out what you would hover into something that's in line here. And now if I make changes up here and I go, wow, like this, then it's going to be reflected in all of the pieces down here. This is actually available in the TypeScript playground. The TypeScript playground is at typescriptlang.org/play, and it's a really great little tool for sharing bits of TypeScript code with people. So having it here is just wonderful. So now you've understood this code completely, back to front, don't lie. Let's go on to more complicated code. This is now mapping kind of the type function that we saw before onto an actual function. This function is called return what I pass in. And this looks a little bit funky. So let's go imagine that we have a result here. So const result equals this. And let's say result 2, result 1. It's going to be kind of tricky because what's happening here is that we have return what I pass in. You have t, which is a type argument. You pass in an arg of t, and then it returns the thing that you passed in. And so in theory, this should be a 1, right? Okay, it's a 1. And this is a 2. Oh, no, it's not a 2. It's a hello. You can see that, like, we're getting this thing here, and it's the type of it is pulling through into the result. But how does this work actually on the type level? How can I help debug this? Well, if we hover over return what I pass in, this function declaration, we can see that it's got a type argument there. These little curly braces, or not curly braces, angle brackets. And we have the arg, which is t, and it returns t. So the thing that gets inferred in this slot is the thing that's going to get returned. And now, if we hover over return what I pass in, you can actually see the thing that gets inferred here. If I change this, it's going to change here too. How cool is that? Go onto here, and it gets inferred here too. This is maybe the most helpful hover of any, like, oh man, the amount of times this has just saved me when I'm debugging some really complex stuff. Because you can have more than one generic. I've had functions where you can go up to like 8, 10 generics, and just being able to see all of them in one place and just to hover over their call sites is so cool. And imagine we've got a little bit of a, like, what looks like a very, very similar function down here, but actually it behaves slightly differently. And that's just because of the way that TypeScript resolves it. We're taking a t, we're putting it in an arg, and then we're returning it in an object which wraps the arg. And so here we can see that if we hover over this, it's not getting inferred as 1, it's actually getting inferred as a number. Down here, it's getting inferred as string instead of hello. And it's doing that for various complicated reasons that I won't bore you with. But just having this ability to hover over this gives us so many more options. Now, let's imagine that we're doing some stuff where we want to, we want to just build a set, right? We want a set of unique values. And currently, as you can see, we've got a little query here, and it's showing us as set unknown. That means that if I do const result equals set dot has set dot, yeah, let's do set dot for each results or member. Okay, this member is going to be unknown, because when we instantiate this set, when we build it out, we're not actually telling TypeScript how, like, what we want this set to be. Let's imagine that we want it to be a set.add string, for instance, like this. So Matt, let's go Olivia, why not? Just for, you know, a bit of mix it up. This member, though, is not actually being inferred as string here. So how do we tell TypeScript that we want this set to be a set of strings? And for instance, this should fail if we just go 1, 2, blah, 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 blah. So the way that we would start to look at that is we start by hovering over the set. And here we go. We're getting a little bit more complicated here. Set constructor, new unknown. Okay, so we've got some little curly brackets there. That's a little clue. Iterable, blah, 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 and it returns set unknown. Okay, we know then that this is a little type argument. But to be honest, we're not getting a huge amount of information from this tooltip. What else can we do to help clarify this? Well, we can command click on this set, and we go to definition. We can do a go to definition on it. And you can do this as well by right-clicking on it and doing a go to definition. There we go. And this shows us all of the places that set is actually declared. We have here 2 spots. We have an interface set, which appears to take a T. Hello, look at that. And we also have a declare var set. Declare var puts it into the runtime, basically. So this lets us, in our application code, actually use new set as if it were a runtime feature. Interface is just a type, essentially. And you can see that both of these actually take a T. Here we can see set constructor, new T equals any values, blah, 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 set T. This is the call signature of the class, because a set is a class, or at least it has a constructor. So what we can see here is that there is a type argument slot that we can fill. You can actually pass this a type of something. And now we can say this is a set of strings. Now, adding Olivia to the set is absolutely fine, but adding a number here is not going to work. And these members, if I do this, let's use these little queries, why not? All of these are going to be strings. So there we go. This combination of hovering, of going into definition, of finding these little hovers just here and pulling them out, making sure that you're debugging correctly, they can save you so much time, and it makes you start to feel a bit like a wizard. Let's look at this one. Prettify. Ooh, oh. This is not so much a VS Code tip. This is like just a gorgeous, gorgeous TypeScript tip. Let's say you have a type here which is intersected. What it's doing here is we've basically got, okay, A number, which is an object, B string, C boolean, D number array. If we hover over this, then we're actually going to see that kind of literally spelled out for us. A bunch of different kind of, and this can get really, really ugly as well. You can have just tens and tens of properties in here, some of them like conflicting or, you know, and what we want to do is to be able to basically just turn them into a nice, beautiful structure. The way to do that is with Prettify. And Prettify, what we do is we just wrap this, basically call Prettify with intersected, and we get a beautiful, beautiful little thing here. Type example, A number, B string, C boolean, D number array. You can do this either, like, don't ask me why this works, but it does seem to work. You can do this with an unknown as well. Thank you, Bishwajit Jar, for showing me this. And it's just so nice. And it's going to come up in our next example. So this is the final one. Let's look at decomposing types. Sometimes when you're doing kind of type level magic, type level logic, you're going to find yourself just doing a lot where you really need to be breaking it down, decomposing it into smaller and smaller pieces. So let's say we've got this. We've got an event here. And let me just zoom out a touch. This is what's called a discriminated union. We have like lots of different possibilities for what this event might be. It could be a click event where you have X and Y. It could be a hover where you have an element. And it could be a scroll here where you have X and Y too. And what we're doing here is we have a little events with prefix type helper. And look at this garbage. Look how much of it is. Oh, my days. It's going to be quite tricky for us to actually figure out what's going here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to break it down for you. Because the thing about this is that hovers inside here are a little bit tricky. All we get is type parameter member, get prettify, emit member type. Oh, good Lord. So our job here is to actually break this down into a format where you should be able to understand this complicated code. What it's doing is it's taking all of the events and it's basically creating a new union out of them and prefixing them with event colon click, event colon scroll, event colon hover. So let's do this now. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to actually take out event type. So type event type is going to be event and then type. This is the true test of my typing skills now. And now what you can see is that we've pulled this out and we can now just observe it and see how it changes as we move forward. And so we've got event type here. Let's just take that out. Event type, lovely. And now what we want to do, let's break this down even further and let's go type events as object. And we're going to say member in events as member type. And let's just say member for now. Now, you might look at this and think, oh God, what's going on here? What's happening is we're creating a new object and we're using what's called a mapped type in order to say for every member in this event, so 1, 2, 3, and then we remap it as member type and we return that specific member. And we get events as objects. We get click, type hover, element, HTML elements. Lovely. So we're getting somewhere. Now, what we could do is we could just like index into that with event type, and we could say event type. And what we end up with is actually the same type that we got back in. So inside here, we can actually do some transformations. And let's say we want to extract this out. So what transformations are we doing right now? Well, we're omitting the member type. So we're omitting the sort of type thing from member. God, I keep saying member and it's sort of disturbing me. And then we're adding in a new attribute where we're saying type event member type. So let's actually extract this out into its own type helper so we can like test it differently. So let's say type add prefix to event. And this thing is going to take in an event, and this is going to extend type string. And what we'll do then is we'll say omit t events, and we'll omit the type, and then we'll add in our brand new type here. So let's grab this, pull this in, and now this is working. So this should be t events. And now, because we've pulled this out, because we've decomposed it, we can now test it separately to all of the other stuff. So we can say type example equals add prefix to event. And let's say we have type something. And now we can see just by hovering this, we have omit type something, type blah, blah, blah. Ooh, it's a complicated intersection. What can we do about those? Let's prettify it. Let's put a little bit of prettier in there. Prettify. Now in our example, we can see that there's a type event something. So we know now that this type helper is going to do the thing that we want it to do. So let's go type something. Let's check that it preserves all the types as well. So X number. Let's try that example. X number is in there. Okay, great. We're off to a great start. So now what we could do is inside here, we could just say add prefix to event doing that. But let's continue with this decomposed version. So now events as objects. All we do is instead of having this member, the full one here, we just go like this. Add prefix to event. Now, events as objects, they have their proper types here. And now, events with prefix, all we need to do is just say events. Again, events as object, indexing into them with click, hover, and scroll. And notice how nicely this works when you can pull them out into their own aliases. So you can see every step of the process. So now events with prefix, we get exactly the same result as we had before, but now we've got a reusable type up here. We've got a little that we can sort of test separately. We've got a little hoverable thing here to show the intermediate steps. And finally, we've got just this here, which helps us just get a sense of every single level in this really complicated type signature. Well done, folks, for sticking on with that. That was intense. I've been Matt. I'm like, you can find all my stuff on Twitter. Basically, you can follow me. I'm sure they've got links to all that stuff. I'm so happy that I've been a part of today. It's like, it's so cool to see all the new cool things happening with Visual Studio Code. And I've been using VS Code solidly for about 5 years now, I think. So every update, I'm like, oh, it just feels like Christmas. So thank you so much. And I'm happy to throw it back to Olivia. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Matt. That was great. We got some magic from the wizard, no wand required.
There you go.
So we have some questions for you today. Thanks so much for diving deep in it. I remember you showed the Orta Therox extension that can help you work with TypeScript. What are some other VS Code extensions that can help you?
Yeah, so I've got one which is called Total TypeScript, which is it does two things actually. First of all, it kind of translates TypeScript errors for you. TypeScript errors have a reputation for being a little bit hard to read, a bit hard to understand. And so it actually puts them in plain English for you. Sort of, that's just me kind of like writing them out by hand. There's no clever AI stuff going on there. Although maybe I could do some clever AI stuff. There's also another one that's come out recently called TS Pretty Errors, which does a similar thing, but just formats them in Markdown really nicely. And so you actually get like a lovely, lovely readout of this TypeScript error, which is just gorgeous. The second thing that the Total TypeScript one does is it actually looks at your TypeScript code and gives you little hints for things that you might not have seen before. So like complicated patterns, interesting stuff. And it then sort of sends you to the correct docs for them. So it's really good for if you're stumbling into a new code base and you're not sure what's going on and you're just like, okay, can I, oh, I see, I know what that is. And you can click like markers learned and then it will just ignore it forever, basically. So it's a good way of developing kind of your own skills with TypeScript at your own pace.
That's great. We were just talking about our TypeScript proficiency and ramping up. I think that would be really helpful when I dive into my TypeScript.
Absolutely. I love the Total TypeScript extension. I was just saying, I would definitely consider myself a novice with TypeScript, and that extension has helped me so much. And like you said, even just getting to see the translation of what an error message is and like put it more in layman's terms so you actually like know what's going on is so helpful.
Exactly.
Yeah. So on that note, can these tips help if you're just working with JavaScript, or is this only relevant with TypeScript?
Good question. So the thing about JavaScript is that the same kind of like TypeScript server that sort of runs in the background for TypeScript also runs on the back end in JavaScript. So whether you're using JavaScript or TypeScript inside VS Code, you're going to benefit from these because TypeScript is looking at your JavaScript code, and the best it can, it's going to try to understand what's going on there. So the autocomplete tips, the hovering, the go to definition, all of those things, if you're trying to figure out like what an API of something is supposed to be, or like how you're supposed to call a function, then using these tips in JavaScript too will give you the same results. So yeah, it's so nice that the TypeScript team has been so generous with, and the VS Code team as well, has been so generous with their, not only their support for TypeScript, but also bringing that, all of this cool tooling over to JavaScript itself.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's such a good call because I mean, like we were talking before, a lot of people might have JavaScript background and then they're like, okay, well, how can I easily translate that into TypeScript? So I think it's a great call to kind of talk about that.
Absolutely. And using that kind of like as a bridge, like using your VS Code skills, your introspection skills to kind of just like make the leap over actually is a really nice way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Matt. It's always so fun hanging out with you. I know we've done a couple of live streams together on the YouTube channel. It's always great energy. Our chat's been going off. So thank you so much for being here with us today.
No worries.
All right, and I think we did want to just do a quick plug again for some TikTok Live that's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, so I want to give you the URL so you don't miss it. It's aka.ms/VSCodeDay/TikTok. And we can have that on the lower third as well. Yeah, we're really excited. Burke has been going like gangbusters with some of our really fun content creators.
Yes.
There's been really cool back and forth, and TikTok Live is actually like a new avenue for us.
Yeah.
So I'm so glad if you get a chance to jump in on that.
Yeah, definitely check it out. Okay, so with that, we are going to go ahead and hand it over to Megan to talk about accessibility in VS Code.
Thank you. I'm so excited to talk about this today. So a little bit about me first. I've worked as a developer on VS Code for about 2.5 years, and I started by working on the terminal for about 2 years, and then I inherited tasks, and most recently I've been so excited about working on accessibility, so have been at that for several months. I've also worked on 2 extensions, the template string converter and the candy color theme. Speaking of candy, I make vegan, sugar-free chocolates, and I love to hike, bike, swim, and run. And this is an image from Granite Mountain, one of my very favorite hikes. So here is VS Code Insiders, where the bulk of my workday is spent. And here I start debugging, and a new VS Code window opens with the changes that I've made. And we call this self-hosting, which means I use the VS Code of today to develop the VS Code of tomorrow. And as a result of self-hosting, our team creates most of the issues, whether bug reports or feature requests, on our repository. An exception to this is in accessibility, since we have no developers on the team that self-host with screen readers. And screen reader users have a wide range of disabilities, including motor challenges, low vision, visual impairment, blindness, and more. And because of this lack of self-hosting, we rely heavily on our insightful contributions from the community. I meet weekly with Ju Young, a blind screen reader user and tremendous contributor to VS Code, and it's usually the highlight of my week. He demonstrates bugs, we discuss potential solutions, and he tests out recent improvements we've made. And I believe that if every developer were to meet with Ju Young and to see and hear how he experiences the product, they'd be just as motivated as I am to improve accessibility in their app. So let's make that happen.
It's Jiyoung Seo. I'm an assistant professor in the School of Information Sciences at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Today I'm going to demonstrate how I use Visual Studio Code's recent update on terminal accessibility and inline suggestion. For this demonstration, I'm going to use a screen reader called Job Access with Speech, JAWS. And I'm going to use Windows 11. All right, I'm going to share my screen with the sound.
Administrator, C, Windows System 32C. Screen sharing media controls. Start the app, Visual Studio Code.
All right. I need to make sure whether my screen reader setting is enabled. So I can do that by pressing Alt F1 here.
Accessibility, help dialog. Thank you for trying out versus codes. Accessibility.
And pressing Control E, echo.
No changing the setting editor. Accessibility support one.
Okay. So now I hear my accessibility setting is turned on.
Yeah.
And I need to enable screen reader announcement for inline suggestion. I'm going to press Control comma to open search settings. And I'm going to type inline screen reader and arrow down.
Settings preview. Selected application control. Editor screen reader announce inline suggestion. Modify. Control.
And there is screen reader announcement for inline suggestion. I have already enabled this.
Editor screen reader announce inline suggestion checkbox.
By default, this is turned off, but I need to turn this on.
Df.my editor.
All right. Let me make a very simple example here. Hello world. So I'm going to type print. So as I type, I hear audio cue that indicates there is available inline suggestion, but I don't want to accept that. So I keep typing here.
Start values, object, print value, step equals, n equals n, file equals, sign,
Yes. So it suggests hello world. I'm going to accept this by pressing tab. And I'm going to create a new Python terminal.
Test Visual Studio Code Insider's administrator document. Warning, activation of the selected Python environment. Listbox, df.py, unsaved changes, 2 of 3. Print hello world, print hello world.
And I'm going to send this code to terminal.
Terminal 1, REPL use all plus F1 terminal accessibility help edit. Editor content edit, contain, hello world.
So now I can navigate this terminal output using up and down and left and right arrow key. Because the terminal output is displayed within Monaco editor. And the Monaco editor provides very accessible model for screen reader standard navigation.
Warning, PowerShell.
So
terminal 1, REPL use all plus F1 terminal accessibility help.
If I press tab key, I can move to terminal input area. I'm going to type 1 plus 2 and hit enter.
3.
And I hear 3 because it is alerted through ARIA Live. And if I want to double check my output again, I can press Shift tab here.
Editor content edit, contains text.
And I hear editor content. That means my focus is now in Monaco editor of terminal output. Here I will press up and down arrow key.
3.
So I press the up key here and I hear 3. And I can navigate this character by pressing left or right arrow key.
Blank.
So if I press right arrow key here,
3.
I hear 3. If I press left arrow,
blank 2 plus 1 space greater.
Yes, my cursor moves along with the character, and this
space
is
1
the
2
command that I executed. All right, this is a Python REPL. And what about the integrated shell terminal? So I'm going to create a new integrated shell.
Terminal 2 use all plus F1 terminal accessibility help edit.
I press Control Control back design, and now my focus is in new integrated shell input. I'm going to type echo hello.
Hello base PSC, word test.
And I hear the output. I'm going to type echo world, enter.
World base PSC, word test.
And I'm going to execute one more command, ls, enter.
Directory, C, word test mode, last right time link, name, /20/2023.
Okay, so this is very cool because I can navigate command by command in the terminal output area. I'm going to demonstrate this. So I will press Shift tab to move to terminal output area.
Editor content edit, contains text.
And I can view a list of commands that I have just executed by pressing Ctrl Shift O.
Type the narrow down results. Listbox, ls, 1 of 3, 3 results.
So here I hear ls,
Echo world, 2 of 3.
echo world,
Echo hello, 3 of 3.
echo hello. So if I hit enter on echo hello, my focus will move there.
Editor content edit, contains text. Base PSC, word test echo hello.
Yes. So my focus is now in echo hello. So if I move down,
hello. Base PSC,
yes, I see the executed command. I can also press Control Up or Control Down key to quickly move between executed command. So if I press Control Down
hello.
here,
Base PSC, word test echo world.
So I hear my command prompt along with the command that I executed. And if I press Control Down again,
Base PSC, word test ls.
my focus moves to the next command, which is ls.
Base PSC,
And
word test
if
echo
I
hello.
press Control Up arrow,
Base PSC, word test echo hello.
yes, it moved to the previous command. All right. I also want to more demonstrate Copilot.
Editor content edit. Contains text. Python March 9, 2016 main. January 11th. Read. Print hello world.
So
Print hello world.
let me create very simple matplotlib and seaborn graph here. I want to create
SPD. Import NumPy Import matplotlib.python is VLT.
I'm just accepting
Import seaborn SNS.
whatever Copilot suggests. You may hear this audio cue and auto announcement, and I can quickly accept that by pressing Tab key. This is very similar to what other sighted developers do.
Blank. Import seaborn SNS blank.
I'm going to import one more. Dataset.
Import seaborn SNS. Import Dataset. Blank.
And I'm going to create a count plot.
Number. Space C.
Create
Blank.
a count
Blank.
plot
T. Blank.
of class in MPG data.
Set. SNS count data equals MPG x equals class.
Yes. So I just suggested a comment here, and Copilot suggested back the complete code, and I just accepted the inline suggestion by pressing Tab key here.
Create output of class in SNS count data equals MPG x equals class. Made for formatting edits between.
And I have just pressed Alt-Shift-F to reformat this Python document. I'm using black formatter and going to press Ctrl-S to resave. I want to execute the whole code in this file, and I just press Ctrl-A, going to press Shift-Tab to execute this.
Terminal 1, REPL use Alt plus F1 terminal accessibility help edit. Python March 9.
All right.
Python March 9, 2016 main. January.
Python
March 9, 2016.
Now my focus is in
Python March 9, 2016 main.
the output editor, terminal output area.
User tab. Problems. Terminal 1, REPL use Alt plus F1 terminal accessibility help edit.
If I press Shift Tab here,
Editor content edit. Contains text.
yes, I hear editor content, then I can use standard arrow key here.
Name MPG is not defined. 5 spin, len 1.
So now I hear error. Name MPG is not defined. Yes, because I have not created MPG variable yet. So I can interactively hear the error sound here. I can go back.
Blank. SNS output. Create output of class in M.
Of course, I can use Ctrl-Shift-M here.
Showing 6 problems. Preview. Error. Pandas SPD imported but used line 1 and character 1 generated by Flake 8. 1. Selected application
And
control.
this
Error.
is
PSD imported
the error
by used line 2
message I
and
hear
selected application control.
without
Error.
having
Output is
to
imported but used line 2 and character 1 generated by Flake 8.
go to the terminal. Of course, these are sort of cosmetic errors provided by Flake 8, the linter. And here I can find undefined name error for MPG. So here I need to define MPG equals. Yes, so I hear this suggestion, going to accept and re-execute. And let's see, I'm going to see if there is any error other than the cosmetic linting errors.
Selected application control. Error. Undefined name MPG at 1 and selected application control. Error. Undefined name MPG at 1 and character generated by Flake 8. Off. Error. Undefined name MPG at 1 and character generated. df.pilot. Contains text.
So I hear undefined error, but I think that because I haven't saved this, so I'm going to press Ctrl-S.
Showing 3 problems. Preview. Error. NumPy is empty. Error. NumPy is empty. Error. Matplotlib.python is VLT imported but used line 1
Yes,
0.
so it's gone.
Showing 3 problems. Preview application control. df.pilot.
So I'm going to re-execute
Import sequence and import blank. Create output of class in blank. Create output.
this line.
Editor content edit. Contains text.
And I'm going to quickly move to terminal output.
Editor content edit. Contain axis subblock. Level equals class.
Yes, it has been successfully executed, and I hear some axis information here. Okay, this was a quick demo of how I have been using VS Code's recent accessibility improvement. I really appreciate VS Code accessibility team's awesome support. Megan, Isidore, everyone, you're the accessibility champions, and also VS Code developers, you are game changers. Thank you so much for making this cool and accessible technology.
So something worth noting is while demonstrating the features that Ju Young and I have collaborated on recently, his screen reader rate of speech was slowed down by 10 times, just so that the audience could actually understand it. So listening to a screen reader requires a large amount of focus and significantly increases the cognitive load or the amount of mental energy required to operate an app. And users need to pay attention as the text is spoken so that they can figure out what's on the page, what is of interest, and whether an element is even actionable. And unlike visual web pages, screen readers present information in strict sequential order. So users must patiently wait and listen to the description until they come across something of interest. They cannot directly select the most promising or interesting element without first attending to the ones that precede it. So some of the ways that we reduce cognitive load are by using audio cues instead of text content and by ordering text content wisely. So using audio cues can reduce the cognitive burden by relaying meaning very quickly without using text. So for example, what you'll see here is when a task completes, we play an audio cue rather than alerting with a verbal message. And this is an example of a feature designed for accessibility, but that really benefits everyone. For example, imagine you start a long-running build task, close the panel to edit some code or sip coffee, and take a break and begin debugging when you hear the build finishes and whether or not it had errors. Trying to play. There we go. Okay. So I make a change here. And then the task completes, and there are no errors, so it completes with an audio cue that indicates that. As for an example about the importance of content order, we focus the problems view and navigate up and down the list. Okay, so you can see in this screenshot that it indicates that the error is generated by Typescript, and then it talks about the error in great detail. So the user in that case would have to wait and hear the source before actually hearing the specific error. And after a small tweak, the screen reader user can navigate the problems list again, but this time we state the error before the source of the error because that's more important. And this, though a small tweak just from a development standpoint, can lead to dramatic improvements in efficiency for screen reader users. So some important practices we think about are discoverability of accessibility features, how navigation to or from a component will occur, testing to ensure accessibility, and guidelines for developers. So that users can benefit from the functionality we have worked hard to implement, it needs to be put where it is relevant. So for example, when I focus the terminal, the screen reader reads how to access terminal accessibility help menu. Even if things are keyboard accessible, it might require a lot of effort to go between them, which will cause a user to lose context in the process. And one example where we address this is when there's a notification, you can accept it without navigating away from your current context using only a key binding. So with my focus in the editor, you should be able to see With my focus in the editor, I get a notification and accept it, then return to typing, which is very handy so the context is not lost. So every iteration, we create a test plan item for each of the platforms, Mac, Linux, and Windows. And typically, as I mentioned earlier, we have no one on our team that self-hosts using a screen reader. But as such, we've recently adopted a practice where we create a test plan item for features which will test the screen reader experience on each platform. I've also recently been self-hosting as I noticed what could be improved much more readily that way. So guidelines ensure that developers know what is expected, and we recently added them to our wiki. So they spell out things like what we expect for widgets, color contrast, keyboard navigation, and more. And color contrast ratio is super important for users with low vision, for example, and all of our high contrast themes adhere to a strict 4.5 to 1 ratio, and the others must be at least 3 to 1. And also our integrated terminal mandates 4.5 to 1. We expect every actionable element to be keyboard navigable. Here I set the tab moves focus mode, and then I'm able to tab completely around the workbench, which is very handy. And if there are too many tab stops for your liking, you can also use the command focus next part, or F6, which lets you jump from part to part very quickly. And that is all I had. Are there questions?
Thank you so much, Megan. It's always so important that we are putting accessibility into everything we do. So I love that you're able to show us some of the features that we're always putting forefront in the development for VS Code. And with that, we do have a couple of questions. So first, how can I see all settings that are related to accessibility?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I can maybe share my screen and show this.
We had a bunch of sweet features and some sweets in front. And you showed off your baking skills, and we have, these aren't your cookies, we have another baker on our team, Joyce. And we'll join into some more sweet features.
Okay, so I'm doing Command, comma here to enter the settings editor. And then I just type at, and then you see this propagates, or populates, tag accessibility. And there you have all of the settings that we believe impact accessibility. So it's super convenient.
That's so good to know. So one other question we have in the chat, can you tell us a little bit more about one thing that you're working on right now?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. Like I was talking about before, and I can demo this here, when I move my focus from some other element into the terminal, and I have this verbosity setting set, you will see once VoiceOver catches up, it can take a minute to start working. Come on, VoiceOver, you can do it. Maybe if I open an editor. Okay, I see this little box which should indicate it's working. VoiceOver is not working at the moment. But basically, screen reader users really benefit from these hints in the ARIA label, which are a way for them to discover how to either operate an element or a feature or access help to understand something. But we have power screen reader users like Ju Young who don't need to hear that information. So imagine you're using a screen reader, and every day you click in the terminal and here's how you access accessibility help. That is redundant, so we want to minimize that. And so these verbosity settings in starting now and going forward will reduce that redundancy and just improve things for our power users while keeping that hint there for users that will benefit from it.
Thanks so much for the live demo. Live demos are so tough.
There's always demo gods.
Right? Yeah. I appreciate you jumping into those questions with us. But if I was someone who wanted to just get started with making my product more accessible, do you have some advice or tips for me on getting started?
Yeah, that's a great point. I think looking at documents like our wiki would be an awesome place to start because the community really says we have developed some great accessibility features in the product. And so I think just asking what works in other products without trying to reinvent the wheel is a great place to start. And then working directly with screen reader users has benefited me tremendously. And I would say that's really our key, is leaning on them for their insights and ideas and collaborating with them, because I've learned pretty much everything from Ju Young and others.
Awesome.
Absolutely. I think that's such a good call out to make sure that you are partnering with members of those community to make sure that you are giving the best possible experience. So thank you, Megan, so much for, one, all the work that you've done with this to help make VS Code as accessible as possible. And then also just thank you so much for this presentation. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's been awesome to show this stuff.
Absolutely. All right, Dawn, I feel like we need to talk about these cookies a little more.
I know. Look at this.
That's amazing.
We have a multifaceted, multi-talented group of coworkers here.
We're seeing such amazing presenter, and you guys are just seeing what people, they're sharing their day jobs here, but this team is full of many, many talents. So Megan was talking about the chocolate she makes. These were actually made by Joyce, who will be on a little bit later, actually wrapping up our sessions today, so we can talk to her a little bit more about them. But it's always a party, right? We got our cake, it's a birthday party, now we got cookies, who knows what else we're gonna have.
Right. And so let's jump into our next session. Well, first, let's talk about how we learned how to code.
Yes.
Because it's very relevant for our next session.
Yes. So our next couple of sessions are going to be from a couple of people in the academic community. So one is going to be Noah Gift, who is a professor at Duke. And then we also have Alfredo Deza, who is a cloud advocate on the academic team. So yeah, I thought it'd be super fun to talk about how we learn to program. I actually am someone who never really thought about programming. I never thought that that was going to be my life path. But I always loved math. I loved problem solving. So then when I started college, I was an engineering major. And then about halfway through college, realized I didn't want to be an engineering major anymore. And I happened to be taking computer science courses. So it just kind of started there, and that passion really was there. So like one thing I do really want to point out is I do have more of a traditional classroom path to learning how to program. But you don't have to have that, right? We are always here to make sure you have so many resources available. So if you're just getting started to program, you're just going on YouTube, typing how to code, that is awesome. And we are here to make sure you have those resources. And as long as you have that North Star guiding you to make sure, hey, I just want to be a good programmer, that's what counts.
Totally. And I was one of those people who was like, how do I do this thing? I am a self-taught, community-taught programmer. In 2016, Django is a Python web framework, and it was in Philadelphia, and I joined this day-long work stream where we ended our whole session with a deployed blog, and I felt so empowered. Yes. And it reminded me back when I was like programming in MySpace. So this is like a full decade later,
all
right?
The HTML, yeah.
Absolutely. And I was doing a little bit of that, but I was also doing some Python, and it felt really, really powerful. And so I got the bug. And so I had continued to join the community every year. I haven't missed a DjangoCon yet. And I also started getting involved in my community. So I'm currently on the board of directors for the Python Software Foundation, and I continue to give back to my community. But being around people in IRL who also program, but doing things that aren't involved with programming, I like to say I learned through osmosis a little bit as well.
Yes, totally.
So really, really proud of the journey that I've had, even though it was a non-traditional one. Right. And then I get to have really cool coworkers like you who get to talk to me about the more traditional programming experience as well. So it's really great how we all roads lead back to VS Code.
Absolutely. All right, and with that, let's go ahead and head to our next presenter, who will be talking about how to use Copilot to learn Rust.
All right. Hi, my name is Noah Gift, and my presentation is using VS Code, Copilot, and Codespaces to level up to Rust from Python. So this is actually based on real-world things that I've taught at Duke in the graduate data science program and also in the AI product innovation program. So this isn't theoretical. This is stuff that we've done in the real world, which is pretty cool. Let's go ahead and get started here. A little bit about my background. I'm the founder of Pragmatic AI Labs, which is a training company that produces content in AI and ML. Been doing that since about 2017. and I'm also an executive in residence at Duke. And a few things that are maybe relevant about my background is that I worked on the first 3D animated film for Disney and also for Sony ImageWorks. So it gave me a lot of Python data engineering, mindset. And this is actually way back in the day, almost 20 years ago. They were doing film pipelines in Python, and in fact, all those things are now really a big deal today. So in many ways, the film industry was a great start in my career. I've written 10 books, including 5 for O'Reilly. The latest one is Enterprise MLOps. So I've been busy writing books. And I also was a real world founder in that I was able to build a sports social media company with millions of users and revenue from zero. And that was in the Bay Area. So that got really a fun experience in my portfolio of things to do. And it gave me a perspective on building things that, are scalable and work in the real world. And what I do currently, in addition to training, is do consulting with MLOps for Fortune 100 companies and startups. And then I also, as I mentioned earlier, am teaching Rust for the Duke data science program. So this is in person as well. So we're doing things like building PyTorch models or Hugging Face pre-trained models, deploying them into production type environments. And I've actually heavily utilized Copilot, Codespaces in these programs. And so really from the first day I got access to it, I've been embracing it. And I do think this is a huge value add to education, is to use things like GitHub Copilot. All right, let's get into the problem statement here and why I think it's so important to use things like Copilot. And I think the issue is that ChatGPT has changed coding. So if you're doing something previously where you weren't using ChatGPT, like, again, you're using Python, using command line tools, web frameworks, all those kinds of things, it's important to realize that the world has actually shifted, almost like if one day the world was a blue sky and then you walk outside and then the sky is purple, right? It's something's different. Like, what happened? And everyone needs to have a strategy for using ChatGPT. And I'm going to talk about what I would suggest is a good strategy for using things like GitHub Copilot, ChatGPT, etc. So let's talk about the layered approach here in terms of getting the best outcome. So the first thing that we should talk about, and I will talk about it, is this cloud developer workspace advantage. So this is a huge value add in terms of using things like Copilot. In my opinion, it actually makes the system complete, and it's hard in some ways for me to think about using Copilot without using GitHub Codespaces. We'll talk about that a little bit. Also, AI pair programming, as I mentioned before, this is a critical component to using maybe more powerful languages like Rust. Also, DevOps is really critical just in the real world as well. A lot of times at a university level, people don't use DevOps, right? Because there's computer science, which is about the principles of computers, but then there's software engineering, which is about the application of software. So DevOps is more in that space, and so we do need to use DevOps to build production systems, continuous delivery, et cetera. And we'll get into that, how pair programming works very well with that. Also, I think another thing to consider is the age of the technology. So if you look at things like internal combustion engines, I think this is a perfect example. They've obviously been very successful. People use internal combustion engines, but everyone knows we're in a transition. And there are many transitionary technologies. For example, a BMW i3 has a 2-gallon motorcycle engine that can charge the battery, but it also has a battery that has, let's say, 150 miles of range. So that's a transitionary technology where the internal combustion engine is still used, but also the battery is used. Then you have modern electric cars like Teslas, Chevy, Volts, those kinds of things. And that's actually kind of the next generation. So I think people do need to be thinking about, what is the age of your language and when was the language built? Python, obviously, again, just like an internal combustion engine, has been very successful. But how old is it? It's 30 years old. Are there new strategies that you could apply? And I think Rust is really one of the modern compiled languages that should be on people's radar. All right, so let's talk about GitHub Codespaces here for a little bit. And if we get into Codespaces, I think it fits into this paradigm that we're seeing now with all cloud providers, all environments where people are developing, is that there's this cloud developer workspace advantage. And we take a look at this picture here, you can see that, a laptop or a workstation, there's some benefits to it, sure, but there's some problems as well. One of them is that it's non-deterministic. You don't really know what's installed on your laptop. You don't have 100% control over it because the software vendors or the hardware vendors have put things on your laptop. It also costs a lot of money. So if you wanted to buy a super fancy laptop, it could be thousands of dollars, and it's not going to be the same environment as the production environment. Now, you can use things like containers and virtual machines, etc. But it's still, there's some issues there that are important to think about. But if you look at what's happening in the cloud space, you can see this with Microsoft and GitHub, with Codespaces. AWS has Cloud9, GCP has Cloud IDEs, Azure has Cloud IDEs. You see that there's this, really a pervasive layer of people are realizing that you want to have a disposable environment. It's preloaded with all the things you care about. And also, as I mentioned earlier, it fits really well with things like the OpenAI Codex, GitHub Copilot, GitHub Actions. They just work in a synergistic way. And so this is an important thing to consider when you're developing is, do you have access to this cloud developer workspace advantage, and how does it fit with things like GitHub Copilot? I've noticed that students have been massively productive when they're able to use the combination of GitHub Codespaces plus things like GitHub Copilot plus things like GitHub Actions. It's a really good formula. Okay, let's talk a little bit about GitHub for teaching MLOps. This is really the area that I focus in. Well, reproducibility, right? You can do this with Codespaces. You can also get access to GPUs, which I'm going to show in just a second. Also, as we mentioned earlier, AI Coding Assistant Copilot is amazing for teaching MLOps because of the code completion, and then the continuous integration and delivery, because this teaches students the real world coding, not just, hey, here's a notebook, let's go ahead and play around with a notebook, but let's actually deploy this into a production environment so we can use it. And that's, I think, one of the things that people are really starting to get interested in is, okay, I get that there's machine learning, but how do I use this to add customers or users? Or, let's just look at ChatGPT. It's wildly successful because they deployed the model to the users, right? That's really a critical thing that everybody needs to know in the ML ecosystem. So let's talk about how GPUs in teaching as well add a huge impact, because a lot of times, you may have a GPU on your machine, but what is it? Is it an AMD GPU, or is it a Mac GPU, or is it an NVIDIA GPU? You have all these different flavors. But again, by focusing on a cloud-based environment, in terms of teaching, prototyping, even doing production workloads, it really is a huge enabler, right? And so it allows you to do things like fine-tune models, which I think many people are interested in doing for large language model development. Hugging Face is a great example. Dolly from Databricks. You can also use pre-trained models and test things like summarization. You can do CUDA programming, right? You can drop down and start doing GPU programming yourself. You can do bespoke training. This is also a thing that is really a struggle for many universities, is how do I get students to train models? Well, you can use a GPU that's inside of GitHub Codespaces. And then inference, right? Once you're done with the model, you have to do inference. And if you have a CPU, it could just be 30 seconds or 60 seconds to do inference. But you can get really fast inference by getting this inside of your code space. So it's really a game changer to have this as part of your stack as you're developing. As I mentioned before as well, GitHub Copilot is amazing because it allows you to really accelerate your code. I think in terms of some of the stats that we've seen, the CEO of GitHub actually was a guest lecturer in my class at Duke, and he mentioned that in some cases there's 80% of the code that's generated from Copilot goes into production. So it's obviously a very successful technology. And as I mentioned before, everyone should have a strategy. So here's the strategy that I would recommend, even if you don't level up to Rust, if you're still sticking with Python or JavaScript, etc., is think about this feedback loop. So at the top here, we have a prompt, right? In terms of the prompt, that's where you decide, what kind of question you're going to ask the AI pair programming tool. But then the part that's really critical is that because there's things like hallucination, or maybe you didn't frame the prompt correctly, you need to have a robust DevOps infrastructure. So you should use things like PyLint or Rough, or some kind of linting tool, or in the case of Rust, they have Clippy. You should also have some tests available. Again, you can have pair programming tools help you write the tests, and you need to execute the code, maybe build a command line tool so you can look at the code and then format your code as well. So this is a critical part, is the ecosystem of your language, whether it's Python, Rust, etc., fits very well with the pair programming feedback loop. So this is a critical component to getting the best out of these AI coding assistant technologies. And finally, as I mentioned before, why not have a new strategy, right? If Python itself, the reason it was invented was to make things easier for the humans, which is a great reason, right? And I've been very successful with Python. But what if we now don't have to care as much about the humans, and we can care a little bit more about the machines? In the case of Rust, you can get, in some cases, 2,000 times better performance, right? So that could save a company a lot of money. It could save the environment. So it is actually interesting to think about Rust. So what are some of the things that we care about in terms of MLOps, which is something that is really on the radar of many people, many organizations? Well, high-speed execution, right? That's one of the really big ones that you can get. Memory safety as well. So this is another one that, with scripting languages or C or C++ or 30, 40-year-old languages, there are huge security issues. So if you use a modern language like Rust that's designed for safety, you could actually eliminate a whole vector of attack, which in many industries, maybe defense or finance, this could be a big deal to eliminate this. Also, concurrency. I think older languages like Python were, again, wildly successful, just like the internal combustion engine, but they don't do parallelization as efficiently as some of the modern programming languages. Like in the case of Python, there's the GIL, the global interpreter lock, that really is a bottleneck in terms of doing multi-threaded programming across a multi-core machine. And also binary deployment. This is also a really big issue with languages like Python, Ruby, etc., is that there is no concept of binary deploy. A binary, in the case of Rust or Go or C#, you can just give somebody this code and it maybe has a model in it and you're good to go. So there's some significant benefits. Although Rust is a hard language, you do have benefits that you get from that. Finally, what about Rust libraries for machine learning, data processing? There's actually amazing bindings for PyTorch with Rust. There's also Linfa, which is a machine learning algorithms library, just like, let's say, scikit-learn. There's Polars, which is, even in Python, it's been taking the world by storm, very fast performance. And then Onyx, which is from Microsoft. It's a package that allows you to have a really uniform model format for PyTorch, TensorFlow, MXNet, those kinds of deep learning frameworks can all fit into MLOps workflow. So really, there's this ideal scenario here for machine learning with Rust. All right, so we talked a lot about theory. Let's get into some practice here. So I'm going to go into a repo that I've set up here that highlights a lot of the stuff first in Python. So this is called Nogi BJJ MLOps template. And if we take a look at some of the things I've got here, notice that I use this dev container so that I have a reproducible environment. What do we have inside of here? We have a Docker file. And inside of here, I can put NVIDIA drivers. I can put all the Python libraries that I care about. All the stuff is all set up for me. In fact, I can even put Python pip inside of here, the virtual environment. Everything's all set up so that when I launch it, it's good to go. And inside of this .dev container, you can also go to the devcontainer.json file, and you can tweak things as well. You can add features like, do I want to install the CUDA drivers? Do I want to install Kubernetes? Do I want to use certain linters, etc.? You can configure all that stuff automatically. So it's an amazing time saver because a student or a coworker can just fork this and be ready to go. Now, how would you use this? Well, pretty easy, actually. All you have to do is you just say code right here. And notice by default, it'll launch a Codespace with a 2-core machine. But if you select this icon here, what's really cool about it is it will allow you to configure new with options. So if we say new with options, take a look at this. We've got 2 core machines, 4 core machines, 8 core machines, 16 core machines. We even have really these monster GPUs, which I've been using in education, 112 gigabytes of RAM, and in fact, 128 gigabytes of storage, plus a really powerful NVIDIA GPU. Why is this such a big deal? It's such a big deal because this was inaccessible to many students before, and now all I have to do is they click a button and they've got a Python-based MLOps environment. In fact, I've already done that. I've already got this set up, and let's take a look at how I got it to set up so quickly. There's a secret little feature here that's kind of cool to know about called settings. And if you go to the settings and you go to Codespaces right here, you see this, it's called pre-build configuration. So if you set up a pre-build, it'll already be baked out and ready to go. I have a CPU version and I have a GPU version of the pre-build, and it basically it's ready to go. And if I go and I click this button again and I say new code space, it just launches. So I've already done that, and you can see right here that this is the environment. So this thing's set up, and you can see that in fact when I launch it, it automatically has a Python virtual environment, and it's got everything set up for me. And one of the ways that we can tell that the GPU is enabled is if I type in NVIDIA SMI -L1. If you install the NVIDIA driver, it'll show you basically the GPU monitoring. But in a nutshell, what I typically will do when I first start up an environment is I go to utils right here, and I would just go ahead and run some kind of installation. So if we go into utils here, and I want to test something, I would say maybe let's test PyTorch, right? I go through here, so Python quick start, PyTorch, and I can just kind of kick the tires on whatever it is that I'm doing. And again, this saves so much time because I think many people are overwhelmed with doing things like GPU programming, setting up drivers, installing all this stuff. And you can see here that all someone has to do is literally click a button, they get a GPU, and they can start training a model, and you can see the results right here. And now this is the Python version, but one of the things I want to show next is the Rust-based version of this. So if we go to Rust, and this is something that I used in the Duke class just this last semester, is I've got the same thing set up, right? I have a dev container, I have a Docker file, this goes through, it installs Rust. Now, this is one of the killer features here of Copilot and Codespaces is that you can say from Microsoft, you can get a official container here that contains the language that you care about. There's tons of officially supported languages. In this case, I just grab Rust here, I install a couple other features, and then I'm again ready to go. So if we go over to the Rust version now, let's go ahead and restart this thing so it launches again. Again, it's super fast to launch it because of the pre-builds that I've set up, and I can just start trying out a new language. So it really, in a way, there's training wheels that are available for you if you use a code space that's already been set up, and you also use Copilot. It enables you to really quickly get up to speed with using a new language. So let me show you a couple things that you could do really quickly here. So with Rust, what's a little bit different versus Python, in Python, you have to have some, understanding of what's going on in your environment. With Rust, it's a little more straightforward in that everything gets set up inside of a directory, and they use a tool called Cargo. We go ahead and we say Cargo new, and we can just say, hello, Marco, something like that. And this will create a directory structure. And there, unlike Python, where there's pip and there's all these other things, you get everything already for you inside of there. So in many ways, it's actually easier, some parts of this than Python. And if we go over here and we look at this directory structure, you can see under hello Marco that this is the tree that's available in terms of a Rust project. If we type in tree right here, you can see that there's a cargo.toml file. The cargo file is where you would change and add different packages. So if we go through here and we say cargo, and we look at this, all you have to do to install some new package like a web framework or a command line tool or PyTorch, etc., you just put the name of it inside of here and it will install it for you. Likewise, you already get a source structure set up right here. So if we go to main and I wanted to run this code, it's actually pretty easy. All I have to do is just type in cargo run like that, and it compiles it and it builds it for us. So by getting the Codespace environment set up, getting it all configured, it really allows someone to very, very quickly, create a new project and get up to speed. Now, we haven't yet touched on the Copilot aspect of it. So how could we do this? Well, pretty easily with Copilot, what we could do is we could start to use our prompt engineering to help us out. So we can say, build a, add function that I will use, right? We can start to kind of give it some ideas, and then here, very similar to Python, not too different, is you would just put in a new function name. So we could just say, add function like that. And what'll happen is Copilot is so smart, depending on how you prompt it, it'll actually give you the function that's available. In this case, we say add, and Python also has this optional typing in Rust is required. You can see that it says here's an A and a B, and these A and the B will get added together, and there's an explicit return that's available with Rust. And so all we would have to do now is just call this function inside of our code. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll just say, basically results is equal to, and again, Copilot will help us out. There we go. And now we should just, change this print so that it does that. It includes the result. So we can say hello world. And again, Copilot here will help us out. So by having a robust ecosystem like GitHub Codespaces, plus having this functionality available in terms of the linter, the formatter, all this stuff, it really does make a big difference. So if we type in cargo run, let's go ahead and see if that works. There's a problem. It says results is not available in scope, and so we would need to fix this problem. We can say, here's the issue right here. The compiler is very smart. It'll just tell you what the issue is. Okay, we didn't put let. So in Rust, you need to just put let in front of a variable. We'll go ahead and we run it again. There we go. Hello world 3. Now, what I typically like to do, since we're running out of time here, is that I like to use a makefile to orchestrate a lot of the things. So if we go over to another makefile that I've got set up, and I think this would be, let's look at another project, this one. What I can do is I can just copy this, and we'll just make a new one inside of this directory. We'll just do this. We'll just say touch makefile. And what's nice about this is that if you're getting confused about certain things, we can take away maybe a few of these things here, is that if you just want to do like common things inside of Rust and make it go smoother, a makefile will work really well with pair programming tools like Copilot. So how do we use it? We just do this. We just say make format like that, and it will actually format our code for us and make it clean. So a lot of times when I ask for a suggestion, I'll format it to make it look a little bit better. So again, if we go through here and we go, I don't know, something like that, and we, do that, and we just say make format, it should go through here. There we go, clean it up a little bit. So when you get a suggestion, you don't have to worry as much about what's going on. Similarly, in a makefile, you can add other steps like linting. For example, if I type in make lint and go from there, right? We have the ability to lint the code, format the code, and even do something called refactor. So I think this is an important way to really level up to a new language, is using a makefile with these kinds of steps, using Copilot, using GitHub Codespaces, and in many ways, it won't be as intimidating to use a modern compiled language, even if you're familiar with Python. And you may actually find that many things are actually a lot easier with Rust, and it doesn't hurt that in some cases it could be 2,000 times faster to use the Rust language. So that's a good stopping point.
Was fantastic. I am a Carolina grad watching a Duke professor talk about Rust bindings and a Pythonista, and I have nothing but great things to say about your presentation. And I just wanted to say thank you so much. I mean, this 2022 and 2023, we've had a really great story about the Python to Rust and Rust to Python integration, maybe. I mean, we have one of our top or one of our hotly used extensions in VS Code is the rough linter, which is written in Rust. So it's really interesting story to me, and I appreciate you talking more about it. And we do have some questions coming in about the Python to Rust. So will Copilot be able to help us with the Python to Rust and Rust to Python key bindings?
Yeah, I can't necessarily hear you, but
Okay.
Sorry about that. I don't know if
No
you can hear me,
problem.
but yeah, I'm not sure why, but for some reason the audio is not working.
Testing 1 2 1 2.
There we go.
Yeah.
Now I
Okay.
can hear you.
Good.
Yeah.
There we
Great.
go.
So the question. So first, I said that I'm Carolina grad, and I appreciate your presentation, and I was just adjusting a little bit there. But I wanted to know a little bit more about what Copilot can do with the Python to Rust and Rust to Python key bindings. Is that something that Copilot could help us with?
Yeah, so I think the issue is that, a lot of times when people are familiar with Python, they get a little bit concerned about adding a new language like Rust. Is like, hey, well, why would I do that, right? I already know Python, and Python's so easy to use. I think the way to think about this is that all of the skills you already have in Python are still available, right? So you can write functions, build command line tools, but the difference is that you use those skills that you already learned to tell Copilot to help you write Rust, right? And so in a sense, you're still writing Python. You're just writing Python that's interpreted through Copilot and then comes out as Rust. And I think at the PyCon conference just recently, they talked about how there was a linting tool that was 2,000 times faster, right? They had a the ability to, or no, it was the Pydactic, right? The typing tool. There's all these examples of people using Rust to speed things up. And I think, the way to think about it is not that you're necessarily abandoning Python. A lot of the stuff you've already learned can get translated to Copilot, which then lets you spit out the Rust code, and then you can use the same things that you've learned over the last 5, 10, 20 years and still use those techniques but just with a new language.
I really appreciate that lens on it, and it gets me more excited to jump into Rust. And I was at PyCon just a few days ago, and one of the other hot Rust options or projects is the rough linter, which is one of the really widely sought after extensions in VS Code. It's a community contributed extension by Charlie R. Marsh, and it's I really enjoy the story, and I appreciate you filling in the gaps for me.
Yeah, I love seeing the excitement. I am not like a Python or Rust person, so this is really fun for me to be here. So one question that I also have is actually, can you reiterate a little bit about what some of the fundamental differences in Rust versus other programming languages are?
Yeah, so I think, again, the idea of the car is a really good model, right? If, internal combustion engine, there's awesome cars, right? And people have been using cars forever, but things change, right? I mean, every period of technology, there's new changes, and there's some big advantages, right, to a electric car. I mean, there's no exhaust, right? You're not lighting things on fire. That's a big one. So same with Python. I mean, Python has been amazing, and Python has been very successful in many different domains, but it's 30 years old. And I think with Rust, some of the things that it solves, it's only about 10 years old, is that Rust actually has safety built in from the very beginning, right? So that's one of the big advantages. Also, it has binary deployment built in as well. So from the very beginning, you can just give somebody an executable and they can run it. That's something Python is not good at. Python's good at a lot of things, but you can't just give someone Python code and just runs. You need to know a lot of different things. With Rust, you can give an executable. Another one is the performance is just so incredible in terms of Rust. It's in fact at C++ level without doing anything, but it kind of looks like Python. It's not that much different. So it's an approachable language that has extremely high performance. I think that's one of the nice things about Rust. And then in terms of the security, right, the cybersecurity aspects of it, that's another big one, is that because the compiler is so rigid, a lot of the things that are bad programming things to do, like reassigning variables, things like that, you can't do. And then finally, in terms of concurrency, it's been designed to be massively concurrent. And a good example of this is AWS Lambda is, kind of a famous, serverless technology that a lot of Python people like. I don't know how many of them know that AWS Lambda is written in Rust, right? And so it's really good at building infrastructure type solutions.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that in-depth answer. And thank you so much for being here today during VS Code Day.
Yeah, I'm so excited to dive into some Rust after this. This is great. I'll write my first line after this presentation. So I really appreciate the chat we had. But next, we're going to start queuing up some TikToks. Yeah. So I want you to. We have a couple of TikToks in a row, and I just want you to keep your eyes open for some Easter eggs. If you see a VS Code-esque editor, check that out.
And then at the very end, at the reel, you'll see something that if you're a back-end developer who maybe doesn't always work on the flashiest features, but they're still very important, keep your eyes peeled for that because I think you'll like it. If you work on multiple projects or languages, then you know that you can quickly rack up a long list of extensions and find yourself toggling between different settings depending on your current workflow. Well, you can now use the Profiles feature in VS Code to customize different setups for all your development scenarios. Right now, I have my custom work and demo profiles, each with their own extensions, settings, shortcuts, and more. Now, I also want a profile that only includes the setup I need for my data science workflow. In the settings menu, I can easily create a profile, and I'm going to create an empty one, but you can also create one from your current profile. For data science, I'm going to need the Python extension pack, which includes the Jupyter extension, as well as the Polyglot Notebooks extension. And I also like to make each profile have a different theme. So I'm going to install the Panda theme and set that for this profile. Now I have my nice clean setup that I can switch to anytime I'm doing data science work. And one of the best parts is that you can import and export profiles, so it's super easy to share your setup with others.
Tell me you're a developer without telling me you're a developer. I'll go first. No, I don't want to build that app for you for free for 50% of some company that doesn't exist yet. Bye.
A few years later.
Your company went public? I could have been somebody.
One of the great things about being a developer is that you pick up on and you notice when they use code and code editors in TV shows and movies, and it's usually really wacky. Here's a great example of that. So this is a picture that I grabbed while watching the show Mythic Quest, and I thought, what in the world editor is this? So there's icons over here, kind of like Visual Studio Code in this Explorer section, but it's not Visual Studio Code. The operating system looks like maybe it's Linux, and Reddit says maybe Linux Mint. Got a couple other screenshots here. There's this one, there's a section on the right, kind of like Visual Studio has. And in this one, it looks like they're writing iOS code with UIKit and AV Foundation, but the file type is .p8, which I have no idea what that is. So what is that editor? Do you recognize it? Have you seen it before? If so, let us know in the comments below.
Here's some fun JavaScript trivia for you. So you can use this to figure out what an emoji is made up of. So in this case, this emoji is actually made up of 3 single characters separated by a 0 with space. So I guess not all emojis count as single characters, but sometimes they're actually like ligatures with multiple characters put together.
What's your favorite programming language and why?
I'm going to have to go with a programming language called Bracket here. Let me show you why. Here is how you print out HW in a basic Hello World script in Java. And here's how you do it in Python, even simpler. But in the bracket language, here's what you get. Why raise your fingers to type multiple keys when all you have to do is press 2?
So I worked on some pretty exciting things this sprint. Nothing to demo per se, but I did refactor the entire back end to get us up to date with modern security standards. I created a custom search algorithm and shaved 5 whole seconds off of our load time.
Only 5 seconds?
Anywho, So I think you guys are really going to like this. I centered the image on our welcome page and changed the font from purple to blue.
Are you kidding me? Or
Gotta give the people what they want.
what the? I love that we got a chance to show everyone some of those TikToks because I feel like they're just so funny, and just kind of like give some lightheartedness to it too. And
I love seeing Reynolds'
yeah,
face.
Reynolds
It's
has
so
the
good.
funniest facial expression. Reynolds was in a couple of those, and he's another advocate on our team. When we were actually, him and I were working on that final one that we showed with the back-end development, I remember we usually, so basically like every week we brainstorm ideas for what we're going to put on our TikTok channel. And so for that one, we were like, oh, it would probably be good. 'Cause I mean, if you're a back-end developer, you know that what you do is important, but a lot of times it's not necessarily something you can demo, right? And so I actually used to be a consultant, so I was customer facing. So I would run into the issues where I would work on something that was really intensive, but like wouldn't really have anything to show for it necessarily in the demo. And so it's like, okay, well, let's go ahead and like make a skit about this.
Totally. When I was freelancing, it was the same thing.
Absolutely. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and head on over to our next presenter, Alfredo.
Well, thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here, do a little bit of Python, use a little bit of VS Code. I'm going to be using also Copilot, but what's the idea here today? It's we are going to be using like a real world use case for building a data set. So I'll explain a little bit of what's going on here. There is this bike trail for mountain biking, and they announce what trails are open and what trails are closed. And as you can see here, what I have right now is all of the statuses. So I've scraped all of the statuses for this community-run website that exposes all of these statuses. So what we're going to do here is we're going to, from this raw data, we're going to try to take away some of these things and analyze them and create a data set. Now, in data engineering, you might, if you've been trying out some popular data sets like the Titanic or the Boston housing market and data sets like that, everything is pristine, everything's ready to go, everything is good and ready, and but that's not real, right? But when you're going into a professional situation, what happens is that you're faced with a situation like this. All of these messages that we're seeing here are not normalized, right? So let me make this a little bit bigger. Let's go and analyze. First step is we need to analyze, we need to figure out what we're working with, and then we'll go into kind of like the constraints of what we're building. So effectively, these are status messages. It's one per line, and it's one of various different situations. One is either all the trails are open, or all the trails are closed. That's another one. Or we're dealing with two specific mountain biking trails. One is Blankets Creek, and the other one is Rope Mill. So it might say, hey, Blankets Creek is open. So you can see here, let's find this one. Blankets Creek is open, but Rope Mill remains closed. Now, there's different ways that we can look at this data and try to construct our data set, right? So the idea is like, let's imagine a business scenario where we're getting, hey, a manager comes in and says like, we have this raw data, we need to make sense out of it so that we can, I don't know, perhaps make a machine learning model, or we can do some, a little bit of data science. But let's just imagine that is something related to either machine learning or data science itself. And we are going to have to, or task 2 days to build a data set. And we need to do it very quickly. We only have 20 minutes. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to use a little bit of Python, and we're going to try to go super fast here. So I have this generate.py. And in this file, I have a little bit of instructions here so that they can guide me through. We're going to perform several steps. At the end, what we're going to have is a CSV file. So we're going to start by understanding what the constraint is. And here we're going to create a CSV dataset with 3 columns. That's perfect. What's the status? One is Blankets Creek and the other rope mill. We're going to use a 1 for open and a 0 for closed. Let's go ahead and read the status.txt and remove some duplicates. So if we go and take a look at status.txt, you can see that this scraped data has some of these statuses are repeated. We don't need to parse every single one, and we have about 727 statuses that we've captured here with this raw data. So first task, we need to try to get these to be lower. So statuses, we're going to, first thing we need to do is like, how about we need to open these, and that looks fine. So what we're doing there is we're opening status.txt, and we're going to read, that's what the R stands for, and when I assign it the F variable. And we are going to go ahead and loop for line in file that read lines. So we're going to read every single line. And it's actually not file. This is going to be F that read lines. And what we're going to do is we're going to append, we're going to make statuses a set. So by using a set here, we're going to remove the duplicates, right? So we're going to say that, and we're going to do line, we're going to do initial count. We're going to plus equal 1 that. So every time we go through each line, we're going to count just to see how many we're getting rid of. And then we're going to say statuses that add line. And we're not going to strip yet, but I'll show you why in a second. And then here we're going to print some of the things that we want to take care here. So initial count, we're going to do that. And initial count is how many we have. For what we're reading, if we're getting rid of any duplicates. And then we're going to take a look at the unique statuses. Perfect. So I'm going to run this, and let's see what we have. So remember, we're starting from 720 or something. All right. So we have initial counts 727, and now we drop to 434. Okay. So we're making progress here because we've reduced the number of lines we're processing. So remember, we need to go very fast as one of the constraints. We need to do this in like 20 minutes. And we need to construct these data sets. So we've gotten rid of like a lot, like close to, I would say, like 35%, 40%. So we dropped that, and that's important because we don't want to deal with duplicates. We want to do the work once. We don't want to do it many times. All right. So next, now we know that we've removed duplicates, but there's some other things that we can do. Let's take a look at status.txt again. I'm going to scroll very fast all the way to the top. Now, sometimes this data set is using uppercase, like here, but sometimes it isn't. So we can actually normalize this. And in machine learning, sometimes when processing for natural language tasks, they do some normalization of text. We don't need to have a difference if Blankets Creek is misspelled with or camel cased or everything's lowercase. So let's get rid of that casing. And the way we can do this is by making everything lowercase. So let's go ahead and make these lowercase. So I'm going to create a function to make things easier. And I'm going to say normalize. And the normalize function is going to take one line. And we are going to reassign line. I'm going to say line equals line that lower. Right? So line equals line that lower. And then I'm going to return the line. Just for now, just going to make everything lowercase. And then this function here called normalize, I'm going to reuse it here in this loop, and I'm going to say line equals normalized line. So I'm sending the line over to the normalized function. That normalized function returns my line back, and I'm going to append it. So let's see if that caused any differences. I'm going to run these. We got rid of quite a few there, like almost like 60. So now we went from 727 to 374. All right, we're making even more progress. Let's continue making our normalization case here. And this is almost like brute forcing. We're throwing everything we got at these using almost no structure. It's just a single file. This is very top to bottom scripting, and we're just trying our best to accomplish this task. All right, so we've done our line that lower. Now let's add a couple of extra things to this function. Of course, we could make it prettier, and we could add more functions and do more things here, but let's try to go a little bit fast and not worry so much about how robust and well, it is robust, but not so clean, right? Not so we can make it professional later. All right. The other thing that we can do is we can use strip. And what does strip does is it removes the white spaces, the training white spaces. So if some of these statuses were captured incorrectly when we were scraping data, then this is going to make it a little bit better. So there we go. We reduced even further, like another 30 went away. So we're making even more progress. The other thing that we can do, it is if we take a look at status, you can see that some of them will have non-alphanumerical characters like exclamation signs. We don't need commas. We don't need full stops. So let's get rid of those. So effectively, by taking all of these unique aspects of these phrases that are almost similar, we are going to make it easier to process. So let's keep going. I think here we can do something like we're going to join, and I'm going to explain exactly what this is happening here. So we're going to do I for I. We're going to do a comprehension here. And this is kind of like you could do this in a loop, but this is a case where we can actually run this and make it go in one line. So we're going to say for I for I in line, if I is alnum. And what that function does, what that call does in the string, so I'm looping over every single character in that string, and I'm saying, hey, if you're an alphanumerical character, yes, I want you. However, I don't want to get rid of white space. So I'm going to say, or I is space. So perfect. So what is this doing? It is going to remove all of the exclamation signs, the dots, the semicolons, the commas, all of that stuff is just going to go away. And we're going to reassign that to line over here. And again, we're going to return it. So let's just go ahead, save that, run it again. We got rid of quite a few. See that we went from 356 to 322. Okay, perfect. So we're still making progress, but we're almost there. You know, one thing that we could do, because we're processing all of this, is that we can let's go ahead and print. Do a quick one-off. I'm going to say print line, and now where I run this is going to go and do lots and lots of printing here. So let's just quickly check out. Let's check our progress. Not only the count, but let's see what we're working with here. So you can see that everything is lowercase, so that's perfect. And then we're no longer seeing exclamation signs. We're no longer seeing non-alphanumerical characters, which is pretty good. And this, I think, looks pretty useful. And what we're going to do next is that now that I think we're in a pretty good state here, where we've been able to normalize everything, we can try to infer, make a kind of like guess that if certain things are present, then it probably means something that we know. So I'll give you an example. So here, where all trails are open, it is safe to assume that if the phrase says all trails are open, then we can say, well, both Blankets Creek and Rope Mill are open, and we can start crafting what our data set is going to look like. Similarly, if we see something like, say, for example, this is not a good one. We're not going to be able to process all of them, by the way. Some of them we're going to miss, but we're going to be able to capture them and do a very good job at having like an initial good starting point. So not all, but this was a very good one. So Blankets Creek is open and Rope Mill are open. So okay, so if we see something like Blankets Creek is open, then we can assume that one's very good, and we can process that one. So how we're going to do that? We are going to start capturing that in values over here. So in values, we're going to start appending number one, the status. Next, if Blankets Creek is open, and the other one is Rope Mill. We're going to do this in a very crude, very brute force kind of way. We're going to check with several if and elif conditions. This is fine for now because we're doing quick development and we want to try to do this very well. So I'm going to remove this print line, right? I'm not going to do that. And the reason we saw a bunch of duplicates, by the way, is because I was printing every single thing. Now, I wasn't looping over the set. Do you see this set over here? The set enforces in Python that everything stays unique. So if I add 100 lines that are the same, at the end of the day, the set is going to have just one. If they're all the same, they'll only have one. So it's not going to let you add duplicates. So pretty cool feature that we get for free. We don't need to check anything. All right, so now I'm going to continue here, and I'm going to loop. Do you see Copilot, how is it suggesting things that are useful, that are actually the things that I want to do? Yes, I want to loop over all of the statuses, and it is. Do you see that it's kind of close to what I want? I want to have the status, and then I want to have two numbers, 0 for closed and 1 for open. So I'm going to say, if trails are open, in status, I am going to do values, append, and I'm going to say, yes, the status. And I'm going to assume, I think this is a pretty good assumption. I'm going to say, hey, if it says trails are open, I'm going to assume that both Blankets Creek and Rope Mill are open. So I'm going to save that. And then I'm going to leave it at that. And then here at the very bottom, I'm going to create the CSV, because so far what we've done is all of the normalization, all of the work. We've normalized, we've stripped, removed the white space, the non-alphanumerical characters. And now I'm going to create a data set. But for creating the data set, I'm not going to use pandas or any libraries. I'm just going to use straight Python. So what I'm going to do is that with open status.csv, and I'm going to use a W for writing. I'm no longer reading. As F is like I'm assigning that open file to the F variable. And this looks pretty good. So let me explain what happened here. So I'm opening status.csv. This is pretty good. And what we have here is a writer. This is required by the library, the CSV library. I haven't imported the CSV library yet, so I need to do that. And then remember the rows. I'm going to name these columns rather, status, then Blankets Creek, and then Rope Mill. So for each one of these, I'm going to assign a number like I'm doing here. So you can see number one, that means it's open, and then the status. And then I'm going to write all of the values. So that looks pretty good. Let's see what we get if we run this. I'm going to run this. Yes, I forgot to I forgot to import the CSV module. So let me go and do it nicely here at the top. I'm going to say import CSV. I'm going to save that. I'm going to run it. Now it runs. But now if I go to the File Explorer, you can see that I get a CSV file. So I'm going to open that. I think that looks okay. Of course, all of the ones that it's processing is going to be one-on-one. There's actually this feature that we can do to make it look nice, and we can click that. So, okay, so status, let's see, BC trails are open, TRM, BT are closed. Well, that's kind of like a tricky one to figure out. So trails are open except the mill. So that means that probably these two are open. All trails are open. So you can see that now we're getting all of these and working very, very nicely. All right, so this is pretty cool, pretty nice. We can keep going because those are not the only combinations. Let's add a bunch more of if-else conditions. And let's go to generate. And so far we're saying, where are we? Here, if trails are open in status, it means everything's open. And now I'm going to start adding a bunch of elif. I'm going to say we can add here if trails are closed in status. We can say values append status 0, 0 because all of them are closed. Now we can say, we can keep adding a bunch of more of elif conditions. We can say elif, let's say blankets creek is open. It's another one. Let's in status. That looks correct. So we're gonna assign a number 1 because Blankets Creek is open. We're assuming too much, I think, here because rope mill might be closed. So in this case, I am going to not accept that one. I'm going to say if rope mill is open in status, I'm going to do that. So that means both are open. And here I'm going to say elif rope mill is closed. I'm going to say a 1 or a 0. Okay, so I'm capturing here both. Either both are open or one is open and the other one is closed. I'm going to repeat the same thing for the other one. So the other condition is if rope mill is open, right? In status, I think I'm looking now right now what we're getting suggested by Copilot, and that looks pretty good. I'm going to save that. I'm going to run it. It looks like it did its thing. I'm going to close the preview, close this one out, and look at our status. So now we should have a combination of fully open, Blankets Creek are open, and then we're getting some of them trails are closed. So that's a 0 and 0. We should be getting a 0 and 1. So we can see here that in this one, Blankets Creek is closed. So that's why we get a 0 here. And rope mill is open, we're getting a 1. And let's see what the number of items that we have here. It's 141 updates that we have. So I think this is a pretty useful way where we've been able to do kind of like analyze our status, not a status. Let me open up the status.txt. So all of these different various entries, we saw all of these different things that we were dealing with. Is an unnormalized, crude, raw way of looking at data. And then the business case was, hey, Alfredo, you need to go in, create a data set. We want to have this for processing later. And now with this status CSV here, we're going to be able to produce a nice machine learning process where we can take a look at this and be fairly confident. Now, some of these entries are not quite there, right? Like they're not exactly right, but it's easy to adapt. make some changes, and make some improvements. But then again, we're starting from the very, very bottom, from scratch, from something that is unnormalized and something that can be tricky. So I think it's a very good use case, something where you can see that it's a more real world scenario problem to solve. So I'm very excited to have shown you these. And did you see the Copilot snippets just showing exactly what I needed? I think that's pretty powerful and making it really awesome to go faster and feel, kind of like confident that that's exactly what I'm trying to do, because I know that the names of the columns, kind of like dealing with the rows, I know I want to deal with the CSV module there and make some progress. So hopefully this was useful to you. And so ready to answer some questions.
Thank you so much, Alfredo. I love that you're saying that this is a real world scenario. I love that you did the bike trails. That really is kind of like injecting your own personality into it, because data is everywhere. So you might as well learn how to harness it and work with it. So thank you so much for showing that. We do have a few questions in the chat. So first, why would learning how to create a data set from scratch be useful instead of using a pre-made data set?
Yeah, well, the thing is that in most data engineering jobs, you're probably not going to be working with a finely curated data set that has been in existence for a while and nobody touches it, right? Data sets, by their nature, they're probably going to be ever evolving and ever changing. And in this case, this came to be from an ask of like, I want to really create a data set, and perhaps I want to create an API that understands these status messages. And how I'm going to do this? Well, I'm going to have to do it from scratch. That is going to be the most common scenario. Hey, you're going to have to deal with raw data. You need to normalize it. You need to clean it up. And you need to figure out a way that you can do it pretty fast. It's usually pretty fast. If you're working in a startup, even faster, because resources are limited and you need to go fast to get a working product out very quickly.
I can appreciate that. Thank you so much. That absolutely jives with my understanding and my experience with trying to work with real world data sets. And in that same vein, I love Jupyter Notebooks. I know some of our audience may be really interested in Jupyter Notebooks. Why would this scenario not use Jupyter Notebooks to create this data set? And why would it also maybe be a good thing?
Yeah, that's a very good question. It's a very valid. I see notebooks as a fantastic way to explore data and see what we can do, maybe some visualizations. But one thing that starts getting tricky is you probably are not going to have this be a one-off. Tomorrow you'll have a change be added here, and someone may say, your manager comes in and says, you know what, we don't care about this rope mail creek. Alfredo, you need to make some changes and redeploy the pipeline. And you're like, oh, what pipeline? I have a notebook. Do I just run the notebook? Do I need to I load the notebook locally? No, the ideal use case is to have all of these super fully automated, where you probably have something like GitHub Actions or some other CI/CD system where you make some tweaks to your script. It goes to magically deploy somewhere and cleans up all of the data. So I think that's a pretty good use case to try to understand Python scripting, how perhaps even if you want to package these at some point and distribute that, it's going to be easier than to try to figure out how to execute a Jupyter notebook programmatically, which is something that notebooks are not necessarily, they were not created for deploying production code or trying to deploy a pipeline where you want to automate things.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that context. I think we have time for just one more question. So this looks like a really useful first step, but what are some things a data engineer or data scientist should consider as next steps?
Yeah, well, Olivia, very, very good question. I'm a super fan for automation. I've already kind of like hinted a little bit about some of the things that you might be thinking about. It is very common to have business requirements change. And if it's not business requirements, it might be a bug. I'm pretty sure I have like an extra comma somewhere in there that is going to make this blow up. And some machine learning engineer is going to be very upset at me. But if that's the case, what are we going to do to solve it? Do I want to really write all of this from scratch, or it lives in my laptop? Hopefully my laptop doesn't die someday. No. The thing that we want is automation, it's a foundational core of DevOps, of best practices in software engineering. And what we want is that sweet scenario of like, yes, I have this extra comma, but if I fix it, I commit, I push, someone says that this looks good, and then the automation is in charge of cleaning up and running automatically. I don't have to remember 30 steps, and I don't have to do it from scratch. And hopefully nobody else needs to read my ugly code and figure it out later when I'm no longer around.
So relatable. Thank you so much, Alfredo. We really appreciate having you here and answering our questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, before we head to our next session, just one quick housekeeping reminder. Please make sure you are interacting in the chat so we can have your questions answered by the presenter, and you'll get all that great context.
We also have great moderators in the chat as well. And I'm so thrilled to introduce this next speaker who's going to be talking more about Jupyter Notebooks. I had the pleasure of interviewing her on the Python Pulse, the Python live stream. That's every second Friday of the month. And she's going to dive right in. Sujin.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here. My name is Sujin. I am a PM on the VS Code team. And today I'll be talking about data science for everyone and everywhere. And this is, I think, pretty appropriate for somebody like me. I'm a PM. I am not a trained data scientist. But I do, on a day-to-day basis, kind of help our team make data-driven and data-informed decisions. And so hopefully this is providing at least some practical tips and tricks for anybody at any level to do data science in VS Code. So I will give you a brief overview of what I will be doing today. So this is an end-to-end demo of creating a web app that really just generates a medium flavored text based on user input. And so we'll be going through some of these steps, and I understand that this is a 25-minute session and we don't have enough time to go in depth about all of these. And so we might kind of speed through some of these steps depending on the time. All right, so let's just get straight into our demo here. I also got my handy dandy notes here, so if I just keep looking at it here, that's because I have all sorts of things that I want to show you today. So the very first thing that I want to show you today is Codespaces templates. If you go to github.com/codespaces/templates, you'll be able to see all these awesome Codespace templates available to you. And what these are is essentially they create kind of an environment, a pre-configured environment for you to develop your projects based on your needs. And so the one that I think would be probably useful for somebody who's tuning in for this session is this Jupyter Notebook template here. So once you click on that and you sign into GitHub, wow. You sign into GitHub and it should kind of pop up VS Code in Jupyter in Codespaces for you. And what that does is it would look something like this. I'm signed into many different things on GitHub, so I think I had a little bit of glitch there. But you will be popped into something like this here, where you will have a very familiar kind of environment for VS Code. What was that? Yeah, are folks seeing the demo here? Hello, is that good? Let me know. I can kind of wait until folks can see. Working with the glitch here. Bear with us for a second.
Am I clear?
Is this camera clear?
Justin, am I clear?
All right, and we're back. I'm so sorry about that. So I don't know if you guys saw the Codespaces templates page here, but this is what I was showing earlier of all the different projects that you can use the template for. And I was talking about this Jupyter Notebook template here for you to get started with. One thing I did want to mention that I forgot to mention before we went on a little break here is that you can actually use Codespaces without any repository. So you don't have to have a repo already on GitHub. You just need to be signed into GitHub or signed up for it, and then you'll be able to use it. Yep. And for today, though, I will actually go ahead and have a repository ready. And this is the one that we got ready for today's session. And once you want to create a Codespaces for this, this is what your screen will look like. So you're probably used to something like this, but if you click on the Codespaces tab here, you're able to actually create Codespaces even with some options. Today I'll be doing GPU work here, so I'll be doing that. I actually won't be creating a new one because I already have a Codespace opened here. And that's not because it takes a long time. I think it only took like 5 or 6 seconds to load, but I preloaded it because I have my Kaggle API keys loaded in here, and I didn't want to do that in front of a live audience. So yeah, it's super great that you can just go ahead and create a Codespace, and there's literally nothing on my machine that's running right now. And I didn't have to set up my Python environment, which I know is a pain, at least for me. Really encourage anybody to try that out. Okay, so let me actually go ahead and get to the data science-y part of this demo here. The first thing that I wanted to show you today is Data Wrangler. And this really helps with preparing your data, kind of exploring your data, as well as manipulating your data, right? We spend way too much time in our lives doing that. And so this is exactly what this extension is for. It's one of the newer products that we just released about a month ago. So I did want to give a shout out to the team who developed this. They've been working really hard on this for a little while now. Okay. And what this does is it really helps you to kind of explore your data in a rich your user interface. Actually, instead of going directly into Data Wrangler here, what we'll do is we will go ahead and download a Kaggle dataset directly from Kaggle using the Chiusano Kaggle CLI here. And all I'm doing is downloading this data set here, which is a collection of Medium articles. And I could have really just copy the API command and just put it in there instead of manually typing. But yeah, now that article data is downloaded directly on Codespaces. I didn't have to do any like weird download steps on my machine and then copy it on here or anything like that. And then after that, I do need to unzip it because it is zipped. And once I do that, I will have a CSV file right there for me to go ahead and work with. And while that's loading, it shouldn't take too long. All right, we will actually go ahead and right click on that and say open in Data Wrangler. And so since it is a bit of a longer or bigger data, it takes a little bit of time to actually load. And you could, if you wanted to truncate the data, right? So then you can say how many rows you want to keep for your data to kind of say, oh, but it loaded for me. You can really do that if you have a even larger data set that you're working with. So this is kind of what your data looks like, right? And you can see some stats about each of your columns here. And so we'll do some data manipulation here, and I'll just kind of speed through some of this to kind of give you a quick demo of what this experience might look like for you when you're doing this. All right, so let me actually go ahead and filter the posts with tags that have the tag, let's say technology, because I only want to fine tune my model with technology on there. And I don't know why it's not loading here. Tags, set condition. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Contains technology. And I don't care about case sensitiveness, so I'll go ahead and do that, and I'll be able to see what a preview of what that might look like. So I'll apply, and And I'll do this a little bit more, right? So I want some stuff that is a bit newer content. And so I'll work with this timestamp here. But it looks like this data is actually really difficult to kind of filter through. And so what I'll have to do is to kind of change this up a little bit, right? So I'll go to Format, and then go and convert this into a date-time formatting. And I can give it a quick example, right? So 2020, 10, 10 is what that looks like here. And so once I do that, it'll basically derive that example and apply it on all of my rows. And once I accept it, I can actually go ahead and filter on this one, and it looks like this is actually even a object column right now. And so what I can do is go to Schema and change the column type from object type to datetime. That way, when I go to filter it, I can say derived column greater than a specific date. Let's just say like 2021 and on. Great. So as you can see, quite a bit of things that can be done here. A few other things. Let me actually just get rid of some of these texts here. I don't really need the title, so I'll get rid of the title. Maybe the URL, I don't need that. Authors, timestamp. Okay, these serve their purpose, but I don't need them anymore. So I'll just get rid of all these columns so that I just have one column of text to work with to kind of fine-tune my the GPT-2 model in a little bit. And it actually looks like I have 580 unique values out of the 606 rows that I have. So I might actually do actually let's go on to find and replace and drop duplicate rows. Yep, there we go. And then that way it'll have just the rows, just the unique rows. And if you have data that's not text, so let me do something like formula, calculate text length. You will actually see a preview of kind of the distribution of your data as well in the column. And so you'll be, you can kind of, explore your data a little bit more and go so on and so forth. All right. I will preview all the code steps here, and Data Wrangler actually provided the code for me to do this. So I will copy all the code, exit out of here, and let me go to here, and go ahead and run that. All right. So Data Wrangler generated all this code for me, and it was super easy for me to do that, like in a very UI way. I didn't have to make my notebook really messy. A lot of the times when you're looking, when you're kind of going through this data exploration phase, I mean, at least for me, what happens is that by the end of my notebook, my data is clean, but my notebook is just like really messy. And so this is what we got here. So we actually have a clean data that we were able to make using a Data Wrangler. And let me actually just go ahead and df clean and save that to a CSV file. Wow. And medium, let me say articles technology. And so once I do that, I will have, actually, let me put it into a resources folder. Never mind. I will move that over right here into the resources folder. All right, there we go. That way, I can delete whatever the bigger files that I had here, so delete them permanently from Codespaces. And now if I wanted to actually push the CSV file, a smaller CSV file into my Git repo, then I feel comfortable doing that. All right, so let's go ahead and restart the kernel. And I actually, let me just fold this and fold that over. And yeah, we can actually start going and exploring more of the data, right? And so Data Wrangler was super helpful for me in that aspect. All right. we will actually go into doing some Copilot stuff here as well. And so let's go ahead and visualize our data using Copilot. So I actually have one kind of visualization already that I created from this text data using the text length. But I actually wanted to create the same plot with a little bit of coloring, right? So let me copy whatever that I had here, and I'll do Control-I. And what that does is that it pops up a inline Copilot for me. So I'll paste that in here. And so I'll get whatever Copilot generates. And let me look at the diff. It added some of the coloring in there. Let me accept that. And I'm going to rerun it. I'll be able to see a little bit more colorization in my chart here. We'll do a little bit more here. I generated some of these, and by the way, I generated all of these previously using Copilot. I didn't really physically type any of these code here. Even this word cloud right here, I meant to hide this slide here, but let me pretend that you didn't see it. And do Control-I, generate word cloud using data frames text column. And Copilot was able to actually write that code for me, and that's exactly what you're seeing here in the word cloud. Something really cool about this is that with your generated data, what you can see is some options with your visualization. I'm sorry, not your data, with your visualization. A couple of things: you can save it. You can also kind of dig into it a little bit more. So if I expand my image a little bit, I can go into it and kind of see the smaller text here. It says multiple, content, learn. I was not able to see that in my notebook, but I didn't want to make my notebook visualization really, really big. So I really like that. And also, you can copy this to clipboard. Oh my gosh, like you have no idea how much I really appreciate this, because a lot of the times I'll like copy and paste whatever visualization to my team to kind of go back and forth. Great. Let me actually go ahead and show you how you might go ahead and publish this as a slideshow on GitHub Pages as well. So what you can do is whichever code you want to turn into slides, you'll do Control-Shift-P to bring up the command palette and type switch slide type. And once you do that, you can set your whatever cell into a slide type. And I'll do that to a few of them here. Maybe I'll do it to this one too. And then I'll do it to, I don't know, maybe this one too. Okay. Cool. And then once you do that, you can go ahead and say Jupyter NB convert 0. I should have had better naming convention for my notebook here. And then I'll do 2 slides. I don't want any input. Post serve. And once you do that, you'll be able to see kind of your whatever slideshow that you wanted to create from your notebook here. And so let me actually interrupt that. And then when you're ready to push that as a GitHub page, what you can do is go to the source control tab and say created slides, and commit those changes. Let me commit and push it right away, so that once you go here into your repository, you'll be able to see your slide right over here. And you go to your settings, your GitHub pages, and then you can say deploy from branch, and I want it to be deployed from my main branch in the root. And then that'll actually create a GitHub pages for you. We won't wait for it. We will actually come back to this a little bit later. And just a little tip here: if you click on this one, it'll tell you that it's still deploying right now. And if you go into details, you can actually see the deployment log messages and stuff like that if you wanted to. Okay, so let me actually go into one other notebook here that I have. This is the notebook where I actually am fine-tuning the GPT-2 model from Hugging Face. And let me actually just run all of this because I will be fine-tuning this model on the fly. So hopefully this works. Crossing my fingers here. A lot of this for me was actually written with the help of Copilot. Like I said, Copilot, I am not a data scientist, so Copilot really, really helped me out here. I actually call Copilot Hermione because it like literally helps me so much. It's intelligent, it's magical, I love it. And so for an undertaking like this, for like fine-tuning a model, right? What I would usually do is bring up this Copilot chat here and kind of define like what is the task that I want to accomplish. So I would say things like, how do I fine-tune GPT-2 from Hugging Face using PyTorch? And then Copilot will tell me kind of step by step and give me a little bit of a code preview of what this might look like. It's running the fine-tuning model code right now, so it takes a little bit of time to generate this code here, the response here. But what you will see is nothing more exciting than what you see on my editor screen here. So it's going to look pretty much similar to this here. So if you look at this right here, a lot of this looks like a lot of this. So Copilot really helped me out here, and what I did was I just copied a little bit at a time, put it into code cells to make sure that every step of the way it works. And so it looks like it's running the training run right now. It's almost done. And so I'll be able to hopefully show you the output of the model so that we can infer it. Once it's done, I'll actually move on to this next model, the next notebook that I have here, where I am inferring the fine-tuned model. You can already tell that in this results, we have created this results folder, excuse me. The model has outputted this results folder, and you'll be able to see, the model here, it looks like it's actually already done. And so with this model here, we can infer it directly in either the same notebook or a different notebook in the workspace. That's exactly what I did here. So if I run all of it, I'm taking the model from this workspace, and I am tokenizing the model and getting the model to output this text here. So my input text was data scientist uses VS Code as their tool to teams who Microsoft Teams need more speed in terms, I don't know. It was probably a bad idea for me to fine tune a already good GPT-2 model with like 500 rows of like not a very good text. But hopefully you get the idea of how you can actually do this. If you wanted to fine-tune whatever model, you can totally do this on Codespaces or on your whichever machine that you're on. I don't think I'll be able to get to show you how to create your app, but luckily Pamela, in the next session, will be able to show you all of that. I did want to show you that literally, for me, when I created the app, all I did was export whatever my inference code into a Python script, and then I kind of went down the line and asked Copilot, so what do I do next? What do I do next? How do I create a Streamlit app and that kind of stuff? So this is the code that I ended up with. I wrote maybe like not even half of it, and you'll be hopefully able to, if I do real quickly, if I show you Streamlit run app local .py, and I think I will have to let it do that. Then I'll be able to show you the finished app that I made. And this was all done using Codespaces, Copilot, yeah. I hope you enjoy the session today. You can say VS Code Day is awesome, and hopefully it'll generate whichever output that it wants to generate from the model. It's like having a day without writing code. Yeah, that's actually very true. And it looks like, going back on my promise here, it looks like the GitHub pages was actually deployed, and you'll be able to see and share your slides publicly or whoever you want to share it with on your team. I will end it with this slide here. Hopefully you can take a snapshot of it. It's just a few more links that I hope that you guys can take a look at and try out on your own. Thank you for being with us today.
What a jam-packed demo. And I had the pleasure of, I mentioned it before you came on, I had the pleasure of interviewing you on the Python polls. We have a brand new demo. I haven't seen all of those things put together before, so thank you so much. And I appreciate the bravery. Last time I had a chance to do a demo, I was too scared to do it live. So you did such a great job. I'm so glad we got to jump into that. And we also have some questions for you from the audience. So let's start out with, can you tell me more about the Jupyter PowerToys extension?
Yeah, so the PowerToys extension is basically an experimental extension that we have. So it's right off the bat, we actually do not support it as well as we support the other extensions on VS Code. Basically, it provides some of the really cool features that we think would be awesome to have in the Jupyter extension. So if you do want to try out things like, let me look at my notes here. Kernel management, contextual help are the two of the ones that get shouted out a lot of the times. So if you want to try those out, there's a lot more features, but those are the two that I know are very popular from that extension.
Yes, those are very popular and very interesting. And I love that there's this through line of community through all of it. So like we only have so many engineers working on improving the experience of VS Code. So we'd start with trying to address all of the things that you want, and then you have these PowerToys to jump in a little bit more, and you can request more features and all of that. I really appreciate that kind of cycle and iterative approach.
Yes. Totally. And just to echo everything Dawn said, this was an amazing demo. One thing that I think is really cool is how with Codespaces, you don't have to do any extra setup steps for the terminal or debugger. So it's such a great use case to be able to use that for your data science workflows as well. Another question we have in the chat is from Slower Cuber. So in your demo, is word size an indication of relative population?
I don't think so. I mean, honestly, I didn't look into my data set as much as I should have been. I just really quickly went through it. It was really, truly a live demo.
I love that.
And so, yeah, I wish I can look at it a little bit more, and maybe I'll do that after the session.
We got to have you back on the Python Pulse, and we could do a part 2 maybe.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. I had a lot more stuff here.
Last question, what does it mean that Jupyter supports IntelliSense as it claimed on the VS Code extension marketplace?
Yeah, so Jupyter Notebook is actually considered what we called a first-class citizen in VS Code, and so what that means is getting Python IntelliSense, whatever IntelliSense actually, or whatever language support that you expect to get from any of your code files. So if you go to Markdown files or Python files, whatever language support that VS Code provides, plus any of the ones that you added with other extensions, you should be able to get in your notebook cells as well. So it should feel very native, and it should feel like an elevated experience from working with notebooks compared to, I don't know, maybe a classic one that you're used to.
Great. And maybe let's try to squeeze in just this very last one. How can people follow up with any bugs that they run into?
Oh yeah, our team is very active on GitHub, so feel free to file issues on GitHub. We'll reroute it to whoever needs to address it as needed. But yeah, feel free to just, even with feature requests or even bugs or anything like that, go ahead and file a GitHub issue at github.com/Microsoft/Jupyter, I believe. VS Code-Jupyter.
Awesome.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Sujin, for being here. We love the demo. And all those links that Sujin mentioned, we will make sure to have in the session description when it's available on demand. All right, and so that's going to bring us to something that Sujin actually mentioned. Next, we have a session from Pamela talking about Python web apps. So I think we go ahead and head over to Pamela there.
Well, I'd love to talk a little bit more about, I I was lucky enough to have Pamela Fox on the Python Pulse too. Shameless plug, the Python Pulse every second Friday of the month. It's on the VS Code channel. We are on YouTube and on Twitch. And we usually get like several thousand people coming in. The chat usually goes in gangbusters. And Pamela Fox, who is also a fantastic moderator, in addition to being a fantastic coworker and a fantastic presenter, is like in the chat. And like we have active and live conversations similar to the way we're doing today. So if you're enjoying today, join the Python Pulse. And we'll be jumping into web apps with VS Code and Python. That's my bread and butter. I don't actually know if she's going to be talking about Django or Flask or Fast API or one of the other ones. So it's going to be really exciting to jump into web apps with Python and VS Code.
Absolutely. Let's see what she's got for us.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm very excited to be here. I do love talking about making Python web apps. I actually just taught a 2-hour workshop about making Python web apps. And yeah, really excited to show how to be very productive making Python web apps in VS Code. So I am mostly going to be trying to do demo, like as much demo as possible, since we are talking about VS Code today. This is the repo I'm going to be using. It is a Django app that I'm going to be demoing with today. But many of the things we're looking at should be similar across Flask, Fast API, Quartz, Sonic, whatever you're using. Also, let us know in the chat what you're using. Are you a Django developer, a Flask developer, or are you, new to Python and hoping to get into web apps? Drop that in the chat. So if you do want to try to follow along or use this afterwards, here is the repo we're going to be using. I'm going to be opening up in Codespaces. If you've been watching all today, you have heard of Codespaces already. It is my favorite thing to use because I love to do everything in the browser, right? I'm a web developer. I like to make websites. I also like to make my websites on a website. So I love the fact that I can use Codespaces in a browser. I would happily just get rid of everything on my machine that wasn't a browser. So that's what I'm going to be using today. So I've already got it open in a code space here. And I've got this pretty well configured. So I do want to show that I have created a dev container definition. So Codespaces, if you don't have a dev container definition, it'll try to do the right thing and see that you're running Python and make a Python container. But I always like to have an explicit definition so that everything is set up so that it works really well for whatever I'm working on. So here in my dev container folder, I've got 3 files: devcontainer.json, dockercompose.yaml, and dockerfile. So we could start with devcontainer.json to see what I've got set up here. So you can see that it is using a Docker Compose file. The reason I'm using Docker Compose today is because I actually have a Postgres server running inside this code space. And to me, this is just so cool, the fact that we can do this. Because I hate setting up Postgres locally, but I can run it inside this server, inside this code space. And you can actually see it in my ports tab. You can see the Postgres port here. So it is running 5432. That's the standard Postgres port. And this is all possible because of how I've used this Docker Compose.yaml. So we could take a look at that. And in this Docker Compose, we've got the app, and that's my Python 3.11 Django app. But then we also have the DB service, and this is using the latest Postgres image, and it's got some environment variables here to set up the username and password, and these are all just local, not for production. But that's how we're able to actually have a server running inside our dev container. I also have my Docker file that's pulling in a Python 3 image. And it's also setting up a couple other things that I like. So it is setting up the Postgres client, PSQL, and it is also setting up AZD, which is what I like to use to deploy. So if we go back to devcontainer.json, we see a few more customizations, and we'll see that I use these throughout. So one thing I have is SQL Tools connections. This is the extension I'm going to be using, is SQL Tools. Really great extension. I saw somebody in the chat earlier mention that they like it too. Love this extension, and we're going to use it a bunch. And it's got all the information it needs in order to connect to that local database from the Docker Compose. And then I've got some other things enabled for how I'm going to do testing, how I want to do formatting using Black. I'm also going to be doing linting with Rough. And then I've got the extensions I want it to load in. So I'm going to use these extensions throughout today. And then finally, we have the post create command. So this is what it's going to run after it's set up the whole container. You know, it's got the Postgres running and the app service set up. It's got that all set up. And then finally, it runs this command here. And so this is going to install all my requirements that I need for developing, and then also install my pre-commit hooks, because I like to use pre-commit. And there we go. So I'm inside a dev container. I've got a Postgres server running. So how do I actually, develop this web app here? Well, the first thing we need is to actually set up the database, right? So we have the database, and we can let's look at SQL Tools here. And SQL Tools is going to show us the, connections based off of that, what I had in devcontainer.json. So I can go ahead and look through here and look at the tables, and I see there are no tables yet. And that's because we haven't added any tables to our database yet. So it just starts off as an empty database. That's the very first thing I'm going to do, is add tables. Now in Django, the way to add tables is to use the migrate command. If you're in Flask, there's also, if you're using like Alembic or SQL Alchemy, you could use a similar migrate command. So what I have is in my vscode, my .vscode folder. This is where you can put additional customizations for vscode. So I have a task.json file. This defines a bunch of tasks that are useful for me inside this app. So this is a great place to put Django-specific or Flask-specific tasks. It's very commonly used also for JavaScript, for NPM and stuff like that. So you can see one of my tasks, the very first one, is to run the migrate command. So that's what I want to do. There's a couple ways we can run tasks. One thing is I can do bring up the command palette, Command-Shift-P, and then search for run task. And then I'm going to task run task. And then I can see all my tasks here. And I'm going to select the first one, apply migrations. And you can see that it opens up this terminal here. And I see there's an error. It actually can't find this secret key environment variable. That's because I didn't read the README. And the README says the first thing I need to do is actually create a .m file, because that's the best practice for how to store environment variables. And we never check that into source control. So I'm going to make this .m file, and I'm just going to copy in the recommended things for local development. Okay, so this has my environment variables. So this is the variables I need for connecting to the database. And we're going to pass all these environment variables off to Django. So connects to the database. This puts Django in debug mode. This is a secret key just for local use, not for production. And this is a few other Django settings. And these are referenced in the Django settings file here. Settings.py loads in the .m file. All right, so now Django should hopefully know where to find the database and where to get the secret key. So I'm going to try running that command, that task again. So I'll go to task run task and run it again. And here you see, so it's run the migrations, and you see it's actually applied quite a few migrations. So that means it's created quite a few tables. And that's because Django is a very opinionated framework. So it comes with all these tables to get, at the beginning. So we've got admin and auth. And then it also has the ones that I've made for quizzes, because this is a quiz app we're making. Now I can go back to SQL Tools and look at that. All of the tables are here. Really cool. So I can click on a particular table, and then I can click on that again and actually explore the table. And I can see the column attributes. Now, there's no rows in this table yet. All we've done so far is create the tables. There's no data in this database yet. So we could actually run the app right now, and we'd see there'd just be no data. We could do that. Let's run the app right now and see what it looks like with no data. So it's not that exciting, but we'll try it out. So I'm going to run the app. All right. And so here you can see it pops up that it actually gives me a notification. And so it says, it's your application running on port 8000 is available. So I can open that in the browser. And it opens at this funky Codespace URL. So it's not going to open up at localhost 8000 because we're not really running locally. It runs up at this, goes at this funky Codespace URL. And we could also find this in the ports listing here. So you can see all the ports that have been exposed from this Codespace, and you can click on them from here too. Okay, so what we can see is that there are no quizzes yet. All right, well, I want there to be quizzes. So I'm going to actually load in some seed data using another task. So I'm going to stop the server for now and then go to my tasks. And I'm going to show you another way to run tasks that I really like. So it's using another extension called Task Explorer. And it will load all the tasks from your task.json. So I'm going to load it here and click on load seed data. And this is using a Django command in order to load the data in. But once again, all these tasks are from task.json. So whatever task you need for your app, whatever kind of app it is, you can put that in a task.json file, and then you can get to it from either the command palette or using an extension like Task Explorer. Okay, so it said that it loaded the seed data, so I can close this. And then let's go ahead and run this app again. Now, I want to show how I'm actually running this app. So I'm using run and debug over here. And the reason I'm using this is because I want to be able to actually debug the app. I want the full vscode debugging breakpoint experience because I don't want to do print debugging. I've done enough print debugging in my life. I want to use breakpoints now. So I'm using launch.json. That's what you want to add if you want to be able to use run and debug. And it actually, if you just open any Django or Flask repo, it'll auto suggest that there's a Django launch.json or Flask launch.json. So I just took the suggested one from vscode, and this is what it looks like. So it runs manage.py because that's in every Django app. It runs the run server command inside that. It says Django true. So Python vscode actually knows that Django is different from Flask and can offer a slightly different run and debug experience. And then there's also just my code true. So this is if you only want to, when you're breakpoint debugging, if you only want to get into your own code and you don't want to dig into like Django code. I sometimes do dig into Django code because I think that's fun to really get in there. But when you are debugging your own app, typically you just want to, go into your own code. So that's what I'm using whenever I want to run the server, I'm doing it via launch.json. So let's go ahead and run it again. And that's using this command here. And now it's open again. So I'm opening in browser. And this time we see that it has our default data. So this is a Python trivia quiz. So let's get some answers in the chat here. Who invented Python? Let's see how real time the chat is. Do you have it open on the side here? So was it Guido, Ada, Rob, or Kathleen? I don't know if I can get the answers real time enough. All right, I'm going to reveal it as Guido. And Guido actually works for Microsoft. You'll sometimes see him at Microsoft events. So it says, yes, we got it. Cool. Oh, now I see all the answers. I think there might be a delay between the chat and getting to see them. So the next question is, when was the first version of Python released? So we have 1971, 1981, 91, 2001, 2011. How old is Python? Does anyone know how old it is? You think back to, if you've been programming Python for a while, when's the earliest time you programmed it? Was it elementary school, middle school, high school, college? Were you just a baby? And this one I always get a little bit off. Okay, so we have a vote for 1981. So I'll go with that vote and see. The correct answer is 1991. So it's pretty old, but not that old. So what is that, like 30, like almost 30 years now? All right, next question. What is the latest version of Python released? As in, like, what's the latest stable version of Python released? If you went to downloads.python.org right now and you wanted to download, the latest version listed there, what version would you see? And of course, you could cheat and you could go to downloads.python.org, but this is really just a trick to try and get you to download the latest Python, because the latest Python is really great. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, so we have a vote for 3.9, 3.11, 3.11. All right, let's go for 3.11. That's right. So 3.11 is the latest version of Python, and it is really awesome. It's got a lot of speed improvements, so I highly recommend downloading that if you don't have it already. Okay, so that's our app. That's our quiz. Cool. So it is working. Great. The next thing I want to do is actually add a feature to this app, right? So you see, we've got questions. We can have, multiple choice answers to them. We could actually have free text answers as well. But I want to be able to add a new feature to this app. So what I want to add is a new kind of answer. And so to do that, the first thing is to add something to models.py. So I'm going to go inside models.py. And here you can see that we've got the question model, the quiz model, the answer model, the free text answer, and multiple choice answer. So these are all models in our database. If we go back to SQL Tools, so let's go back to SQL Tools briefly again and take a look at the data here. So we can see that these models all correspond to tables in our database. So we could look and we could see all the multiple choice answers, and you can actually see, the list of the choices for these and then the actual correct answer, right? So you can look at the database to find out the answers too. So what we want to do is add a new type of answer, and I want to be able to make true, false questions. So just be able to say blah, 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 and then have the user say true or false. All right, so to do that, I'm going to say true, false, answer, and I'm going to inherit from answer. And you see, I've got Copilot enabled, and a lot of times I do use Copilot suggestions. In this case, I'm not going to, because I have a particular way I want to make this model. So I want to use a car field and just have it be true or false. So I'm going to do max length of 5. And then the choices, and there I did take Copilot suggestions. So these are going to be the choices. It's either true or false. Okay, so that's my true false answer. I also need to modify up here this convenience method we have. So I'm going to self-attribute and true false answer. Okay, looks good. And then when I saved it auto formatted, because I do have black auto formatting, so I do recommend using black and auto formatting in your Python code, because it'll just fix everything up as you're typing, which is what it just did for me. Okay, so now I've added the model. Then I'm going to run a task again. So I'm going to go ahead and run. This time I need to make migrations because I've just added a model. I need to tell Django there's something new. So I'm going to run the make migrations task, and it sees that there's a new model, and it says, okay, there's a new migration. And then I run the apply migrations task, and it's going to go ahead and apply that new migration. So now, if we go ahead and go back to SQL Tools and take a look at SQL Tools, and we might need to do a refresh. This refresh. Here we go. To try and just get it to show us that there should now be a true false. Let's see. Dun, dun, dun. Where do we have refresh, 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 refresh? Ooh, I'm just going to collapse, expand, and here we go. It should show up. My icons aren't showing up right now, so it's hard to do anything without the icons. But it's in our database now. So that's cool. But we need to also add it to our Django admin. So if you've done Django before, you know that Django comes built in with an admin interface. So let me go ahead and run that server again. And then for the admin interface, boop, boop, boop. All right, we do need a username and password. So I'm going to use another task to make my super user. All right, so it just wants a username and an email. It's kind of my email, and then a password, and then a password. Password's too short. Oh well, I'm local. I'll use a good one on production, I swear. So now I should be able to log in. And here we see the Django admin interface. And so now I could go ahead and add a new question. And in the new question, I see I could have a question that has a free text answer and a multiple choice answer, but I don't see true false yet. That's because I need to modify the admin as well. So I'm going to go ahead into admin and add on the stuff here. And I'm just going to use Copilot to do just to add it for me. And we need a little import up here. So the thing about Copilot is that the more code you write, the better it is at knowing what you want to do. So, now it pretty much knows what I want to do. So I can go, and now that is imported. So that should all be good. Oh, and I've still got the server running. So we've got it in admin here. Got it here. All right, so let's go ahead and try that again. And now that's running fine. I'm just going to reload. All right, so we can go ahead and add a question. So we'll just say Python is the best. And correct answer, true. We'll save that. And there we go. Now we have a new question in our quiz, and we could look at that in SQL Tools as well. So that's pretty cool. I also want to test this stuff. So I want to show testing. So I have a test.py here, and I can use the testing tab. So vscode has a testing tab, and vscode for Python, it can do automatic test discovery of unit test or PyTest. Those are the two most popular frameworks. It actually doesn't do automatic discovery of Django unit tests, but what you can do is if you're doing Django, you can just use PyTest with the PyTest Django package, and then it'll work. So we can actually see here that it's found all my tests here. And I can tell it to run all these tests. All right, so now it's running the test, and it says, boom, they all passed. They're all green. That's awesome. This is pretty much the same as me running locally Python, Python-admin PyTest or just PyTest. And you can see the same test pass. Here you can also see my coverage statistics as well. But they're both using PyTest in order to run these tests here. Now I want to add a new test because I added new code, right? And ideally, I'd always just have 100% code coverage. And every time I add new code, especially if I'm adding it with Copilot, I want to have a test to make sure that it's good. So I'm going to go inside here and say I'm making a true-false answer model test. Okay, and we got some recommendations here. So it did a test with a correct answer of true. I'm going to add another one for a correct, for a true false answer of false. And let's see if it just auto completes that. Okay, great. And we still need to import. So I'll import up here. All right, very good. And now let's go ahead and run the tests again. And now we can see they all test. Great. So really important whenever we're adding code, especially if it came from Copilot or from, you know, Stack Overflow or something like that, always want to be adding as many tests as possible. Unit tests are a great way to do that. The other thing I could do is I could look at the source control tab and, you know, look at things I've changed and think to myself like, oh, is there some additional test I need here? You can also look at coverage and see what you're missing. All right, the next thing I want to show is debugging, all right? So using that run and debug, because I said like the reason that I'm using this run and debug is because I want to, you know, to actually be able to use breakpoint debugging. So let's try that out. So if we go into our views.py, okay? And what we could do is we could set a breakpoint. So we could set a breakpoint on here. This is display question. And I've just clicked it in order to set a breakpoint. And so now I'm going to go into run and debug mode. All right. And then go back to the main page with the quizzes. So Python trivia, okay. And you can actually see in the, you know, in the browser there, it's stopped. So it's stopped on here. And in here, we can see the question ID and the quiz ID that came in via the URL, and then the request object. And then we can go through this and actually look and see the values of everything. So this is a really nice way of, you know, developing and being able to really see what your code is doing so that you don't have to be using print statements all the time, right? We want to be able to get away from that because we can do much better debugging when we're able to fully use tools like this. So that's really cool. I also want to show, you know, what happens if there is a bug in your code, an existing bug. So right, actually isn't a bug in my code. I'm going to introduce a bug in my code. Watch this, okay? So let's say like right now I have this next question functionality. Maybe I want to have a previous question functionality. So I'm going to go ahead and say prev question equals, started off as equaling none. And then inside this for loop, I'm going to set prev question equal to questions int. All right. And then I'm going to return prev question to the template so the template can use it. Otherwise, it's just dead code, which is what Pylance was telling me. And then I can go into my template and just display the previous question. Oop. Previous question, prev. Okay. All right. So let's try this out. And you might already spot the bug with this logic if you've read my code very quickly. But I'm going to reload the page. And I don't currently have any breakpoint set. But let's reload the page and see what happens. Okay. That one actually worked because I wrote this correctly. Or no, I actually set it equal to the current question. I'm going to do questions in -1. All right, because it should be the previous question. So let's try that. Okay, so we get that a server error occurred. All right, but what I want is actually get it to use the vscode debugging. And let me see if I've got it set up for that. So we should be... So I've got debug is true, and then I have debug propagate exceptions should also be true. And that should get it to use the vscode debugger to break on exceptions. It didn't do it that time. Let me see if I can get it. Let me just check more things here and see if I can get it to use the vscode debugger. Maybe it's not going to do it this time. It's so cool when it works. We'll try it once more time. Otherwise, I'll just do a breakpoint. So it's reload. There we go. Oh, this is so cool. Not sure why it didn't work for it, but it's actually broken at the the line that caused the error. So typically you'd get like this stack trace in the web page, but it's so much nicer to actually break in the code itself because we now have all these local variables. So this is just really cool. Okay, so we are at time now. So you are welcome to look through this repo, use it, use your own. I've got slides that recap everything here. So if you missed anything, go through these slides here. You can get the code. You can get more example repos. You can hit me up on social media, Mastodon, Twitter, GitHub, wherever, and let me know any questions you have, and let me know if you have any tips too, because I'm always learning as well.
Thank you so much. We got a chance to talk about this a little bit before, but these are new changes to this new presentation. I learned so much. I appreciate it again, Pamela. And we had a ton of questions in the chat, and we can only have time for one quick question, which is a style question. So Step in the chat wants to know what a lovely VS Code color scheme. So very kind, starting with some compliments. How did you get it and what's the name? And then Ronan in the chat wants to know what font you're using. So maybe those questions will come in together.
All right. Apparently, the most important part of being a Python developer is doing it with style, which is why I've got my glitter today. But yeah, this theme is Solarized Light, and it comes with VS I'm not super fancy, so I don't install extra themes. My colleague Jay is a big fan of the Studio Ghibli themes. If any of you are, Totoro or Ponyo watchers, those themes look really beautiful. Yeah, it's just a Solarized Light theme, and I don't know, it's just whatever font comes with it.
Well, I'll have you on the Python Pulse again. We'll get some more of these questions that were in the chat answered. And I guess next we're going to jump into our next conversation.
Yeah, thank you so much, Pamela. Love hearing the style too. True Pythonista. All right, so before we head into our next session, we actually have a few TikToks that we want to show you. So this first one is going to be about a fan favorite feature, a sticky scroll.
When you work with really big classes in code, it can be really easy to get lost. So for instance, by the time we get here, where even are we anymore? What method are we in? What class are we in? So there's a new feature that we released in VS Code called Sticky Scroll. So go to settings and turn it on. It is experimental, so maybe some changes to come. But now when we scroll down, notice that the class stays sticky there. So we're in the events class, and as we go into a method, the method becomes sticky. And then by the time we get down here to the map function, we can see, oh, we're in the map, which is inside of the promise, which is inside of the make request. And you can click on these to go back to the top of the class there. So where else does this work? Well, it works in a lot of places, but another one is in package.json files. So as I scroll down, you can see that it just keeps the context sticky as I scroll, which is super helpful for really long JSON files.
I love that feature, and I also really love what it represents about how methodical and intentional VS Code is in providing support for developers. It is, and also part of just the segment of being in DevTools, it is we're building things, developers are building things for developers, and we have this iterative approach. We keep digging into some of these easily overlooked tools that like people love.
Right, yeah, that's why I think is so important. This team is so iterative. They're always keeping developer experience right at the forefront, and all these little things that add up into the most incredible editor experience. We do have a couple of other TikToks that we want to show, so we do want to take a few minutes just to go ahead and spotlight a big coding innovation right now, which is GitHub Copilot as your own AI pair programmer. We've seen Copilot featured in a few of the sessions today, but we're going to go ahead and see some of these TikToks which show how it can be even more of a lifesaver, from helping you remember the little things to generating regex, which I know I always have problems with.
Yes.
And then from there, we are going to head straight to Amelia with her presentation. She is no stranger to innovation with her work on the GitHub Next team.
I can never remember how to get the item from the rec. Now, that's not what we want here, but if we give it a little bit more information like this, oh yeah, it's on the body. Whenever I'm working in React, I tend to forget things like, how do I add an inline style to like an H1 tag? But what you can do is just add a comment with the control/ here and just say an H1 with inline style. You don't even have to spell it right. And there you go. And it's super helpful in CSS. I can never remember how to highlight a list item when a user mouses over it, but Copilot knows. Or things like I can never remember how to get rid of the bullets in the list. Again, you don't have to spell this correctly. Copilot knows. And finally, the thing that nobody can remember. GitHub Copilot is really good at doing stuff you probably don't want to do, like writing regex. Say we want to match all capital letters in a string. We don't even have to spell that correctly, and it can generate. You might not trust that this is correct, so to test this, you can use the regex previewer extension, and when you enable that, you get this new test regex button, and if you click that button, a window will open up, and you can test and see that yes, it does match all the capital letters as we requested. And best of all, if you're working along in a project and you come across some crazy regex and you're like, what does this even do? You can ask Copilot. You can say, what patterns does this regex match? And then it will tell us it matches all of these patterns. It will actually enumerate these as we go down. And you can see all of the different, this is a date regex clearly, and it matches all of these different patterns, and it will just keep on going here. And to verify this, we can go ahead and run our test regex and see that GitHub Copilot is correct.
Hey everybody, I'm Amelia. I do research and development on a small team at GitHub called GitHub Next. We build prototypes to explore the future developer experience, which means iterating really quickly. So I thought it'd be fun to talk about some of the experiments that we've done within VS Code. And also talk about things we've learned along the way. All right, so I'm going to talk about what's new with GitHub Next. But first, I want to talk about what's previous with GitHub Next. So if we look back into the past, the way past, when I was interviewing for this job, I had one take-home assignment, which was make a VS Code extension. And I had a few hours to learn how VS Code extensions work. I wasn't really familiar with TypeScript. I had to come up with an idea. And this sounds overwhelming, but this was actually one of my favorite interview exercises. So what I ended up doing was building an extension called Footsteps. One of my biggest frustrations within when writing code is I'm usually working across like 20 different tabs. I'm usually working within a long file. And finding my way back to places I just edited is a pretty big frustration of mine. So thinking about that, I was also thinking about like when you walk on a beach and the footsteps kind of fade out behind you, what if we could do that in our editors? So what I ended up implementing over here is you can see the purple line decorations. As you edit, it highlights the chunks of code that you just edited, but then as you continue to edit, it fades out the ones that you edited previously. So this is helpful for scrolling around within a specific file. And I also added these key bindings so that if you switch to another file, you can find your way back really quickly with just one keystroke. So my biggest takeaways from working on this is you can build something useful in just a few hours. So that was brainstorming an idea, starting a new extension, building the extension, and publishing on the marketplace. It was really, really quick. One of the biggest learnings for me was when building extensions, check out other examples. So the VS Code team has published a ton of really great example extensions. But also, if you look on the marketplace, your favorite extensions oftentimes are open source, so you can check out their code on GitHub. And I really just want to highlight be the change you want to see in the world. It seems really daunting to edit the place where you're writing code, but it really wasn't so hard. And if you write something that saves you, say, 10 minutes every single day, and it takes you a few hours, that's pretty easy math. It'll save you time in the long run. And also, if you have a problem, I guarantee there are other people with that same problem. So publish it on the marketplace as well. All right, so what is currently going on with GitHub Next, and what have we built that you can use? So about a year and a half ago, we launched Copilot. If you haven't used it, it's an AI pair programmer. Basically, if you pause while writing code, it'll finish your line for you. It'll suggest a chunk of code that comes after wherever your cursor is. And I don't want to talk about Copilot today. You probably already have opinions about it. What I want to talk about is basically where Copilot started. So we're a prototyping team. We build prototypes, not products, and we need to keep things really scrappy so we can move quickly and get feedback about our ideas. So about a year ago, we released Copilot Labs, which is it's an extension within VS Code. You can have access if you have access to Copilot. And it's just our vehicle for prototyping things within VS Code. And when we launched it, we launched with 2 panels. We had actually a lot of ideas kicking around within GitHub Next. There were things like a node package explorer. There was a really interesting test-driven development panel where you say the inputs and outputs to a function and it generates a function for you. There was a really interesting repeat after me. So you'd perform some changes and then you would tell AI to keep going and kind of mimic that pattern. We ended up not launching with any of those because they were a little bit too fuzzy. So one of the ones we launched with was called Explain, where if you highlight some code, you can see the highlighted code up on the top, and you say, Copilot, explain this code to me. It would come back with a mostly really helpful result. And back then, we were still kind of wrapping our heads around what are the best UI patterns to use with these large language models, and how can they help people? When are they more of a detriment than a help? So one of the things that we baked into this experience is this advanced setting panel where anyone can go in and change what the prompt is and change what characters the model stops at. And this is just a signal to say, we're prototyping here, you mess around, maybe you have something really specific or a specific way you want your code explained to you. So especially when we're kind of wrapping our heads around a specific idea or a field, having these kinds of advanced panels is really, really helpful. And the other panel we launched with is called Translate. It's pretty similar. You can see the highlighted text up here. And then the user just asks Copilot to translate that code into any other language. So here, this is JavaScript getting translated into Python. This is pretty useful when you're learning a new language. So say I'm really comfortable in JavaScript and I have to write a function in Python. I can write it in JavaScript and then port it over, or I can, if I have a question, how do you implement a for loop? I can just write that really quickly in JavaScript and have it show me that same code in Python. And the one learning from here that was actually in both the Explain and Translate panel was getting user feedback is so helpful. As we're experimenting, we don't know all of the use cases that people are going to use our prototypes or end result products in. So having users able to send signal like this is incorrect or this is not helpful, or even when things are good, right? That's been really, really helpful for us. So since we launched Copilot Labs, we've added 2 additional panels. This one called Test Generation. It's one that I really like. I don't know about you, but writing tests is not my favorite part of my job.
So here you can highlight some code, you can ask it to suggest a test, and the clever thing is once it generates a test, it'll actually execute that in the background. And if that test ends up failing, like this one does right here, you can say, hey, Copilot, here's the test, here's how it failed. Can you go ahead and fix that for me? And you can see it goes ahead and fixes that test, and then it passes. One of our learnings from this is the VS Code team has a really awesome package called WebView UI Toolkit. Not everyone on our team is really comfortable with web development, and these panels are basically iframed websites within your editor. And there's also really tricky things with theming. So if a user has a dark theme, you don't want a bright white panel right next to their code. So this toolkit makes it really easy to have website elements like buttons and labels and checkboxes and tables and tabs. And you get to kind of throw them in there, and they're already styled like VS Code, and they're going to match the user's theme. So having this especially for people who aren't really familiar with web development, has been really helpful for keeping our velocity high. And the last panel we added to Copilot Labs, I think we added this at GitHub Universe last fall. And this was an idea I'd been wanting to play around with for a while, but just wasn't getting the time. So one night I just spent a few hours adding it to our Copilot Labs extension. And the spirit of it is, what would happen if we could paint our code the way we paint something in Photoshop? And this is important because, we're not always writing code. In fact, most of the time I'm editing existing code. So I was trying to figure out what are the most common refactoring use cases and then just throw them in a button. So you can see up here, if you highlight a function, you can hit a button. So say you want it to be more readable. That's something that happens at the start of this video. So it'll loop around. So maybe this function's a little bit hard to read. Add some types, make it a little bit more readable. There's also easy buttons for, I'm debugging this, can you add some console log statements? Or I'm done debugging this, let's clean it up. And the one that actually people end up using the most often, which I'm still surprised about, is this fix bug button, which when it works, it's great. It doesn't always work, but it's nice to have like a Hail Mary button where you're like, I don't know what's going on. Can you just fix that typo somewhere for me? We actually launched this with a more hidden UI element. So we have that panel additionally in code lenses. So you can see the cursor is focused on line 17, but above this function, you have this toolbox of all of the different brushes. And I thought this was going to be the only UI element for brushes because it's kind of where you are. You don't have to have a separate panel open, but it ended up being frustrating enough that I have it hidden behind a settings flag because it takes up vertical space. So as the user is moving their cursor around, their code is shifting a little bit. So the biggest learning for us here was just become familiar with the VS Code primitives. There's so much you can do in the editor that it can be hard to keep track. So even in this screenshot, there's the code lens at the top, there's line decorations, which is the purple background or the like yellow bar to the left of line 9. There's diagnostics, which show up in the problems panel. There's web view panels you can show on the side, and there's many, many more things you can do with an extension than this. So spending some time getting familiar with those primitives is really helpful for moving quickly in the future. All right, so all of those are available today to anybody who downloads the extension. I thought it'd be fun to talk about some things that we're kind of kicking around within Copilot Next, but aren't available yet. So the first one is called Copilot Radar. so the text editing interface is over to the left, and as the cursor changes focus, we have this panel off to the right that tries to surface to the developer any other pieces of code that they might find useful. So whether that's references to a variable, or the definition of the variable, or the type definition, it tries to reference those with these different colors, depending on why we think it would be interesting. And then the really fun part is this blue Copilot logo, which is basically the large language model telling us what the user might find interesting. And this comes up with really surprising use cases, like the opposite side of a bracket, or another variable that's named the same thing, or a comment that is related, or a similar error like this one. So this is a fun experiment we have kicking around. Another one is called Copilot Voice. I really like this exploration we're doing. It's focused on making programming more accessible. So there's a lot of developers who have a harder time coding from a keyboard. And the current day solutions are good, but they could be improved. You'll often end up doing things like spelling out variable names, or spelling out like function. And so we're trying to figure out how can we lean into these new large language models to make programming more accessible by voice. So you can see in this demo video, I'm doing things like asking what the function does, or can you add a new function, or can you highlight these lines? There's some really exciting explorations coming out. This is really just the tip of the iceberg for that. And then the last exploration that I thought would be fun to share, this is something I threw together the other day. In addition to thinking about how can we not just generate code, I'm really interested in how can we, instead of automating our jobs as developers, empower ourselves and make us better developers. So this is kind of like an ambient way to learn new concepts. So basically in the background, it looks at the file you're editing and suggests improvements. Like, you don't need to define this temporary variable or anything that you might never come across on your own, but is kind of a nice way to improve over time as opposed to studying or taking a course or anything like that. So that's my talk. Hopefully you found those demos interesting. If you're interested in keeping track of what we're doing, our website is githubnext.com, and I would love to see more people prototyping extensions in VS Code. It's really not as scary as it possibly seems at first.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Amelia. This is so fun to see all the innovative work that your team is doing. It just like gets us so excited, right? Everyone loves being in tech, and to see exactly what everyone's working on and what's next is always just so fun for all of our viewers. We do have a few questions in the chat. So first up, we have, how does the GitHub Next team decide on what projects to work on?
Yeah, this is a great question. We're still kind of solidifying our process. There's a few metrics that we focus on, like, does this help enough people? Is this different enough from the tools that we have today? And we're always trying to tie ourselves back to what can help GitHub developers, what can help the most developers. I'm sure there's a great answer to this question. I just don't have it right now.
I think that's a great answer.
I know.
And you've made all of your presentation and your answer have made all of the things coming up more approachable, and development in general just more approachable and fun and exciting. So I really love that we're talking about the bleeding edge.
And it's like we're all on the journey together, right? I love getting that insight into it.
Yeah. We have another question. So what has been the trickiest problems to solve when making these VS Code extensions?
Yeah, that's a great question as well. I'd say one of the biggest things is like knowing the right fidelity to bring a prototype to, right? You don't want to spend too much time putting together something that isn't promising, but you want to give each idea enough time so that when you do get feedback or test it, you have a pretty good idea of how it is as an idea instead of your implementation. So that's a big one. The other biggest one that comes to mind is really just knowing the affordances. Like knowing the materials you're working with can take a little bit of time, which is nice because we can build that up over time because we keep making VS Code extensions. I think those are the two biggest ones for me.
Absolutely. Thanks for answering that. And then another question we had, where can people follow along with new GitHub Next projects to see what your team is working on?
Yeah, so we have our website, githubnext.com. We also post pretty regularly on Twitter. And then I think the best channel is we have a Discord where the team is in there. We're talking to people. We're getting feedback on prototypes. So if you want high touch feedback or you want to talk to us, we are in the Discord and we want to talk to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being here with us today and telling us all about the great things that GitHub Next is working on.
Thanks so much.
All right. So before we head to our next and final presentation, which can you believe we're already at the end? It makes me so sad. It's been such an exciting day. I can't believe we're almost here. But before we get there, we do just want to make sure that we plug that we do have a Learn collection available for y'all. So we've had a wide variety of topics today, from Python to TypeScript to accessibility. And you're probably wondering, hey, where can I go to learn more? And we have put together a special Learn collection for you. That's going to include links to resources that you can go to get hands-on experience with some of these topics. We also just launched a new Learning AI with GitHub Copilot series, so that just went live yesterday, and that's featured in our Learn collection. And then we also will have other links there as well, like to the GitHub Copilot extension, as well as to our TikTok channel, which y'all definitely should go head to because Burke has been going live there all day. He's got 2 more live sessions for the rest of today. So go hang out with him backstage so you can kind of see all that goodness.
Yeah, we also have on-demand content, right? So some things that were not included in today. And if you want to catch all of the things that you might have missed during the day, you can go to aka.ms/VSCode day/ on demand,
yes,
I believe.
You got it.
There you go. Join there, find all the cool stuff, all the goodies.
Totally, and I think that's such a great call out to that exclusive on-demand content. So y'all who have been here with us all day, I mean, we don't want the fun just to end here with these sessions we have. We do have 4 other pre-recorded sessions that you should check out from really amazing people in the VS Code, both on the VS Code team, advocates, and VS Code experts as well. So on IBM iDevelopment, Playwright, Power Platform, and the MakeCode Arcade extension. So lots of really good stuff there, so make sure to head over. And we have loved all of our live presenters today, but our next one is a little extra sweet. And that's because if you were here earlier, you saw these lovely VS Code cookies.
They're so cute.
Literally the cutest cookies I think I've ever seen. These were created by Joyce, who's going to be giving our final presentation today. And I mean, look how realistic this is. It's insane.
They're really, really sweet.
Oh my gosh, it's so good.
Tell me more about the process that Joyce went through.
Yes, Joyce can probably speak to this too, but what she did is first of all, spent all weekend making these cookies, which is insane, the dedication. But she actually made 77 of these, which is one for every stable release of VS Code that there's ever been. So you can imagine how many cookies that is. And these are sizable cookies. And the frosting, that's dedication. But the cool thing is it was actually a team effort that went into this. So Connor Pete, who you guys saw earlier today, he actually designed the 3D printer template.
Oh.
So they 3D printed this cookie cutter. Because I mean, it's like, how did you get it so perfect? They 3D printed this. And then
precise.
I know.
As we are at VS
exactly.
Code. We focus on the details.
I know.
I think
and Tyler, who's another engineer on the team, helped track down the 3D printer so they could get this happening. Oh my gosh, I love seeing, because I mean, it really does just embody the entire feeling of this team, right?
Clearly we like each other.
I know, yeah, we
I really feel like, and also just through this entire day, it just encapsulates just what a cool project or what a cool product that we get to work on. I don't know. I have a pretty cool job.
I know. We feel so lucky to be a part of this team, and it really is amazing.
Yeah.
So with that, I think we can go ahead and head to our baker of the day and our final presentation with Joyce, who will talk about VS Code for the web.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and what can I say? I love VS Code. Hi everyone, thank you so much for being here for the final session of VS Code Day 2023. My name is Joyce, and I'm a software engineer on the VS Code team here at Microsoft. Today we're going to be getting a tour of everything that you can do with GitHub in VS Code for the web. And if you're not familiar with VS Code for the web, don't worry, I'm about to explain all of that to you. And whether you're just getting started with GitHub and VS Code, or you're an experienced developer who uses the stuff every single day, there's something in this talk for you. So stay tuned and follow along. So first of all, GitHub lets you back up, collaborate, and version on your code. And so, for example, you can edit GitHub pull requests and repositories already on github.com. Today, what I'm going to show you is a way for you to do all of that with the interface that you know and love inside VS Code entirely in your browser. It runs anywhere, no installs required. You get to customize VS Code exactly the way you want it. And if you ever run into limitations of this lightweight, free and unlimited workspace, you can always upgrade easily to a GitHub Codespace or a local clone. So today's tour is going to be pretty long. We're going to cover a lot of content, and so I hope you stay with me. We're going to show how you can open repositories in VS Code from github.com without cloning them locally or anywhere, even on a virtual machine. We're going to show how you can work on multiple branches in the same repository simultaneously, how you can create, edit, and review pull requests directly in your browser with VS Code, how you can edit website content, resolve merge conflicts, and so many other features besides. So let's get started. Here, I'm in my browser. I'm on the Microsoft VS Code repo. The VS Code team ships everything that we do from GitHub. We work on GitHub every single day. And so I've just got my favorite repo in the world pulled up in github.com. But if you have some other repo that you want to follow along with, please feel free to open that in your browser. And I'm going to show you GitHub's best kept secret, which is when you hit dot, this opens your repo in VS Code directly in your browser. So let's go do that. 3, 2, 1, dot. And you'll see here that I get a message saying that GitHub is setting up my web editor. And this is my repository opened up in my browser. As you can see on the right here, I do have my file system available. When I click through a particular folder, I can open files, and that doesn't trigger a page reload. And you'll also notice that unlike github.com, this experience is not read-only. So for example, I can double-click into the README file to put it into edit mode. And from here, I can actually just start making edits. So I'm going to say, hi from VS Code Day 2023. And when I hit save, you see that there is a modified indicator in the title of this tab. And that tells me that VS Code knows I'm editing a GitHub repository. There's been some content that's currently published to the remote. And there's some changes that are local that I can then go into the source control view on the right and push back to GitHub. I'm not going to do that just yet because I want to show you some other ways of being able to do this. One other thing to note about this experience is that my key bindings and settings and extensions, for the most part, do work. So for example, here I'm going to use one of my favorite shortcuts, which is Control-Shift-K, to delete a line. I do love deleting lines. And in addition, you notice now that there's no more changes in this file. And so I actually get this really nice code lens here. And this is coming from the Git lens extension, which you can install from the extension marketplace or by searching in the extensions view-it directly in VS Code. And that's also the extension that's contributing these amazing inline blames, so that whenever I'm looking at a repository for the first time, I know exactly who changed which lines and when. That's just one of my favorite things about this experience right off the bat. any repository that I want to explore for the first time, I no longer need to clone that to my local machine and get that opened up in VS Code. And again, because this all runs in my browser, it also means that I can do this on a mobile device or a tablet. If you're working on a device and you want to follow along, but you don't have an external keyboard attached, you can also replace the .com part of any github.com repository URL with .dev, and that takes you to the exact same experience. So right off the bat, what we've just seen, open repositories from anywhere in VS Code directly from github.com. It's completely built in right there at your fingertips. The next thing that I want to show you is that for anyone in the audience who works with Azure repos, this also works in Azure repos. So here I have a repository that is hosted on Azure DevOps. And again, I'm going to hit the dot key, 3, 2, 1, dot. And that takes me to a slightly different URL. This is vscode.dev. So just like github.dev was VS Code built into github.com, vscode.dev is a generalized instance of github.dev that supports not just editing repos from GitHub, but also repositories from Azure repos, and many, many other experiences besides. If you missed any of the talks earlier on remote development, for example, I highly recommend that you go check that out. And so far, I've only really talked about editing repositories, but you can also edit pull requests, and that's one of the scenarios we're going to get into very, very shortly. So next up, what I'm going to show you is some of the ways that GitHub and VS Code for the web gives you superpowers. The first thing that I love about this experience is that it gives me unlimited checkouts for the same repo. Have you ever found yourself in a situation where you're debugging something locally and you want to know how it's changed over time? Like maybe you introduced a regression somewhere or someone else has made a change that you didn't know about, and you need to track how a given feature set has changed over time. How do you normally do that? There's a few ways. You know, if you have the timeline view on VS Code Desktop, for example, you can compare changes for the same file across multiple different versions. But what I'm about to show you is that you can also check out lightweight instances of the same repository alongside your VS Code desktop instance. So here, for example, I'm going to open my desktop instance of VS Code because I always have that running. And here I'm just on the main branch. And let's say I want to know how this file has changed between releases. Here I can go back into my browser. And here, as you can see in the bottom left corner in the status bar, I am on the release 1.76 branch. This is the branch corresponding to the contents of the release that went out 2 months ago. And so I can just switch between the same repository. This is 1.77, and all of these are able to coexist in my browser simultaneously, so I can make those comparisons really quickly and easily. And you know, usually I have more than one monitor. Today I'm kind of dealing with a limited setup here, but I'll have VS Code on one of my monitors and then vscode.dev open in my browser on a different window, and that allows me to make those quick visual comparisons. One thing that might not be obvious to you is that every single branch in VS Code for the web with GitHub is an isolated workspace. This means that if I make a change in 1.76 over here, just locally, and then I switch over here to this tab, you'll see that those changes are not reflected there. And what this allows me to do is work on multiple pull requests in isolation. Pull requests, if you're unfamiliar, are great ways for you to collaborate with your coworkers on code. And so, for example, here, this is our endgame week for our release. We're going to be publishing 1.78 next week, which I'm really excited about. And so we're actually in the process of fixing a couple of smaller issues. So here in VS Code Desktop, I have a whole bunch of other changes. And then I happened to open this file and notice that I had some additional changes that I wanted to check in. And I don't want to stash all of my changes locally. So what I can do is switch over to my browser, open the same repository there, and then just go ahead and commit and push those changes. If you're wondering how to get to vscode.dev in your browser when you already have VS Code Desktop open, let me show you. Here you go into the bottom left corner of VS Code. This is the remote indicator. And if I click on this, it gives me a list of actions that I can use to connect to various remotes where VS Code runs. And so you can go ahead and click on Continue Working in vscode.dev, and that's going to open the exact same GitHub repository that you have in your local instance, but in your browser. So in this case, I already have that repository open, so I'm not going to use that. But just so you know, that's a really easy way for you to go between VS Code Desktop and VS Code for the web, and that works in reverse as well. So here, I have a change that's prepared, and I'd like to go ahead and commit that. But you'll see in the bottom left corner here that there's a little lock icon, and that indicates that the main branch is protected. On the VS Code repo, we do not allow you to directly commit to main. Instead, all changes have to go through pull request so that they can be reviewed by a team member and determined to be appropriate to ship. So what's going to happen when I click this commit and push button is that VS Code for the web is going to detect that I'm trying to commit to a protected branch, and it's going to prompt me to create a new branch on demand. So here, I'll click commit and push. And you'll see here that I have a pre-populated branch name. This is actually randomly generated based on my settings. So the prefix here is dev/joycerhl, which is my GitHub handle. And then this part over here is just randomly generated from a bunch of dictionaries that we have built into the product. And if I go ahead and click enter over here, what it's going to do is create that branch, commit my changes to that branch, and then switch me over to that branch so I can create a pull request back into the main branch. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter here. And now I'm getting switched over to that newly created branch, dev/joycerhl/semantic marmot. I learn all kinds of interesting words from this feature. And once I'm all loaded up here, you'll see that I'm now on the branch that I just created. And then I can go into the command palette, Control-Shift-P or Command-Shift-P, and say create pull request. So this command right here comes from the GitHub pull request extension. If you watched Sandeep's talk earlier today, you'll know that it is also available on VS Code Desktop. And as you can see right now, it is also supported in VS Code for the web. So when you're on a branch, you can create a pull request, and here I can specify which branch I want to merge that pull request into. The title of the pull request is pre-populated from the commit message that I had going on earlier. And I can configure whether I want this branch to be auto-merged, which for the most part, I love this setting because it just means that anytime I make a pull request, I don't have to go back and actually click merge once someone has fully reviewed it. So I'm going to click auto-merge here, and I'm going to open that pull request. It creates that pull request for me, and then I get a description of my pull request, the title. Well, I didn't leave a description here, actually. And then we have automation on the VS Code team that's going to automatically post that this pull request has been created. But if I wanted to, I could request a review from someone specific. For example, I could request a review from Connor, who presented earlier today and who actually happens to own some of these, the code that I'm modifying here. And if I wanted to be really helpful, I could also copy a VS Code dev link. And what this will do is copy a link to this pull request that once pasted into your browser is going to take whoever opens that link directly back into this pull request environment. And from here on, suppose I'm now actually in reviewer mode, I can go back into that file that was changed, and I can see a diff of what actually changed. And unlike the diff on github.com, this actually gives me the full editor context. And I can even configure the way that I want this diff to show up. So for example, in this editor title context menu here, there's an action that allows me to switch to an inline view. And that just, if I'm in a space-constrained space like I am right now with just one monitor, being able to view this diff inline is clutch. So that is one of the scenarios that I wanted to show. And of course, this also works if you are trying to update one of your pull requests. So let's say you've created a pull request and you close out that tab, you go back to VS Code Desktop, and then sometime later, your coworker actually gets around to reviewing your pull request, and they say, you need to make some changes, like maybe you left a console.log statement in there or like a to-do. We've all been there. And what you can do now to quickly update those pull requests without blowing away your local checkout is right-click on any pull requests that you've been working on and say, check out pull request on vscode.dev. This view, again, comes from the GitHub pull requests extension. If you have that installed in desktop, then you have easy access back to those pull requests on github.com anytime directly from in your editor. So for example, here, I'm going to click check out pull request on vscode.dev, and that is going to go ahead and open that pull request back up in vscode.dev for me. And once that pull request is done loading, you'll see, again, I have all of my pull request context, and anyone who's looking at this, including myself, we can make changes directly to that pull request and commit them back to github.com using the commit view if we want to. You can also leave comments directly inside of VS Code. So here you'll see that I have this comments widget, and I can click on the editor gutter to start making some comments, and I can even make a suggestion, which will then get published back to GitHub, I should say, as a committable suggestion that the author of the PR can choose to accept if they want to or not. So that is the pull requests functionality, and one additional thing that I wanted to show is, suppose you're reviewing a pull request from someone else on your team. So here, for example, this pull request was created by my teammate Alex. She actually maintains the GitHub pull requests extension. And suppose I wanted to actually start a collaboration session because I need some additional context about what this change is doing before I can review it effectively. With the live share extension, which you can also install again from the extensions view-let, you can just click share. And what that is going to do is start a collaboration session directly inside your editor and copy an invitation linked to your clipboard. And then if I go into my browser search bar and hit paste, you can see here that this is a vscode.dev/liveshare link. And anyone who clicks on this link is going to be able to just join me in my editor and pair program with me live and follow me around in the editor and see everything that I'm doing. So that is pull requests. One other scenario that I'd like to show today is you can use GitHub in VS Code for the web to update website content. So here, for example, if you attended the talk by Eric and Kai earlier today, then you'll know that we are currently in Endgame and we're about to release, and every single VS Code engineer participates in the process of writing documentation and release notes. So I'd actually like for you to come along with me today because I need to be writing my release notes this week anyway. And so I'm putting together my release notes here. You can see that I have some text updates here as well as image references. You'll also see that I have 33 incoming changes on this branch, and this is because everyone on the team is committing directly to the vNext branch on the VS Code docs repo. And then at the end of our release process, we merge that branch back into main, and that gets published as code.visualstudio.com. So there might be some merge conflicts. I'm going to click the sync button, and we'll see what happens. So here I will click sync. It says that there's going to be conflicts. Cool. Continue. And I actually got lucky that time. There were no merge conflicts. So all of my working changes were able to be applied on top of all of the changes that come in from the remote without any issues. So unfortunately, you don't get to see merge conflict support here today, but rest assured that it is possible to resolve merge conflicts in the event that they do arise. And we do also try to minimize the need for you to deal with those merge conflicts as much as possible. One additional thing I'd like to call out here that is not yet in stable, but will be next week, is we've recently added support for Git large file storage directly in VS Code for the web with GitHub. What do I mean by Git LFS? If you've ever tried to check a large file into Git, and if you make a lot of changes to those files over time, you'll notice that cloning that repo gets slower and slower. And the reason for that is because every time you make a change to that file, the entire working copy of that file gets stored in your Git history, so everyone who clones it is going to have to download every single version of that file that's changed over time. To fix that, we've enabled Git LFS for the VS Code docs repo, and this is also a great thing to enable if you happen to be working on a website that has lots of image content or videos or anything of that sort. And with the release that's going to be happening next week, I'm really excited to say that we will have Git LFS support built directly into GitHub with VS Code for the web. So here I have a PNG file, it's a screenshot, and if I control-click into this path here, it'll just open that file directly. And you see here that I am actually in an image editor. This image editor is contributed by the Luna Paint extension, which is maintained by my teammate Daniel. And so I have that screenshot going, I've got the link to it in my text, and I'm going to click commit and push directly from the source control view here. And that is just going to upload my changes directly to GitHub. And then here, if I go into this image file and say copy GitHub head link, I can head over here to GitHub. And you can see that there's this nice badge here that tells me this file was stored with GitLFS. So GitLFS is just a really efficient way for you to store large image files that are going to be changing constantly over time. Of course, the fact that I can edit just regular website content also means that I can edit Markdown repositories. So here, for example, I have a personal GitHub repo. This is the repo that I use to take all of my notes, my meeting prep, and everything like that. You'll see here that I have an Excalidraw diagram. This is courtesy of the Excalidraw extension, which you can install in VS Code for the web. And here I just have an architecture diagram that describes how we're able to provide this experience directly inside your browser where Git and VS Code don't otherwise run. Also, this is my script back here. I did prepare my entire VS Code day talk directly in my browser. All right, so if you're looking at all of this and you're thinking, I really want to try this out, I want to incorporate this into my daily workflow, I have a couple of fun companion extensions for you. The first one is the Chrome and Edge browser extension that we ship. You'll see this nice VS Code icon in my browser right here, and that just indicates that this extension's been installed. And what this does is it allows me to go into my browser search bar, and just like I would do in my terminal when I type code dot or code folder name, I can go here and say code VS Code docs, and that is going to allow me to hit enter and then open that repository directly in vscode.dev. So anytime I want to open a repo in vscode.dev, I can just do that directly from my browser search bar. And if you're looking at all of this and you're thinking it's cool that I can browse repositories and pull requests without cloning them locally, but I don't want to use the browser, I want to stay in VS Code on desktop, you can do that too. All of these experiences that I've been showing you also work on desktop with the extensions that are built in on VS Code for the web. So the GitHub repositories extension is the primary extension that provides all of these source control integration that you've seen. It's essentially a lightweight Git client. It also provides the file system. It provides text and file search, so you can do Control-Shift-F and do a full text search and get high fidelity results. And then here I've also got the Azure Repos extension, and this is what provides the equivalent experience for Azure DevOps. All right, so all I've talked about so far is all the things that you can do in this environment, but I do want to call out that there are some really important limitations. One of the biggest limitations is that there is currently no terminal in the browser. And so, for example, if I go over here and try to open a terminal, I did that with the Control backtick hotkey. You'll see here that there is a welcome view in the terminal that says that you can create a terminal by going to GitHub Codespaces, and here we even provide you with a one-click experience that's going to recreate the repository that you're currently looking at, but in a GitHub Codespace. And any of your uncommitted changes that you had running locally in this workspace are also going to be transferred seamlessly to that newly created Codespace as well. And alternatively, if you don't want to be using GitHub Codespaces for any reason, you can also do a one-click clone to your local machine. And so that's one limitation that I want to call out right now. At the same point in time, I want to tell you that the future is so close to being here, of being able to, for example, run Python in your browser. So in this repository, I'm in the Microsoft VS Code Python Web WASM repository. And here I have a Python file open. I do also have this experimental extension that allows me to run Python directly inside my browser. This is experimental and it is subject to change, but it is also available for you to try out right now. So I'm going to go into my app.py file, and then I'm going to click on this Run button in the top right corner of my editor and say Run Python file in WASM. And you'll see here that it executed hello world and then exited out. So we've been hard at work bringing more of the power of WebAssembly to VS Code for the web. And until then, as I mentioned earlier, there is always a one-click experience for you to upgrade from just the bare lightweight serverless VS Code and GitHub environment that I'm showing you right now to a GitHub Codespace where there is actually a virtual machine and there's a remote connection that you're connected to. And with that, I think that brings me to the end of my demos. So what we just saw was opening repositories with VS Code in any browser without cloning them locally, working in multiple branches, pull requests, editing website content, and so many more features besides. And next up, I just have a few links for you. So if you want to check out the VS Code repo literally right now, you can just click that link. It is that simple. In addition, we also have a couple of additional extensions that I called out, the Chrome extension and the companion extensions on desktop. And finally, here's the docs page for you if you want to try running Python directly in your browser. With that, I've come to the end of my talk. Thank you so much for listening and watching. I am at JoycerHL on GitHub and Twitter. If you have any feedback, questions, please send them to me. And thank you so much. Happy coding.
Thank you, Joyce. What an amazing final session to end on. So fun to see all of those developments. We do have time for a few questions. So Ollie in the chat asks, can we use GPG signatures to sign commits on these repositories? What about making git config and dot files available on them?
Yeah, so all commits that are created with GitHub and VS Code for the web are signed by default. So there's absolutely no setup that's required for that, because just like how when you make a commit on github.com that's already signed, it's the exact same experience. So you don't have to worry about setting that up. As far as git config, we recently added support for git attributes and git ignore files, and we could certainly look into support for git configs as well. So if you wouldn't mind filing a feature request for that, we could certainly take a look.
Thank you, and also giving some action items on where people can go if they want to have support added for VS Code. I absolutely appreciate that. I mean, it's a through line. We're community focused, and we love to get the feedback and adapt to that. Another question. If GitHub.dev runs everywhere, can I use it to edit my repositories on my TV or Apple Watch?
Ooh.
Absolutely. We have also seen people editing repositories on their Tesla. So literally anywhere that you have a browser, you can work on GitHub repositories and pull requests with VS Code.
That is amazing. Probably unsafe to do it on the Tesla, but that's okay.
Not while you're driving.
Yeah. All right, and another question we have, your GitHub.dev showed features like copying GitHub deep links from the editor line numbers and upgrading to a GitHub Codespace. Does that also work for a desktop Git repository?
Yes, absolutely. So if you're in a desktop Git repository that is backed up to GitHub, you can also go into your editor and copy deep links. And that's actually a feature that I forgot to show earlier, so apologies for that. But you can certainly try it out in your editor right now. And again, go into that remote indicator in the bottom left corner of the editor and search for continue working in new Codespace. And you'll be able to upgrade seamlessly from a desktop Git clone just like that.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Joyce, for being here today. Thank you for the amazing cookies as well, and for your dedication to VS Code.
What a way to have the last presentation.
I know. All right, and before we wrap up officially, we do have a couple of TikToks that we want to show you, and make sure to look out for multiple cursors and why JavaScript dates are so weird.
So I built this Wordle clone in JavaScript with help from a guy named Rahul. Thanks, Rahul. And in the process, I figured out this really interesting use case for multiple cursors. Let me show it to you. So I found the Wordle word bank that comes from the source code. And what we need to do is copy this into an array so that we can use it in our project. But the problem is we need to quote these words and put commas to make it an array. So one way you can do that is select everything in the file, and you'll notice, luckily enough, there's actually a space at the end of each word. So what we could do is select that space and then put a cursor on every one here. But it's actually a better way. Instead, what we can do is we can go ahead and select every word in this file just like we did before, but we can do Alt-Shift-I, which puts a cursor at the end. Then we can just add our quotes and our comma, and then we can sort of control arrow our way back to the front and add a quote there. And then we just need to clean up this very last word here, remove this comma, and we're done.
Working with dates is a surprisingly common problem that is surprisingly difficult. So what's the date tomorrow, for example? Well, to do that, we can create a date object in JavaScript that has today's date, and we can see that it's February 17th at 4 p.m. We can get also the Unix timestamp from that, which is the number of seconds from midnight on January 1st, 1970. And if we add 24 times 60 times 60, or 24 hours times 60 minutes per hour times 60 seconds per minute, multiplied by 1,000 to get the number of milliseconds, then we can get the Unix timestamp of tomorrow at the same time. And if we display that, you can see that it is exactly 24 hours after today. So does this work in every single case, however? Well, let's try, for example, with midnight on February 28. February is only 28 days, so let's see what happens. And yes, this shows us midnight on March 1st, all good here. But what if we tried, for example, November 6th? Well, let's see here. What? The day after November 6th is November 6th? What's going on? Well, turns out that this is due to the time zone that I'm currently in. My Node.js is set to the time zone America, Los Angeles, which uses daylight savings time. And when daylight savings time ends, or when it starts, days are not 24 hours long, but they are 25 or 23 hours. And that means that adding 24 times 60 times 60 times 1000 milliseconds to today's date is not a reliable way to get tomorrow's date. So what can we do? Well, there are two different things that we can do. The first one is that we can use a library, for example, date functions, that is aware of time zones and always calculates the right number, even when daylight savings time is involved. You can find this module on NPM. An alternative is to just set your Node.js process to use a time zone that does not use daylight savings time, such as UTC. So we just change your environmental variables to etc UTC, and then you see that even without any function, the date is correctly found.
Wow, what an incredible event. Thank you so much to all of our amazing presenters, and thank you for tuning in today. We heard from advocates, PMs, engineers, and other VS Code experts on the latest features of VS Code. As we look back on the last 8 years of VS Code, I think we can say one thing has remained constant, and that is our amazing developer community. We are so glad that we could put on this event for you, and we are so excited to channel all this amazing energy into even more features that you'll love.
The fun doesn't stop here. We have exclusive on-demand content online, so some extra content that you were not able to share today. And also, if you want to rewatch any of the things that you were not able to make today, visit aka.ms/vscodeday/on-demand. And that's it. It's been a great day.
Amazing. Thanks, everyone, and happy coding.
Yeah.